Welcome back, legends. This is Harry Fix. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter, what if stories and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Harry Potter was trained by John Wick and become most feared magical assassin alive? If you enjoy epic magical twists, subscribe to Harry Fix. Now let's story begin.
The darkness in the cupboard under the stairs was a living thing. It had a weight, a smell of polish and dust, and a texture that was rough against Harry's cheek as he pressed himself into the farthest corner. His knees were drawn up to his chest, his thin arms wrapped around them, a futile attempt to hold himself together. The muffled sounds of the television from the living room above seeped through the floorboards, a meaningless drone of laughter that belonged to another world. His world was this: the dark, the ache in his ribs where Dudley's fist had connected, and the slow, hot track of a tear cutting through the grime on his face. He didn't cry often. Crying was a luxury, a waste of energy that led to sore eyes and a runny nose, which would only invite more taunts. But tonight was different. Tonight, the despair had a sharper edge. It was the first day of summer, a phrase that for other children meant freedom and ice cream and long, golden evenings. For Harry, it meant 24 hours a day of being in the same house as the Dursleys. It meant being the primary target for Dudley's boredom and Aunt Petunia's constant, sharp-cornered resentment. It meant a long, hot, lonely stretch of time with no escape to the relatively neutral ground of primary school. A sob hitched in his throat, and he bit down on his lip, hard, tasting the metallic tang of blood. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to will himself to disappear. He often tried that. He'd stare at a crack in the wall and imagine himself so small, so insignificant, that he would simply fade. Become part of the shadows. But it never worked. He was always, painfully, himself. A sound cut through the television's hum. It wasn't Dudley's booming laugh or Uncle Vernon's barked orders. It was a different kind of sound. A soft, rhythmic thumping. Footsteps. But not from the living room. These were coming from outside, in the front garden, and they were getting closer. They were measured, purposeful. Not the heavy, clumsy stomp of a drunk, or the quick patter of a child. This was the gait of someone who knew exactly where they were going. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He pressed his ear to the cool wood of the cupboard door. The footsteps stopped. Right outside. On the other side of the front door. Silence. A deep, profound silence that seemed to swallow even the television noise. Then, a knock. It wasn't a frantic, urgent hammering. It was a single, deliberate rap of knuckles against wood. Solid. Final. It was the kind of knock that didn't ask for entry, but announced an arrival. The television noise cut off abruptly. Harry could picture Uncle Vernon, his face purpling, heaving himself out of his armchair. Heavy footfalls thudded across the living room floor. The front door was wrenched open, and the familiar, blustering voice filled the night. "It's nearly midnight. What do you mean by knocking on respectable people's doors at this hour? I've a good mind to call the..." The tirade stopped. It didn't just pause, it was severed, as if someone had placed a hand over Uncle Vernon's mouth. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the shouting. Harry, driven by a curiosity that was stronger than his fear, slowly, silently, turned the handle of the cupboard door. He pulled it open a crack, just enough to press his eye to the sliver of light. A man stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the soft orange glow of the streetlight. He was tall, his frame lean and packed with a coiled tension that was visible even in the poor light. He wore a dark, impeccably tailored suit that seemed to absorb the light around it. His hands, which Harry could just make out, were gloved. One hung loosely at his side, the other rested gently on the doorframe. But it was his face that held Harry frozen. It was a hard face, all sharp planes and a strong jaw, shadowed by a day's growth of beard. His eyes, dark and deep-set, were fixed on Uncle Vernon with an unnerving stillness. He wasn't looking at him the way people usually did, he was looking through him, as if assessing his weight, his density, the precise point where a single, well-placed blow would end him. Uncle Vernon, for the first time in his life, was utterly silent. His large, florid face had gone a pasty gray. His mouth was open, but no sound came out. He looked like a man who had just come face to face with a predator in the wild and knew, with every primal instinct in his body, that running was useless. The man in the suit spoke. His voice was low, a gravelly baritone that was quiet but carried an absolute authority. It was the sound of stones grinding together at the bottom of a deep well. My name is Jonathan Wick. He didn't offer a hand. He didn't need to. I am here about the boy. Uncle Vernon flinched as if he'd been struck. We don't have a boy, he stammered, a pathetic, last-ditch attempt at a lie. From behind the suit-clad leg, a small, furry head poked out. It was a dog. Not a yapping, happy dog, but a stocky, muscular pit bull with a brindle coat and eyes that held the same calm, assessing intelligence as its master's. It looked at Uncle Vernon, and a low, deep growl rumbled in its chest, a sound that vibrated in the floorboards and up through Harry's hand on the door. The man, John Wick, didn't react to the dog's growl. He just waited. Petunia appeared behind her husband, her bony frame rigid with fear. She took one look at the man, at the dog, and her face became a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. It was a different kind of fear than Vernon's. This was older, deeper. It was the fear of someone who knew a little bit more about the world and its shadows. The boy, Wick repeated, the two words dropping into the silence like stones into a still pond. Harry Potter. At the sound of his name, Harry's heart lurched. He knew that name, of course. It was his. But the way this man said it, it wasn't an insult, like Dudley's, Potter. It wasn't a sneer, like Uncle Vernon's. It was a statement of fact. A cold, hard fact. He's not here, Petunia squeaked, her voice an octave higher than usual. He ran away. Months ago. Nasty, good-for-nothing boy. We don't know where he is. The man's gaze shifted from Vernon to Petunia. It was like being pinned by a spotlight. His eyes held no anger, no emotion at all. Just a terrible, patient focus. I have been watching this house for 3 days, he said, his tone never changing. I have seen the boy take out the bins. I have seen him get the post. I have seen him run from the larger boy and his friends. He is here. He knew everything. The casual cruelty of their lives, the constant, grinding neglect, he had witnessed it all from the shadows. A strange, hot flush of shame and something else, a tiny spark of validation, burned in Harry's chest. Someone had seen. Someone knew. Uncle Vernon, finding a shred of his bluster, puffed out his chest. Now, see here, you can't just come onto private property and make accusations. I'm a businessman. I have connections. I'll call the police. John Wick didn't move. He didn't even blink. He simply tilted his head a fraction of an inch. The dog stopped growling. The silence that followed was absolute. It was the silence of a held breath, of a world waiting for a hammer to fall. You will not, Wick said. It wasn't a threat. It was a simple, calm observation of a fact. You will go back inside. You will sit down. You will forget I was here. You will tell no one. If you do, I will know. And I will return. He spoke of returning the way another man might speak of picking up milk. It was a simple, unemotional statement of intent, and it was infinitely more terrifying than any shout or curse. It was a promise etched in stone. Uncle Vernon's face crumpled. The last of his defiance evaporated, leaving behind a scared, pudgy man in a dressing gown that was too small for him. He took a stumbling step back, pulling Petunia with him. They retreated into the house, their eyes wide and fixed on the man in the doorway, as if he were a basilisk whose gaze could kill. The door began to swing shut, but Wick's gloved hand shot out and caught it. The wood didn't even creak. He pushed it open, stepping into the hall. His presence filled the narrow space. The floral wallpaper, the garish carpet, the pictures of a fat blonde boy on a bicycle, it all seemed to cheapen and fade in his wake. He stood in the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping slowly, methodically, over every detail. And then, his eyes stopped. On the cupboard door. On the single, small crack Harry was peering through. For a long, terrifying moment, their eyes met. Harry felt as if that dark gaze had reached through the wood and was holding him, seeing not just his face, but every fear, every tear, every desperate wish he'd ever had. He was utterly exposed. Wick walked over, his steps making no sound on the carpet. He stopped in front of the cupboard door, looking down at the small boy hidden within. He didn't speak. He just looked. Then, he knelt. The movement was fluid, economical, bringing him down to Harry's eye level. The dog sat calmly beside him, its tail giving a single, gentle thump against the floor. Up close, Harry could see the details he'd missed. The fine lines around his eyes, the small, almost invisible scar on his jawline, the way his tie was knotted perfectly. This was a man of precision. A man of order. He reached out, his gloved hand hovering near the door. He didn't try to open it. He just rested his hand on the wood, near where Harry's own hand was clenching the inside handle. "Harry," he said. It wasn't a question. It was an acknowledgement. His voice was still low, still gravelly, but the faintest edge of something else crept in. Not warmth, exactly, but a kind of recognition. A kinship. "My name is John," he said. "I knew your mother." The world stopped. The muffled sounds from the living room, the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the very beating of Harry's own heart, it all ceased. His mother. No one spoke of his mother. Not ever. The Dursleys pretended she had never existed. She was a shameful secret, a stain on their perfect, normal family. And now, this terrifying, silent man was speaking her name as if it were an ordinary thing. You knew my mum." Harry's voice was a croak, rusty from disuse and tears. "I did," Wick said, his dark eyes holding Harry's. "A long time ago. Before you were born. She was good. Braver than she knew." A tear, hot and sudden, slipped down Harry's cheek. He didn't bother to wipe it away. For the first time in his life, someone had given him a piece of her. Not a story, not a picture, but a truth. She was good. She was brave. Wick's gaze flickered to the bruise on Harry's cheek, a purple and black stain blooming on his pale skin. Something flickered in those dark eyes. It was there and gone in an instant, but Harry saw it. It wasn't pity. It was colder, harder. It was the look of a man identifying a problem. A target. "Get your things," Wick said, his tone returning to its neutral, commanding calm. "Anything that is yours. You are leaving." Harry blinked. Leaving. Leaving number 4, Privet Drive. The thought was so vast, so impossible, it didn't compute. This was his prison. His whole world. "You didn't just leave your world." "Where?" Harry whispered. Wick stood up, his knees making no sound. He looked down at the small, trembling boy in the cupboard, and for the first time, the faintest suggestion of a shape appeared at the corner of his mouth. It wasn't a smile. It was something far more rare and precious. It was the ghost of one. "Somewhere you can learn," he said. "Somewhere you can become strong. So that no one can ever put you in a cupboard again." The words were a key turning in a lock Harry didn't know he had. They spoke to a part of him that had always been there, a tiny, defiant ember buried under years of neglect and cruelty. The part that had wanted to fight back, to scream, to run. The part that whispered he deserved more than this. He looked at the man. At the dog. At the open front door leading out into the night. It was a terrifying unknown. But behind him was the dark, the smell of polish, and the muffled sound of a life that wasn't his. He made his choice. With trembling hands, he pushed the cupboard door open and stepped out. He was so small, so thin, standing there in his oversized, tattered clothes. He looked up at the tall man, his green eyes wide, but for the first time, not with fear. "I don't have any things," he said quietly. "Nothing that's mine." John Wick looked at him for a long moment. Then he gave a single, short nod. He reached down and gently placed a hand on Harry's thin shoulder. The grip was firm, solid. An anchor. "Then we go," he said. They walked out the front door together, the dog padding silently beside them. Harry didn't look back. He heard the door click shut behind him, the sound as final as a coffin lid. He was free. He was terrified. And he was walking into the night with a man who looked at the world like a problem to be solved, and at him like something worth solving it for. He didn't know where they were going, or what awaited him. But for the first time in his life, the darkness ahead didn't feel like a threat. It felt like a beginning. A low, sleek car sat idling at the curb, as dark and silent as its owner. Wick opened the back door, and Harry climbed in, sinking into the soft leather seat. The dog jumped in beside him, resting its heavy head on his knee. As the car pulled away from number 4, Harry pressed his face to the window, watching the only home he'd ever known shrink to a dot and then disappear. And in the back of his mind, the last thing he saw was not the house, but the look in John Wick's eyes when he'd seen the bruise on his cheek. It was a look that promised the world would be different now. For him, and for anyone who dared to stand in his way. The car swallowed the night, and Harry Potter vanished into the unknown. The car moved through the night like a ghost. Harry sat in the backseat, the leather cool and smooth beneath his fingers, the dog's heavy head a warm, solid weight on his knee. The animal's breathing was deep and rhythmic, a steady counterpoint to the frantic pounding of Harry's own heart. He stared out the window at the familiar streets of Little Whinging sliding past, transformed by darkness into something alien and unreal. The houses with their prim lawns and gleaming cars, the playground where Dudley and his gang had chased him just last week, the corner shop where Aunt Petunia sent him for bread, all of it receded into the night, growing smaller and smaller until the car turned onto the main road and they were gone. Gone. The word echoed in Harry's mind, hollow and vast. He had spent 10 years wishing to be gone from this place, and now he was. But the freedom didn't feel the way he'd imagined. It didn't feel like flying or sunshine or laughter. It felt like this, silence and darkness and the soft hum of an engine, carrying him towards something he couldn't begin to picture. He looked at the back of the man's head. John Wick drove with the same focused stillness he did everything else. His hands rested on the steering wheel at 10 and 2, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. He hadn't spoken since they'd left Privet Drive. He hadn't needed to. His presence filled the car, a gravity that demanded silence and gave nothing away. Harry's mind churned with questions. Who was this man? How had he known his mother? Where were they going? But every time he tried to form the words, they died in his throat. The silence in the car wasn't empty, it was dense, heavy with something Harry couldn't name. It felt disrespectful to break it, like shouting in a church. The dog shifted, lifting its head to look at Harry with dark, intelligent eyes. It studied him for a long moment, then gave a soft huff and settled back down, its tail thumping once against the seat. The simple acceptance in that gesture loosened something in Harry's chest. He reached out tentatively and placed his hand on the dog's head, feeling the coarse fur, the warmth of its skin beneath. The dog's eyes closed, and a low, rumbling sound emanated from its chest, not a growl, but a purr of contentment. Harry smiled. It was a small, fragile thing, that smile, but it was real. He hadn't had much to smile about in 10 years. The car drove on through the night, leaving Surrey behind, then London, then the familiar sprawl of suburbs and into countryside Harry had never seen. The roads grew narrower, the houses fewer, until they were surrounded by nothing but dark fields and the occasional huddle of trees. Harry's eyelids grew heavy. The adrenaline that had carried him through the encounter at Privet Drive was fading, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion. He fought it, afraid that if he slept, he would wake up and find it had all been a dream. That he would open his eyes and be back in the cupboard, the darkness pressing in, the sounds of the Dursleys, television seeping through the floor. But the warmth of the dog beside him, the gentle motion of the car, the safety of this silent, moving bubble, it was too much. His head lolled against the seat, and he slept. He woke to stillness. The car was parked. The engine was off. Pale gray light filtered through the windows, the first hint of dawn. Harry sat up slowly, blinking, his neck stiff from the awkward angle. The dog was gone. The front seats were empty. Panic lanced through him, cold and sharp. He sat up straight, his eyes darting around. They were in some kind of courtyard, paved with old, uneven stones. Surrounding them were buildings, not houses, but something older, larger. Warehouses, maybe, or old mills. Their brick walls were stained with age, their windows dark and empty. It looked abandoned. It looked like the kind of place where bodies were found. The car door opened. Harry flinched, pressing himself back into the seat. But it was only the dog, standing on its hind legs, its front paws on the door handle, looking at him with what Harry could have sworn was impatience. It wagged its tail and gave a short, sharp bark. Right. The dog wanted him to get out. Harry pushed the door open and stepped into the cool morning air. The courtyard was damp with dew, the stones slick beneath his thin trainers. He shivered, wrapping his arms around himself. His t-shirt and jeans were all he had, and they weren't nearly enough for the early morning chill. John Wick stood a few yards away, his back to Harry, looking up at the largest of the buildings. He had shed his suit jacket and stood in his white shirt sleeves, the fabric crisp and immaculate despite the hour. His posture was the same as always, still, balanced, utterly alert. He didn't turn around, but he must have heard Harry approach, because he spoke. This was a textile mill, he said, his gravel voice carrying clearly in the quiet. 150 years ago, they spun cotton here. Thousands of people worked in this valley, all for the mills. Now they're empty. Forgotten. Harry didn't know what to say. He stood beside the man, looking up at the hulking building. It was massive, 5 stories of dark brick and arched windows, many of them broken. Ivy crawled up one corner, its leaves red in the dawn light. It looked sad. Haunted. I bought it 10 years ago, Wick continued. Spent 3 years renovating. No one knows it exists. No one comes here. He turned then, his dark eyes finding Harry's. This is where you'll stay. For now. Harry's throat tightened. He looked at the building again, trying to see it through new eyes. Not a haunted ruin. A refuge. A place that didn't exist, where no one would come. A place where he could be safe. The thought was so foreign it almost hurt. Wick walked toward a heavy wooden door set into the side of the building, the dog trotting at his heels. Harry followed, his trainers making soft sounds on the stone. The door swung open on silent hinges, revealing a dim interior. Wick stepped inside, and after a moment's hesitation, Harry followed. The space inside stole his breath. It wasn't a mill. It couldn't be. The ground floor had been transformed into something out of a dream. The walls were paneled in dark wood, lined with books from floor to ceiling. A massive stone fireplace dominated one wall, big enough for Harry to stand inside. Leather armchairs were arranged in clusters around low tables, and a fire already crackled in the hearth, chasing away the morning chill. The floor was covered with thick rugs in deep reds and golds, and the light from a dozen wrought iron chandeliers cast a warm, golden glow over everything. It was the most beautiful room Harry had ever seen. Wick watched him take it in, his expression unreadable. The kitchen is through there, he said, gesturing to a door on the left. Your room is upstairs. Third door on the right. Bathroom is next to it. You'll find clothes in the wardrobe, they should fit. Get cleaned up. Rest. We'll talk later. He turned and walked toward a staircase at the far end of the room, the dog padding after him. Harry stood frozen, overwhelmed. Your room. Clothes that would fit. A fire that was already burning, just for him. It was too much. It was like stepping into someone else's life, someone lucky and loved. Mr. Wick. Harry's voice came out small, barely a whisper. Wick stopped on the bottom step. He didn't turn around. Why? Harry asked. The word hung in the warm, golden air. Why are you doing this? You don't know me. A long moment of silence. Then Wick turned, just his head, his profile sharp against the dimness of the stairwell. I knew your mother, he said again. That's enough. He continued up the stairs, and this time, Harry let him go. The room was perfect. That was the only word for it. It wasn't large, but it was warm, with a window that looked out over the valley and the rising sun. There was a bed with a thick quilt in shades of green, a wooden desk by the window, a wardrobe that stood tall and dark against the wall. A small bookshelf held a few volumes. Harry pulled one out and found it was a collection of fairy tales, the pages soft and yellowed with age. In the wardrobe, he found clothes. Jeans that fit him perfectly, soft t-shirts in dark colors, jumpers that smelled faintly of cedar. Thick socks, sturdy boots. He touched them with reverent fingers, unable to quite believe they were for him. He showered in the bathroom, the hot water a revelation. At the Dursleys, his showers were timed, 2 minutes, no more, or Uncle Vernon would turn off the hot water entirely. He stood under the spray until the water began to cool, letting it wash away the grime of the cupboard, the salt of tears, the memory of Dudley's fists. When he emerged, wrapped in a towel that was soft and thick, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He barely recognized the boy looking back at him. The face was the same, too thin, too pale, the scar a livid line on his forehead. But the eyes were different. They were wider, less guarded. Hopeful. He dressed in the new clothes and went back to the bedroom, sitting on the edge of the bed. The sun was fully up now, painting the valley in gold and green. He could see the remains of other mills in the distance, their chimneys like broken fingers pointing at the sky. It was beautiful in a lonely, aching way. He didn't know how long he sat there. Minutes. Hours. Time moved differently in this place, soft and slow. Eventually, a soft knock came at the door. It opened before Harry could respond, and the dog trotted in, crossing the room to lay its head on Harry's knee. Behind it, in the doorway, stood John Wick. He had changed clothes, now wearing dark trousers and a charcoal sweater that did nothing to soften the hard lines of his face. He held a tray in his hands, which he carried to the desk and set down. Eat, he said. Harry looked at the tray. Toast, golden and buttered. Scrambled eggs, fluffy and steaming. A glass of orange juice. A small bowl of cut fruit. It was simple food, but to Harry, it looked like a feast. His stomach growled loudly, and he felt his face flush with embarrassment. Wick showed no reaction. He simply pulled out the desk chair and sat, his eyes on Harry. Waiting. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He crossed to the desk and sat, picking up the fork. The first bite of eggs was so good it almost hurt. He ate quickly, trying to be neat about it, but years of having to snatch what he could before Dudley got to it made him eat faster than he meant to. Wick watched him in silence, his expression giving nothing away. When the plate was clean and the juice gone, Harry sat back, feeling full for the first time in, he couldn't remember how long. He looked at Wick, waiting. "You have questions," Wick said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded. "So many. Ask." Harry took a deep breath. The first question was obvious, the one that had been burning in his chest since last night. "How did you know my mum?" Wick was quiet for a moment, his dark eyes distant. When he spoke, his voice was lower than usual, rougher. "I was not always what I am now. There was a time when I was like you. Lost. Alone. Angry." He paused. "I met your mother when I was 19. She was 15. She was the first person who ever looked at me and saw something worth saving." Harry's heart clenched. "She saved you." "No." The word was soft but absolute. "She showed me I could save myself. That's a different thing entirely." He looked at Harry directly. "She had that gift. She saw the good in people, even when they couldn't see it themselves. Even when it was buried so deep it seemed gone forever." A lump formed in Harry's throat. He thought of the Dursleys, of all the years of cruelty and neglect. Had his mother seen good in them, too? The thought was impossible. "She would be proud of you," Wick said, and the words hit Harry like a physical blow. "For surviving. For staying kind. I saw you, in that house. I saw you endure. That takes a strength most people never find." Harry's eyes burned. He looked down at his hands, gripping the edge of the desk. "I'm not strong. I'm just me." "No." Wick's voice was firm. "You're Harry Potter. And you've spent 10 years in a war zone. You just didn't know it." He stood, pushing the chair back. "Come with me. There's something I want to show you." He led Harry down the stairs, through the beautiful library, and to a door Harry hadn't noticed before. It was set into the wall beside the fireplace, made of the same dark wood, nearly invisible in the paneling. Wick opened it, revealing a narrow staircase leading down. The air that rose from below was cool and smelled of stone and something else, something metallic and faintly sharp. They descended into the basement. At the bottom, Wick pushed open another door, and Harry stepped into a space that was nothing like the warmth above. It was a training room. Not a gym, not a playroom, a training room. The walls were concrete, painted a neutral gray. The floor was covered in thick mats. One wall was lined with racks of weapons, knives of every size and shape, wooden sticks, things Harry didn't recognize. Another wall held heavy bags hanging from chains, some of them scarred and battered from years of use. In the center of the room, a wooden dummy stood, its arms and legs polished smooth from countless strikes. Harry stood in the doorway, his eyes wide. He had never seen anything like this. It was terrifying and thrilling in equal measure. Wick walked to the center of the room, turning to face Harry. The light was harsh down here, fluorescent and unforgiving. It carved his face into sharp angles, made his eyes look like black pits. "The world you come from," Wick said, "the world of the Dursleys, of normal people, that's a lie. It's a mask over the real world. The world your mother came from." Harry's breath caught. "My mother's world. Magic." Wick said the word flatly, without drama. "It's real. Your mother was a witch. Your father was a wizard. They were killed when you were a year old by the most powerful dark wizard in a century. He tried to kill you too. It didn't work. That's why you have the scar." Harry's hand rose automatically to his forehead, touching the lightning bolt mark he'd had for as long as he could remember. A million questions swirled in his mind, too fast to catch. Wick held up a hand, stopping them before they could form. "I can't teach you magic. That's not my world. But I can teach you something else." He gestured to the room around them. "I can teach you to fight. To survive. To be so dangerous that no one, no wizard, no dark lord, no one, will ever be able to hurt you again." He took a step closer, his presence filling the space between them. "The magical world is waiting for you, Harry. When you turn 11, they'll come for you. They'll take you to a school, teach you spells, tell you you're special. And they'll be right, you are special. But being special won't keep you alive. Being a good person won't keep you alive. Your mother was a good person. Your father was a good person. And they're dead." The words hung in the air, brutal and true. "I'm offering you a choice," Wick continued. "You can wait for them. Go to their school. Learn their ways. Become a wizard. Or," he paused, his dark eyes boring into Harry's. "You can stay here. With me. For the next year. And I'll teach you what I know. Not magic. Something older. Something that works whether you have a wand or not. And then, when they come for you, you'll be ready. Not just to survive. To be feared." Harry's heart pounded in his chest. The word echoed in his mind. Feared. He thought of Dudley, of his gang, of the way they laughed when they cornered him. He thought of Uncle Vernon's heavy hand, Aunt Petunia's sharp tongue. He thought of the cupboard, the darkness, the years of being small and helpless. He looked at John Wick, this man who moved like smoke, who spoke like stone, who had looked at the Dursleys and made them crumble without lifting a finger. He thought of what it would be like to have that power. To never be afraid again. "What would I have to do?" he asked, his voice steady. Wick's mouth curved in that ghost of a smile. "Everything I tell you. No questions. No complaints. You'll hurt. You'll bleed. You'll want to quit. And I won't let you." Harry thought of his mother. Of her gift for seeing good in people. Of the way she had saved John Wick just by believing in him. He thought of her bravery, her goodness. And he knew, with a certainty that came from somewhere deep in his bones, that she wouldn't want him to be a victim. She would want him to be strong. "Okay," he said. Wick studied him for a long moment, searching his face for something. Whatever he found, it seemed to satisfy him. "Good," he said. "We start tomorrow. Dawn. Don't be late." He turned and walked toward the stairs, leaving Harry alone in the harsh light of the training room. Harry looked around at the weapons, the bags, the wooden dummy. He was terrified. He was excited. He was something else too, something he couldn't quite name. It took him a moment to recognize it. It was hope. That night, Harry lay in his bed, the quilt pulled up to his chin. The room was dark, but not the suffocating dark of the cupboard. This darkness was soft, peaceful, filled with the gentle sounds of an old building settling around him. Through the window, he could see stars, more stars than he had ever seen in his life, scattered across the sky like diamonds on black velvet. The dog, he still didn't know its name, was curled on a rug at the foot of his bed, its sides rising and falling in the steady rhythm of sleep. Harry felt a surge of affection for the animal, this warm, solid presence that asked nothing of him except to be near. He thought about what Wick had said. Magic. Witches and wizards. A dark wizard who had killed his parents. A school where they would teach him spells. It was impossible. It was insane. It was the most wonderful thing he had ever heard. But it was also terrifying. If there were people out there who could do magic, who could kill with a word, then being Harry Potter, the boy who survived, wasn't enough. He needed to be more. He thought of John Wick's eyes, dark and still as deep water. He thought of the way the man had looked at the Dursleys, at the bruise on Harry's cheek. He thought of the training room downstairs, waiting for him in the dark. He didn't know what the next year would bring. He didn't know if he could do what Wick asked of him. He didn't know anything, really, except one thing. For the first time in his life, someone believed he was worth saving. And he would die before he let them down. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in 10 years, he slept without dreaming of the cupboard. The first lesson began at 4 in the morning. Harry was dragged from a deep, dreamless sleep by a hand on his shoulder, firm and unrelenting. He gasped, flailing, his heart hammering against his ribs as years of conditioned fear sent him scrambling backward. But the hand held fast, and a voice cut through the panic, low, calm, utterly without urgency. "Easy. It's time." Harry blinked, his eyes adjusting to the darkness. John Wick stood over him, already dressed in dark training clothes, his face showing no trace of the hour. The dog sat at his heel, watching with those calm, intelligent eyes. 4 a.m., Wick said, releasing Harry's shoulder. "Every day. From now on. You have 5 minutes to dress and be downstairs. Don't make me wait." He turned and left, the dog padding after him, leaving Harry alone in the darkness. For a moment, Harry just sat there, his heart still pounding, his mind struggling to catch up. 4 in the morning. He'd never woken at 4 in the morning voluntarily in his life. At the Dursleys, he'd learned to wake early, but that was to make breakfast, to get out of the way before Dudley descended. This was different. This was chosen. He looked at the clock on the bedside table. It glowed 4:02. 5 minutes. He was out of bed before he could think about it, pulling on the clothes he'd laid out the night before, dark trousers, a soft long-sleeved shirt, the sturdy boots. He splashed water on his face in the bathroom, ran his fingers through his hopelessly messy hair, and then he was running down the stairs, through the beautiful library with its dying fire, and to the door that led to the basement. He made it in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Wick was waiting in the center of the training room, his arms crossed over his chest. The dog lay on a mat in the corner, watching with what looked like amusement. Wick glanced at a clock on the wall, then back at Harry. "Adequate," he said. "Tomorrow, you'll do it in 3. Harry's chest heaved from the sprint. 3 minutes. But no. Wick's voice was quiet, but it cut through Harry's protest like a blade. "No excuses. No explanations. In this room, there is only doing and not doing. You will learn to do." He walked to a rack on the wall and selected 2 wooden sticks, each about 2 feet long, smooth and worn from use. He tossed one to Harry. Harry fumbled, nearly dropped it, finally managed to catch it against his chest. "Hold it," Wick said. Harry looked at the stick in his hands. It was lighter than he expected, but solid. "What is this?" "Your first lesson." Wick moved to stand in front of him, holding his own stick the way another man might hold a sword, loose, comfortable, absolutely ready. "The world out there, the magical world, they'll teach you to fight with wands. They'll teach you to stand at a distance and throw spells at each other like children throwing stones. That's fine for duels. For sport." His voice dropped, gaining an edge that made the hairs on Harry's arms stand up. "But the people who want to kill you won't stand at a distance. They'll come close. They'll come when you least expect it. And when they do, your wand won't save you." He moved so fast Harry didn't even see it. One moment Wick was standing 3 feet away. The next, his stick was pressed against Harry's throat, not hard enough to hurt, but hard enough to make the point absolutely clear. "If I wanted you dead," Wick said quietly, "you'd be dead. Your wand would still be in your pocket. Your spell would still be uncast. And you'd be on the floor, bleeding out, wondering what happened." He stepped back, lowering the stick. Harry stood frozen, his hand trembling slightly around his own weapon. The lesson wasn't abstract anymore. It was real. It was pressed against his throat. "The first thing you'll learn," Wick continued, "is how to hold onto your weapon. No matter what. No matter who hits you, no matter how much it hurts, you do not let go. Drop your weapon, and you're dead. Understand?" Harry nodded, his throat dry. "Good. Now, show me your stance." The first week was hell. Harry learned what it meant to be pushed past every limit he'd ever known. His body, thin and underfed from years of neglect, screamed in protest at the demands placed on it. Wick started each day with conditioning, running, jumping, crawling, climbing, until Harry's muscles burned and his lungs felt like they were filled with glass. Then came the drills. Hours of holding the wooden stick in different positions, learning to move with it, to feel it as an extension of his arm. Then came the hitting. Wick would strike at him with his own stick, over and over, and Harry had to block. Not fight back. Just block. "You don't know how to fight yet," Wick said on the 3rd day, after Harry had taken a hit to his ribs that left him gasping on the mat. "Fighting without defense is suicide. First, you learn to survive. Then you learn to win." Harry's ribs ached. His arms ached. Everything ached. But he got up. Every time Wick knocked him down, he got up. He didn't do it because he was brave, or because he was determined, or because he wanted to prove something. He did it because the alternative, staying down, giving up, felt like the cupboard. Felt like surrender. And he had spent 10 years surrendering. He was done. The dog watched it all from its corner, a silent, furry sentinel. Harry had started calling it Marcus in his head, after no reason in particular, it just seemed to fit. Marcus would thump his tail when Harry managed a particularly good block, and would rest his head on his paws when Harry failed. It helped, somehow, having that steady gaze on him. It made him feel like someone was rooting for him, even if that someone couldn't speak. At night, Harry would collapse into his bed, too exhausted to even think about the Dursleys, or magic, or the future. He would fall asleep to the sound of Marcus's breathing and wake before dawn to the hand on his shoulder. The days blurred together into a haze of pain and effort and the quiet, relentless presence of John Wick. On the 10th day, something shifted. They were in the training room as usual. Wick had been showing Harry a series of blocks and counters, moving him through the motions like a dance. Left block, right block, step forward, strike. Left block, right block, step forward, strike. Over and over until Harry could do it in his sleep. Again, Wick said. Harry went through the motions. Left block, right block, step forward, strike. His form was better now. His movements were smoother. He was starting to feel the rhythm of it, the way the blocks flowed into the strike. Again, left block, right block, step forward, strike. His breathing was even. His feet were placed correctly. The stick felt natural in his hand. Again, left block, right block, step forward. Wick's stick came from nowhere, slashing toward his head. Harry didn't think. His own stick came up, deflecting the blow at the last possible second. The impact jarred his arm, but he held on. He held on. Wick didn't stop. He came at Harry with a flurry of strikes, high, low, middle, from every angle. Harry blocked them all. Not gracefully, not perfectly, but he blocked them. His feet moved without conscious thought. His arms found the right positions. He was doing it. He was actually doing it. And then, in the middle of the flurry, he saw it. An opening. Wick's guard dropped for just a fraction of a second as he shifted his weight. Harry's stick moved before his brain could catch up, sliding past Wick's defense and tapping him lightly on the ribs. They both froze. Harry stood there, his stick extended, his chest heaving, his mind blank with shock. He had hit John Wick. He had actually hit John Wick. Wick looked down at the spot where the stick had touched him. Then he looked at Harry. For a long, terrible moment, his face revealed nothing. And then, just barely, just at the corners, his mouth curved upward. "Good," he said. It was one word. One simple word. But it hit Harry like a wave of warmth, washing away the exhaustion, the pain, the doubt. He had done something good. He had pleased this impossible, terrifying man. He had earned that word. Again, Wick said, settling back into his stance. But this time, there was something different in his eyes. Something that looked almost like respect. That night, Harry sat at the dinner table in the kitchen, a warm, inviting space with a huge wooden table and copper pots hanging from the ceiling, and ate the meal Wick had prepared. Roast chicken, potatoes, vegetables, gravy. It was the best food Harry had ever tasted, but more than that, it was the first meal he'd ever shared with someone who wasn't trying to poison him with every bite. Wick ate in silence, as he did everything. But it wasn't an uncomfortable silence. It was the silence of two people who didn't need to fill the space with words. Marcus lay under the table, his head resting on Harry's feet, a warm, heavy comfort. After dinner, Harry helped clear the dishes. It was a small thing, but it felt important. He wasn't a servant here, wasn't a burden. He was part of something. He didn't know what to call it, but it felt like belonging. They moved to the library afterward, settling into the leather armchairs by the fire. Wick poured himself a glass of something dark and sat staring into the flames. Harry curled up in his chair, Marcus jumping up to lie across his lap despite being far too big for it. "Tell me about my parents," Harry said quietly. The fire crackled. The flames danced. For a long moment, Wick didn't speak. Harry thought maybe he'd overstepped, maybe he'd broken some rule he didn't know about. But then Wick set down his glass and leaned forward, his forearms resting on his knees, his dark eyes fixed on the fire. "Your father," he said slowly, "was the most arrogant man I ever met." Harry blinked. That wasn't what he'd expected. He was also the bravest. Wick's voice was rough, like gravel being ground together. James Potter walked into rooms like he owned them. He laughed at danger. He trusted people too easily and loved them completely. He was annoying as hell, and he was the best friend a man could have. Harry's heart swelled. His father. Someone had known his father. Someone was telling him about his father. "Your mother was different," Wick continued. "Lily was quiet, watchful. She didn't trust easily, but once she did, she never let go. She saw things in people they didn't see in themselves. She saw something in me, once. I never understood why." He paused, his jaw tightening. "They were young. Too young. They had you, and they were so happy it made you sick to watch them. And then," he trailed off. "And then they died," Harry finished. Wick nodded. And then they died, trying to protect you. Harry looked down at Marcus, at the rough fur beneath his fingers. The Dark Wizard. The one who killed them. Do you know his name? Voldemort. Wick said the name flatly, without fear or hesitation. That's what he called himself. Tom Riddle was his real name. He was obsessed with power, with immortality, with purity of blood. He thought your parents were beneath him because they weren't pure-blood wizards. He was wrong. Harry filed the name away. Voldemort. Tom Riddle. He would remember. Why didn't he kill me? Harry asked. Everyone says he tried. That's what this scar is from. But I survived. Why? Wick was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was even quieter than before. I don't know. No one knows. The magical world has been asking that question for 10 years. Some say it was love, your mother's sacrifice, her choice to die for you, created protection. Some say it was luck. Some say it was something else entirely. He looked at Harry directly. What matters is that he tried, and he failed. And he won't try again without being absolutely sure he'll succeed. A chill ran down Harry's spine. He's still alive. He's a shadow. A rumor. His body was destroyed that night, but his spirit survived. He's out there, waiting. Building his strength. Gathering followers. Wick's eyes were hard as flint. And when he's ready, he'll come for you. The words hung in the air, heavy as stones. Harry felt the weight of them pressing down on him, threatening to crush him. A dark wizard, the most powerful in a century, was out there somewhere, waiting to kill him. That's why I'm here, Harry whispered. That's why you're training me. Yes, so I can fight him. Wick leaned back in his chair, his face settling into its usual mask of stillness. So you can survive him. Fighting is for when there's no other choice. Survival is everything else. Harry looked at his hands. They were smaller than they should be, still thin from years of neglect, but already they were changing. Calluses were forming on his palms. The muscles in his forearms were becoming defined. He was changing, becoming something new. I'll do it, he said. Whatever it takes. I'll learn. I'll get stronger. I'll survive. Wick nodded slowly. I know. They sat in silence after that, watching the fire burn down to embers. And for the first time since he could remember, Harry didn't feel alone in the darkness. He felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The months that followed were a blur of training and recovery and more training. Harry learned to fall without hurting himself. He learned to roll out of a fall and come up fighting. He learned to strike with his hands, his feet, his elbows, his knees, every part of his body a potential weapon. He learned to take a hit and keep going, to push through pain that would have made him cry just months before. He learned to use the stick, not just to block, but to strike. Wick taught him angles and timing, how to find the gaps in an opponent's defense, how to make his attacks flow one into the next until there was no room to breathe. He learned to fight with two sticks at once, a whirlwind of motion that left him exhausted but exhilarated. He learned to fight without sticks at all. Empty hand techniques that Wick called by strange names, Krav Maga, Jiu-Jitsu, Silat. They were about control, about using an opponent's strength against them, about ending a fight as quickly and efficiently as possible. You're not a soldier, Wick told him during one session, after Harry had successfully disarmed him for the first time. Soldiers fight wars. They follow orders. They die for causes. You're something else. You're a survivor. You fight for one reason only, to go home at the end of the day. Harry thought about that. Home. Did he have a home now? This mill, this training room, this man and his dog, was this home? It felt like one. It felt more like one than number 4 Privet Drive had ever felt. The days grew shorter as autumn deepened into winter. Snow fell in the valley, blanketing the ruins of the other mills in white. The mill itself stayed warm, the ancient furnace in the basement somehow still working, pumping heat through pipes that Wick had restored. Harry would stand at his window and watch the snow fall, marveling at the quiet beauty of it. In Surrey, snow had meant being locked out of the house while Dudley and his friends pelted him with snowballs packed with ice. Here, snow meant peace. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to find a small package at the foot of his bed. Marcus was already awake, his tail thumping against the rug, watching Harry with obvious excitement. Harry opened the package with trembling fingers. Inside, wrapped in soft cloth, was a knife. Not a big knife, the blade was about 4 inches long, dark and wicked looking, with a handle that fit perfectly in his palm. A note lay beneath it, written in a bold, angular hand. For when the sticks aren't enough, J. Harry held the knife, feeling its weight, its balance. It was beautiful in a terrible way. It was a weapon, a real weapon, and it was his. He found Wick in the kitchen, making breakfast. Marcus had already abandoned him to sit by the stove, hoping for scraps. "Thank you," Harry said, holding up the knife. Wick glanced at him, then back at the eggs he was scrambling. "You'll start training with it after New Year. It's not a toy." "I know." Wick nodded, satisfied. He slid eggs onto a plate, added toast and bacon, and set it in front of Harry. "Eat. We train in an hour." Harry ate, the knife tucked into his pocket, its weight a constant reminder that he was changing. That he was becoming something new. Something dangerous. He couldn't wait to start. The knife training was different from the stick training. It was more intense, more personal. The knife was an extension of his will in a way the stick hadn't been. It demanded precision, control, a kind of focus that left no room for error. Wick taught him how to hold it, how to move with it, how to strike with it. He taught him where to cut to disable, where to cut to kill. "Knife fights are ugly," Wick said, watching Harry practice a series of slashes on a training dummy. "There's no grace in them. No honor. The person who wins a knife fight is the person who's willing to bleed more than the other person. You will get cut. It will hurt. Your job is to make sure the other person gets cut worse." Harry thought about that as he trained. About bleeding. About hurting. About being willing to endure more than his enemy. It was a terrifying thought, but it was also strangely freeing. He wasn't trying to be noble. He wasn't trying to be a hero. He was trying to survive. And surviving meant being willing to do whatever it took. By spring, he could move with the knife like it was part of him. He could draw it, strike, and resheath it in under 2 seconds. He could fight with it in either hand. He could throw it accurately enough to stick in a target from 10 feet away. "You're ready for the next step," Wick said one evening, after Harry had completed a particularly grueling drill. "Weapons are tools. Important tools, but tools nonetheless. The real weapon is here." He tapped his temple. "And here." He tapped his chest, over his heart. "The mind," Harry said. "And the will." "Yes. You have the will. I've seen it. Now you need to train the mind." Wick gestured for Harry to follow him. They left the training room and went upstairs, through the library, and into a part of the mill Harry had never seen before. It was a small room, lined with bookshelves, containing a single desk and a chair. "This is where you'll spend your mornings now," Wick said. "Reading, learning, not fighting, thinking." Harry looked at the books. They weren't storybooks or fairy tales. They were histories, biographies, treatises on strategy and tactics. Books about war, about leaders, about the nature of power. "You need to understand the world you're going to enter," Wick said. "The magical world has its own history, its own rules, its own players. You need to know them. You need to understand how they think, what they want, what they fear. Knowledge is a weapon, Harry. Sometimes the most important one." Harry picked up a book at random. It was a history of the Wizarding Wars, dense and heavy in his hands. He opened it and began to read. The days took on a new rhythm now. Mornings in the study, reading and learning. Afternoons in the training room, honing his body and his skills. Evenings with Wick by the fire, talking about everything and nothing. Nights with Marcus curled at his feet, sleeping the sleep of the exhausted but content. Harry learned about Grindelwald, the dark wizard who had terrorized Europe before Voldemort. He learned about Dumbledore, the man who had defeated him, the headmaster of the school Harry would one day attend. He learned about the pure blood families, the Sacred 28, the politics of blood and power that divided the magical world. He learned about Voldemort, his rise, his reign of terror, his fall. The names of his followers, the Death Eaters, and the crimes they had committed. The names of his victims, listed in long, terrible rows. His parents' names were there, near the end. James and Lily Potter. Died October 31, 1981. Survived by their son, Harry. He traced the words with his finger, feeling the weight of them. His parents were history now. Names in a book. But they had been real. They had loved him. They had died for him. He would not let their sacrifice be in vain. Summer came to the valley, warm and green. The ruins of the other mills were covered in wildflowers, beautiful in their decay. Harry trained in the courtyard some days, enjoying the sun on his skin, the grass beneath his feet. He was taller now, stronger. The gauntness had left his face, replaced by the beginnings of muscle and the tan of someone who spent their days outdoors. He was also quieter. Not in a sad way, but in a settled way. The constant churn of fear and anger that had lived in his chest for as long as he could remember had calmed. It wasn't gone, he suspected it would never be completely gone, but it no longer controlled him. He controlled it. Wick noticed. He didn't say anything, he rarely did, but Harry caught him watching sometimes, a look in his dark eyes that might have been pride. On a warm evening in late August, they sat on the roof of the mill, watching the sun set over the valley. Marcus was sprawled between them, his head in Harry's lap. The sky was a masterpiece of orange and pink and purple, the kind of sky that made you believe in something bigger than yourself. In a few days, Wick said quietly, they'll come for you. Harry nodded. He knew. His 11th birthday was approaching, and with it, the arrival of the magical world. The letter from Hogwarts. The beginning of everything. I'm ready, he said. Wick looked at him, really looked at him, for a long moment. You are, he agreed. More than they'll expect. More than they'll understand. Harry turned to face him. Thank you. For everything. For saving me. Wick's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. You saved yourself, Harry. I just gave you the tools. They sat in silence as the last of the light faded from the sky. The stars came out, one by one, until the heavens were filled with them. Will I see you again? Harry asked. After I go to school. Wick was quiet for so long Harry thought he wouldn't answer. But finally, he spoke. This is your home now. Whenever you need it, it's here. And so am I. Harry felt something warm bloom in his chest. Home. He had a home. Below them, in the valley, a lone light flickered on in one of the ruined mills. Probably a hiker, or a kid looking for a place to party. But for a moment, just a moment, it looked like a signal. Like a message from the darkness. Harry smiled. Let them come. Let Voldemort come. Let the magical world do its worst. He was ready. The morning of July 31st dawned gray and quiet over the valley. Harry woke before the sun, as he always did now, but he didn't get up immediately. He lay in his bed, Marcus's warm bulk pressed against his legs, and stared at the ceiling. 11 years old. He was 11 years old today. It felt impossible, like a dream he might wake from at any moment. 10 birthdays had come and gone at Privet Drive with no acknowledgement, no celebration, nothing but the usual routine of chores and avoidance. He had learned to stop expecting anything from birthdays. But this year was different. This year, everything was different. He dressed and went downstairs. The mill was quiet, the library empty, the fire in the great hearth reduced to glowing embers. He found Wick in the kitchen, as always, standing at the stove with his back to the door. Marcus had followed him and now sat hopefully near the cooking smells. Wick didn't turn around. Happy birthday. The words were simple, flat, delivered in the same tone he used to announce training drills. But they hit Harry like a physical warmth. He stood in the doorway, not knowing what to say. There's a letter for you, Wick continued, gesturing with his head toward the table. Came last night. Unusual delivery method. Harry's heart jumped. He crossed to the table and saw it lying there, a thick envelope of heavy parchment, addressed in emerald green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the mill, valley named county. The address was correct, impossibly so. No one knew about this place. No one was supposed to know. He picked it up, feeling the weight of it, the texture. The parchment was thick and slightly rough, nothing like the thin paper the Dursleys used for their bills. A crimson wax seal held it closed, embossed with a crest, a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. Hogwarts, he breathed. Wick turned from the stove, a spatula in his hand. Open it. Harry broke the seal with trembling fingers. Inside was a letter, written in the same emerald ink, explaining that he had been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, that his tuition would be covered by a fund left by his parents, that a list of required books and equipment was enclosed. A second sheet listed everything he would need: cauldron, pewter, standard size 2 robes black, plain wand, quills, parchment, potions ingredients, a telescope, a set of brass scales. He read it twice, 3 times, letting the words sink in. This was real. It was actually real. There's more, Wick said. He set a plate of eggs and toast in front of Harry, more food than Harry could possibly eat, and sat down across from him. The method of delivery. Someone knows about this place. Someone in the magical world knows you're here. Harry looked up, a chill running through him. Is that bad? Wick's expression was unreadable. It's information. Not good or bad yet. It depends on who knows and why. He paused. The letter came via owl. It flew through a window I left open in the library. That means someone had to know exactly where to send it. The magical world doesn't use postal codes. They use belief. If someone believes you're somewhere, their mail can find you. Harry thought about that. Someone believed he was here. Someone in the magical world knew about this hidden valley, this forgotten mill, this impossible refuge. The thought was unsettling. Who? He asked. Wick shrugged, a rare gesture from him. Could be the school. Could be someone else. We'll find out soon enough. According to the letter, a representative will be coming today to escort you to buy your supplies. Harry blinked. Today. Wick stood, picking up his plate and moving to the sink. Eat. You'll need your strength. And then we train. But, no excuses. Wick's voice was quiet but absolute. The training doesn't stop because it's your birthday. It doesn't stop because you're going to a magical school. It never stops. Understand? Harry nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. Some things never changed. He ate his breakfast, the letter propped against the salt cellar where he could read it as he ate. The training session that morning was brutal. Wick pushed him harder than ever, running him through drill after drill until his muscles screamed and his vision blurred with sweat. They worked with the knife, with the sticks, with empty hands. They worked on falling, on rolling, on getting up again. Wick said nothing about the letter, nothing about Hogwarts, nothing about anything except the next movement, the next strike, the next block. It was only at the end, when Harry was sprawled on the mat gasping for air, that Wick finally spoke. 1 year, he said, standing over Harry with his arms crossed. 1 year I've had you. In that time, you've learned what most people never learn in a lifetime. You've become something dangerous. He paused. But dangerous isn't enough. The magical world is full of dangerous people. You need to be something else. Harry pushed himself up onto his elbows. What? Unpredictable. Wick's dark eyes were fixed on him. They'll expect the boy who lived. The orphan. The victim. They'll expect you to be grateful, to be overwhelmed, to be easy to manipulate. Don't give them that. Watch everything. Trust nothing. And remember, your first instinct should never be to fight. It should be to survive. Harry nodded, filing the words away. Watch everything. Trust nothing. Survive. Now get cleaned up, Wick said, turning away. Your escort will be here soon. I want you presentable. Harry was in his room, pulling on the best clothes he had, dark trousers and a clean gray shirt, when he heard it. A thunderous crash from downstairs, followed by Marcus's deep, warning bark. Then a voice, huge and booming, echoing through the mill. Harry Potter. Harry Potter, are you in there? Harry froze, his heart hammering. The voice was enormous, impossibly loud, like a giant shouting through a megaphone. He heard Wick's footsteps, calm and unhurried, crossing the library floor. Then the creak of the front door opening. Can I help you? Wick's voice was quiet, but it carried. I'm looking for Harry Potter. Got a letter for him. From Hogwarts. Harry moved to his window and looked down into the courtyard. What he saw made him grab the sill for support. A giant was standing in the middle of the stones. He was at least 11 feet tall, with a wild tangle of black hair and beard that framed a face the size of a dinner plate. He wore a massive overcoat that might once have been brown, and enormous boots that had left deep scuff marks on the ancient stones. In one hand, he held a pink umbrella that looked absurdly small against his bulk. In the other, he held a squirming, snowy white owl in a cage. Marcus stood between the giant and the door, his hackles raised, a low growl rumbling in his chest. The giant looked down at the dog with something like amusement. That's a good boy, that is, the giant rumbled. But I'm not here for trouble. Just the boy. Harry didn't wait. He ran down the stairs, through the library, and burst out the front door, skidding to a halt in the courtyard. The giant's eyes, dark, beetle black, and twinkling, found him immediately. Harry Potter, the giant breathed. His face split into a massive grin. Blimey, you look just like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes. Harry stood frozen, staring up at this impossible creature. Words failed him completely. The giant laughed, a sound like an earthquake. I'm Rubeus Hagrid, he boomed. Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. And I've come to take you to buy your school things. Wick stepped forward, positioning himself slightly between Harry and the giant. His face was calm, but his eyes were doing the thing they did, assessing, measuring, cataloging every detail. You're early, Wick said. The letter said evening. Hagrid's grin didn't waver. Couldn't wait, he said happily. First time I get to fetch a student. Special occasion, this is. Harry Potter, come into Hogwarts at last. He looked around at the mill, the valley, the ruins in the distance. Nice place you got here. Bit out of the way, though. Took me ages to find it. How did you find it? Wick asked. The question was casual, but Harry heard the edge beneath it. Hagrid shrugged, a motion that shifted his entire massive frame. Dumbledore told me where to look. Said you'd be here. Said you'd been talkin' care of Harry. He looked at Wick with those twinkling eyes. Said you were someone he trusted, once. Something flickered in Wick's expression, there and gone too. Fast to read. Dumbledore remembers old debts. He remembers everything, Dumbledore does. Hagrid turned back to Harry, his grin returning. Well, come on then. Lots to do. Got to get your robes, your books, your wand. Wait till you see Ollivander's, finest wandmaker in the world. Harry looked at Wick. Wick gave a tiny nod. Okay, Harry said. Let me get my things. 20 minutes later, Harry found himself sitting on the passenger side of a massive motorcycle that Hagrid had produced from seemingly nowhere. It was enormous, black, and clearly magical. The engine purred like a contented cat, and the sidecar was big enough for two normal-sized people. Belongs to your dad's friend, Sirius Black, Hagrid said, patting the fuel tank fondly. Lent it to me years ago. Never did give it back. He chuckled. He won't mind. Good bloke, Sirius. Shame about what happened. Harry wanted to ask what happened, but Hagrid was already kick-starting the engine, which roared to life with a sound like a dragon's belch. Marcus stood at the edge of the courtyard, watching them go, Wick's hand resting on his head. Take care of him, Wick said. It wasn't a request. Hagrid nodded solemnly. On my honor. The motorcycle lurched forward, and then they were rising, lifting off the ground and soaring over the valley. Harry gripped the edge of the sidecar, his stomach dropping as the mill shrank beneath them, becoming a toy, then a dot, then nothing at all. He looked back until he couldn't see it anymore. Then he faced forward, toward London, toward Diagon Alley, toward a world he'd only read about in books. Diagon Alley was overwhelming. They landed in a hidden courtyard behind a pub called the Leaky Cauldron, a cramped, dingy place full of strange smells and stranger people. Hagrid ushered him through the pub and into a back wall, tapping bricks with his pink umbrella. The bricks shuddered and moved, twisting and rearranging themselves until they had opened an archway into a street that couldn't possibly exist. Harry stepped through and stopped dead. The alley was narrow and crooked, lined with shops that leaned against each other like old friends at a party. Cauldrons clanked and smoked outside a shop called Potage's Cauldron Shop. Owls hooted from cages stacked outside Elop's Owl Emporium. Witches and wizards in robes of every color bustled past, some carrying armloads of books, others leading children who stared at everything with wide eyes. And everywhere, was magic. Quills wrote by themselves in shop windows. Brooms hovered in midair. A display of sneakoscopes spun and whistled at nothing. Harry's head swiveled constantly, trying to take it all in. Hagrid chuckled beside him. First time's always special, he said. Come on, then. Gringotts first. The Wizard Bank. Got to get your money. Gringotts was a towering white building that made Harry think of a particularly stern owl. The doors were bronze, flanked by goblins in scarlet uniforms who bowed as they entered. Inside was even more impressive. Marble halls, crystal chandeliers, and counters that stretched as far as he could see, manned by more goblins with long fingers and sharp teeth. Harry learned that his parents had left him a small fortune. The goblins led them deep underground on a rattling cart that plunged through the earth at terrifying speed, finally stopping at a vault that opened with a touch of Hagrid's finger. Inside were mountains of gold coins, stacks of silver, piles of bronze. Harry filled bags until Hagrid told him to stop. Then they were rattling back up to the surface, Harry's mind still spinning from the sight of so much wealth. The rest of the day was a blur. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where a pale, nervous boy with white blonde hair watched Harry with cold, curious eyes while they both stood on fitting platforms. Books at Flourish and Blots, where Harry bought everything on his list and a few extra volumes that caught his eye. A cauldron at Potage's, scales and telescopes at a shop Harry forgot the name of 5 minutes after leaving it. And then, finally, Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and shabby, with a single wand displayed on a faded cushion in the window. Inside, thousands of narrow boxes piled to the ceiling created a sense of being buried alive. Dust motes danced in the thin light, and the air smelled of old wood and magic. An old man with pale, silvery eyes emerged from the shadows, making Harry jump. "Ah," he breathed. "Yes, yes. I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter." His gaze traveled over Harry's face, lingering on the scar. Harry resisted the urge to cover it. "You have your mother's eyes," Ollivander said softly. "It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." He drifted along the shelves, his fingers trailing over boxes. "Your father, now, he favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power, and excellent for transfiguration." He turned back to Harry. "They say the wand chooses the wizard, of course. And your parents' wands, well, I've often wondered what happened to them." He shook himself, as if coming out of a dream. "But enough of that. Let's see what chooses you." What followed was the strangest experience of Harry's life, which was saying something, given the day he'd had. Wand after wand was pressed into his hand, and wand after wand was rejected. One made feathers dance across the counter. Another shattered a vase. A third set fire to Hagrid's beard, which Hagrid put out with remarkable calm. Harry was beginning to despair when Ollivander paused, a considering look on his face. "I wonder," he murmured. "I wonder, indeed." He disappeared into the back of the shop, returning with a dusty box that he opened with reverent care. Inside lay a wand of simple design, pale wood, unadorned, utterly unremarkable. "Holly and phoenix feather," Ollivander said quietly. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took it. Warmth flooded through him, starting in his fingertips and spreading up his arm, through his chest, down to his toes. The wand vibrated gently, as if it were alive, as if it recognized him. Golden sparks sprayed from the tip, cascading around them like tiny fireworks. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander breathed. "Yes, yes. Curious. Very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, turning the wand over in his hand. It felt perfect, like it had always been his. Ollivander fixed him with those pale, unsettling eyes. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry's hand flew to his forehead. The room seemed to have grown colder. "Yes," Ollivander whispered. 13½ inches. "You. Powerful wand, that. Very powerful. And the creature who owned it, well, he did great things." "Terrible, yes, but great." Harry stared at the wand in his hand. His wand, made from the same phoenix as Voldemort's. The same core. Brothers. "How much?" he asked, his voice steady despite the ice in his veins. Ollivander blinked, as if surprised by the mundane question. 7 galleons, Mr. Potter. And I hope you do great things with it. Great and wonderful things." Harry paid and left the shop, Hagrid bustling behind him. The alley outside seemed dimmer than before, the magic slightly tarnished. He tucked the wand into his pocket, feeling its warmth against his leg. Brothers. His wand and Voldemort's. It felt like a sign, though he didn't know of what. They returned to the mill as the sun was setting, painting the valley in shades of gold and amber. Hagrid said his goodbyes, clapping Harry on the shoulder hard enough to stagger him, and roared off into the twilight on the massive motorcycle. Harry stood in the courtyard, watching him go. His arms were full of packages, books, robes, equipment. His pocket held a wand that hummed with a warmth that felt almost alive. And his mind was full of everything he'd seen, everyone he'd met, every impossible thing that had somehow become real. The door opened behind him. Marcus bounded out, circling Harry with excited barks, his tail a blur. And in the doorway, silhouetted against the warm light of the library, stood John Wick. He didn't speak. He just waited. Harry walked toward him, into the light, into the warmth, into the only home he'd ever known. He stopped in front of Wick and looked up at him. I got a wand, he said. It's got the same core as the one who killed my parents. Wick's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. That's not a coincidence. There are no coincidences. I know. Harry shifted his packages, feeling the weight of them. I leave in a month. For Hogwarts. Yes. What do I do until then? Wick's mouth curved in that ghost of a smile. You train. Harder than before. You learn everything you can from those books. And you prepare. Harry nodded. It was what he'd expected. What he'd wanted. And after? He asked. When I'm at school. What then? Wick looked at him for a long moment. Then he reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, the same firm grip he'd used that first night at Privet Drive. Then you survive, he said quietly. You watch. You learn. You grow stronger. And when the time comes, and it will come, you'll be ready. Harry looked past him, into the mill, at the fire crackling in the great hearth, at the books lining the walls, at the staircase that led down to the training room where he had bled and sweat and cried and groaned. This was his home. This man was his family. And in 1 month, he would leave it all behind. But he would come back. He would always come back. I'll be ready, he said. And in the darkness of the valley, in the ruins of the other mills, something seemed to stir, a whisper of things to come, a promise of conflict, a shadow that stretched toward the light. Harry Potter was going to Hogwarts. And he was not the same boy who had crawled out of a cupboard under the stairs. He was something far more dangerous. He just didn't know it yet. The last month at the mill passed like water through fingers. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing himself until his body screamed and his mind went blank with exhaustion. Wick was relentless, introducing new techniques, new weapons, new ways to move and think and survive. They worked in the training room, in the courtyard, in the woods that surrounded the valley. Harry learned to move through trees without making a sound, to disappear into shadows, to read the story of a place in the broken twigs and disturbed earth. He also read. The books from Diagon Alley were just the beginning. Wick produced more from somewhere, histories and Zonshu manuals and biographies of great warriors from both magical and non-magical worlds. Harry devoured them all, building a mental library of knowledge that he knew would be essential. But it was the evenings that stayed with him most. Sitting by the fire with Marcus at his feet and Wick in the opposite chair, the silence comfortable between them. Sometimes they talked. About Harry's parents, about the magical world, about the nature of fear and courage and choice. Sometimes they didn't. Sometimes they just existed together, 3 creatures who had found each other in the darkness and made something like a family. The night before he left, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, Marcus's head heavy on his legs. The moon was full, casting pale light through the window, painting the room in silver and shadow. Tomorrow he would board a train and go to a school full of strangers. Tomorrow he would enter a world he'd only glimpsed, surrounded by people who knew things he didn't, who had grown up with magic while he'd been locked in a cupboard. For the first time in a year, he felt afraid. Not of Voldemort, not of danger or death. Of something simpler, something harder to fight, belonging. What if they didn't like him? What if he didn't fit in? What if he spent 7 years as alone as he'd been at the Dursleys, surrounded by people but utterly isolated? The door creaked open. Harry tensed, but it was only Wick, a shadow among shadows. He moved to the window and stood looking out at the moon, his back to Harry. Marcus's tail thumped once, then stilled. Can't sleep, Harry said. It wasn't a question. No. Wick's voice was quiet. Neither could I, the night before I left for the first time. Harry sat up, curious despite himself. Wick rarely spoke of his past. Where did you go? A long pause. The army. Then other places. Other work. He turned, his face half in shadow. I was younger than you. Thought I knew everything. Thought I was ready. A pause. I wasn't. But I learned. Harry hugged his knees to his chest. What if I'm not ready? Wick crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed, a thing he had never done before. His weight barely depressed the mattress. In the moonlight, his face looked older, the lines deeper, the shadows under his eyes more pronounced. Readiness is a myth, he said quietly. You're never ready for the things that matter. You just go. And you adapt. And you survive. He looked at Harry, and for once, his eyes weren't assessing or calculating. They were just there. Present. You're more ready than anyone I've ever known. More than I was. More than your parents were. You've trained. You've learned. You've suffered. That suffering will serve you in ways you can't imagine. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Will you be here when I come back? Wick's hand came up, hesitated, then rested on Harry's shoulder. It was heavy, warm, real. I'll always be here. This is your home. It will wait for you. So will I. They sat in silence as the moon climbed higher. Eventually, Wick stood and moved to the door. One more thing, he said. At Hogwarts, you'll hear stories about me. About what I was. What I did. His voice was flat, emotionless. Some of them might even be true. But remember this, the past doesn't define you. Only choices do. Your choices. He left, the door clicking softly behind him. Harry lay back down, Marcus's head returning to its place on his legs. He thought about choices. About the choices that had brought him here, to this impossible place, this impossible life. About the choices still to come. He fell asleep with the moon on his face and the dog at his feet, and for the first time in weeks, he didn't dream. The next morning, Harry stood in the courtyard with a single trunk at his feet. It was a beautiful trunk, dark leather with brass fittings, purchased at Diagon Alley and enchanted to be lighter than it looked. Inside were his robes, his books, his cauldron, his wand, and a few other things, a photograph Wick had given him of his parents, smiling and young, a knife, small and perfectly balanced, hidden in a secret compartment, a note from Wick, reading simply, remember. Wick stood before him, Marcus at his side. The dog seemed to know something was happening, his ears were flat, his tail still, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost human. The train leaves at 11, Wick said. From platform 9 3/4. King's Cross Station. You know how to get there. The leaky cauldron, then through to the Muggle side. Hagrid explained it. Wick nodded. Good. Once you're through the barrier, you'll be on your own. Trust your instincts. Watch everyone. And remember, survive first. Fight second. Harry smiled slightly. I remember. Something passed between them, an acknowledgement, a farewell, a promise. Wick stepped forward and, for the first time in the year Harry had known him, pulled him into a brief, hard embrace. It lasted only a second, but Harry felt it in his bones. Then Wick stepped back, his face once again unreadable. Go. Harry picked up his trunk and walked toward the gate in the stone wall that surrounded the courtyard. He didn't look back. He couldn't. If he looked back, he might not leave. He heard Marcus whine once, a high, sad sound. Then he was through the gate, and the mill was behind him, and he was walking down the hill toward the village where a bus would take him to London. King's Cross Station was a chaos of sound and motion. Harry stood in the enormous main hall, watching people stream past in every direction. Trains announced their departures in booming voices. Trolleys clattered. Children cried. It was overwhelming after the silence of the valley, and for a moment he felt lost. Then he spotted the sign for platforms 9 and 10, and he moved toward it, weaving through the crowd with the easy grace Wick had drilled into him. He found the barrier between the two platforms, a solid-looking wall of brick between the two sets of tracks, and stopped. People passed him without a glance. A family with 3 small children hurried past, the mother juggling tickets and the father wrestling with suitcases. An old woman with a shopping trolley shuffled by. No one seemed to notice the boy staring at a brick wall as if it held the secrets of the universe. Harry took a breath. He thought of Wick's voice, calm and steady. Trust your instincts. He walked toward the barrier. For a horrible moment, he thought he'd made a mistake, that he'd crash into the bricks and fall backward in front of everyone, proving once and for all that he didn't belong. But then the bricks rippled, and he was through, and he was standing on a platform that couldn't possibly exist. A scarlet steam engine towered before him, its smokestack releasing puffs of white smoke into the air. A sign above read Hogwarts Express, 11 a.m. The platform was packed with students and parents, owls hooting in cages, cats mewing, frogs croaking in jars. Trolleys piled high with trunks moved through the crowd. Children called to each other, reuniting after summer. Parents hugged their children, some with tears in their eyes. Harry stood frozen, taking it all in. This was it. This was the beginning. First year. He turned. A plump, red-faced woman was smiling at him, a boy with bright red hair hovering at her side. Behind them, more redheads, a small army of them, struggled with trunks and cages. Yes, Harry said. How did you know? The woman's smile widened. You've got that look. Lost but excited. I'm Molly Weasley. This is Ron. She gestured at the boy, who gave an awkward wave. Have you got family here? Can we help you with your trunk? Harry shook his head. I'm on my own. But I can manage, thanks. He lifted his trunk easily, the enchantments made it light, and saw Ron's eyes widen. Blimey, Ron said. What's in there? Feathers. Harry smiled, a real smile. Something like that. Mrs. Weasley was already herding her children toward the train, but Ron lingered, looking at Harry with open curiosity. I'm Ron, he said again, as if Harry might have forgotten in the last 30 seconds. Ron Weasley. You want to sit together? I've got a compartment near the back. Fred and George, my brothers, they'll be off causing trouble, so I'll have space. Harry felt something warm in his chest. An offer. Simple and direct. I'd like that. They boarded the train together, finding an empty compartment near the end. Ron's trunk was heavier than it looked. Harry helped him heave it onto the luggage rack, and then they settled into seats facing each other as the train began to fill with students. So, Ron said, leaning forward eagerly. What's your name? What house do you think you'll be in? Have you got your own wand? Can I see it? Harry laughed, actually laughed, for the first time in months. Ron's enthusiasm was infectious, his questions tumbling out so fast they tripped over each other. Harry, he said. Harry Potter. And I don't know about houses, I just found out about magic a year ago. Ron's face went through a series of expressions, confusion, disbelief, and then something like horror. A year ago. But you're Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. Everyone knows. He stopped, his face going red. Sorry. That was rude. It's just, your name, you know. It's famous. Harry shrugged. I didn't know until recently. I was raised by Muggles. They didn't exactly celebrate my heritage. Ron's eyes went wide. Muggles. Your aunt and uncle. But they must have been proud to have. He stopped again, something in Harry's expression cutting him off. They weren't, were they? Proud. Harry thought of the cupboard. Of Dudley's fists. Of 10 years of being told he was worthless. No, he said quietly. They weren't. The compartment fell silent. Ron looked at Harry with an expression that was part sympathy, part outrage, part something Harry couldn't name. Then he did something surprising. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled package of sweets. Want a chocolate frog? He asked. They're not as good as my mum's, but they're all right. Harry took it, feeling the weight of the simple kindness. Thanks. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, eating chocolate and watching the countryside flash past. Ron told him about his family, 5 brothers, 1 sister, a hand-me-down robe and wand, a house that was bursting at the seams. He talked about Hogwarts with a reverence that made Harry smile, the houses, the teachers, the Quidditch teams, the moving staircases and enchanted ceiling. It sounds amazing, Harry said. It is, Ron agreed. Best place in the world. You'll love it. The compartment door slid open. A girl stood there, bushy brown hair and large front teeth, a nervous energy radiating from her. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost his. Harry and Ron shook their heads. The girl looked disappointed but didn't leave. Instead, she stepped inside and sat down across from them. I'm Hermione Granger, she said. And you are? Ron looked at Harry, then back at her. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Hermione's eyes went wide. Really? I've read about you. In Hogwarts, a history, in modern magical history, and the rise and fall of the dark arts. That's enough, Ron said, but he was grinning. Let him breathe. Hermione flushed. Sorry. It's just, you're famous. I've read everything I could get my hands on about Hogwarts. I've already memorized all the course books. I hope that's not too eager. It's fine, Harry said, and meant it. There was something endearing about her earnestness, her desperate desire to belong. He recognized it because he felt it too. I haven't read any of them. Maybe you can help me catch up. Hermione beamed. I'd love to. They talked for the rest of the journey, the 3 of them. Harry found himself relaxing in a way he hadn't since leaving the mill. Ron was easy, funny, uncomplicated. Hermione was sharp, knowledgeable, passionate. They were different from each other, different from him, but somehow it worked. As the train carried them north, through hills and moors and into the gathering dusk, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Not safety, he knew better than to feel safe. But something close, something like possibility. The train began to slow as darkness fell fully outside. Students scrambled to change into robes, and Harry followed suit, the unfamiliar fabric strange against his skin. Ron helped him tie his tie, Mum made me practice all summer, and Hermione checked that his wand was secure. First years this way. First years. The voice boomed across the platform as they disembarked. Harry recognized it immediately. Hagrid stood at the edge of the crowd, his lantern held high, his massive form unmistakable. Harry. Hagrid spotted him and waved enthusiastically. Harry Potter, over here. The crowd of first years parted like water, staring at Harry with wide eyes. He heard whispers, Potter. The Harry Potter, and felt the weight of their gazes like a physical thing. He kept his face neutral, the way Wick had taught him, and walked toward Hagrid. Good to see ye, Hagrid boomed, clapping him on the shoulder. Had a good summer. Yes, Harry said. Thank you. Hagrid grinned and turned to address the group. Right then. First years, follow me. Mind your step, it's a bit of a walk. He led them down a steep, narrow path toward a black lake that stretched into the darkness. At the edge of the water, a fleet of small boats waited, each with a lantern at its prow. No more than 4 to a boat, Hagrid instructed. Get in. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and a pale, nervous boy who introduced himself as Neville Longbottom shared a boat. As they pushed off from the shore and glided across the glassy water, Harry looked up and caught his breath. Hogwarts. It rose from the darkness ahead of them, a massive castle of towers and turrets, its windows glittering with warm light against the night sky. It was impossibly beautiful, impossibly ancient, impossibly magical. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes and blinked them away. First time I saw it, Ron said quietly, I cried. Don't tell anyone. Harry smiled. Your secret's safe. The boats carried them through a hidden entrance into a cavernous space beneath the castle, then up to a stone dock where they disembarked. Hagrid led them through a doorway and into a small chamber, where a severe-looking woman in emerald robes waited. The first years, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. Professor McGonagall was tall and stern, her black hair pulled back tightly, her lips a thin line. She looked at them as if assessing their worth and finding most of them wanting. Welcome to Hogwarts, she said. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a ceremony, but it is also very important. While you are here, your house will be your family. Your triumphs will earn you house points. Your rule breaking will lose them. At the end of the year, the house with the most points wins the house cup. She paused, her gaze sweeping over them. The sorting will begin momentarily. I suggest you use the time to compose yourselves. She left. The first years erupted into whispered conversation, speculating wildly about what the sorting might involve. Harry stood apart, watching, listening, cataloging faces and reactions. It was habit now, drilled into him by a year of training. Assess the terrain. Know the players. Be ready. A boy with pale blonde hair and a sneer on his face caught Harry's eye. He was surrounded by a small crowd of students who seemed to hang on his every word. His gaze met Harry's, and something flickered in his cold gray eyes, recognition, perhaps. Or challenge. Harry looked away first, but not because he was afraid. Because he was saving the assessment for later. Because Wick had taught him that the first move was often the dumbest move. The doors to the Great Hall swung open. Harry walked inside and stopped, overwhelmed despite himself. The hall was enormous, lit by thousands of candles floating in midair. The ceiling was enchanted to look like the night sky, stars twinkling in an endless expanse. 4 long tables stretched the length of the room, filled with students in black robes, their faces turned toward the newcomers. At the far end, a staff table held the teachers, including a man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles who watched the proceedings with twinkling eyes. Dumbledore. It had to be. A stool was placed before the staff table, and on it sat a ragged old hat. The students fell silent. The hat twitched. And then, to Harry's astonishment, it sang. It sang about the founding of Hogwarts, about the 4 houses and their virtues, about bravery and loyalty and wisdom and cunning. It sang about finding a home, about belonging, about the choice that mattered most. When it finished, the hall erupted into applause. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a long scroll. When I call your name, you will come forward, sit on the stool, and place the hat on your head. She began to read. Names were called in alphabetical order, students stepping forward one by one. The hat would pause, sometimes for seconds, sometimes for longer, then shout a house name. The chosen table would erupt in cheers. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Harry watched it all with focused attention. He noted which houses the confident students went to, which the nervous ones. He watched the pale boy from earlier, Malfoy, his name was called, strut to the stool and be sorted into Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head. He watched Hermione, trembling with nerves, be sorted into Gryffindor after a long pause that made her face go white. He watched Ron, red-faced and muttering, join her there. And then, Potter, Harry. The whispers started immediately, a wave of sound that washed through the hall. Harry walked forward, his face calm, his steps measured. He sat on the stool. He placed the hat on his head. And the world went dark. Interesting, a voice said in his ear. Very interesting. Harry's first instinct was to reach for a weapon. He suppressed it. Oh, don't worry about that, the hat continued. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just looking. My, what a lot of things I see. Harry felt sensations, images, feelings. They flickered past too fast to catch. A green flash, a woman's scream, a dark shape looming. Then other things, the cupboard, the darkness, the years of loneliness. And underneath it all, something else. Something coiled and waiting, something that the hat seemed to find fascinating. Courage, yes, plenty of that. Loyalty, too. A sharp mind, hidden under all that training. And ambition, oh yes, there's ambition here. You want to survive. You want to be strong. You want to never be helpless again. Harry waited. But where to put you? Gryffindor would celebrate you. Hufflepuff would embrace you. Ravenclaw would challenge you. And Slytherin would help you become what you need to be. Harry thought of Wick, of the training room, of the knife hidden in his trunk. He thought of survival, of preparation, of the darkness waiting for him in the world. I see, the hat murmured. I see. Well, then, if you're sure. Not Slytherin, Harry whispered, surprising himself. Not Slytherin. The hat paused. Why not? Harry thought of Malfoy's sneer. Of the whispers about dark wizards and blood purity. He thought of his parents, killed by a Slytherin, and of the house's reputation for producing dark wizards. Reputations aren't always true, the hat said. And choices matter more than where you start. But Harry had made his choice. He wanted to be with Ron, with Hermione. He wanted warmth and light and the chance to be something other than what the darkness wanted to make him. Ah, the hat said. Well, then, better be Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall. The red and gold table erupted in cheers. Harry pulled off the hat and walked toward them, his legs slightly unsteady. Ron was clapping wildly, Hermione was beaming, and a group of twins who could only be Fred and George Weasley were making enough noise for 10 people. He sat down between Ron and Hermione, and for the first time, he felt like he belonged somewhere. But as the feast began and the hall filled with laughter and chatter, Harry's eyes drifted to the staff table. To Dumbledore, who was watching him with those twinkling eyes. To a professor with greasy black hair and a hooked nose, who stared at Harry with an expression of pure loathing. To another professor, nervous and stuttering, who dropped his plate with a clatter when he caught Harry's gaze. And beyond them, to the windows, where the night pressed against the glass, dark and waiting. He was at Hogwarts. He was safe. He was surrounded by people who wanted to help him. And yet, somewhere in the darkness, something was watching. Something was waiting. Something that knew his name and wanted him dead. Harry smiled, accepted a plate of food from Ron, and began to eat. But his eyes never stopped moving, and his mind never stopped cataloging, and the knife in his trunk seemed to hum with a warmth that matched the wand in his pocket. Let them come. He was ready. Harry woke to the sound of birds and the pale light of dawn filtering through a high-arched window. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. The ceiling was wrong, stone instead of wood, vaulted instead of flat. The bed was too soft, the blankets too warm, the air too still. He reached instinctively for the knife he kept under his pillow, found it, and lay there with his heart pounding until memory returned. Hogwarts. Gryffindor Tower. The first day of term. He sat up slowly, scanning the room. 4 poster beds surrounded him, their curtains half drawn. In the bed to his left, Ron was a lump of blankets, snoring softly. Across from him, 2 other boys, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, he remembered from the night before, were still asleep, their faces peaceful in the morning light. Harry released the knife and leaned back against his pillows. He'd slept deeply, more deeply than he had in months, and the unfamiliar sensation left him feeling off balance. At the mill, he'd learned to sleep lightly, to wake at the smallest sound, to be ready for anything. But last night, surrounded by warmth and the quiet breathing of other boys, he'd let his guard down. Wick would not approve. He dressed quietly, pulling on his school robes and tying his tie with practiced ease. The others were beginning to stir. Ron's snoring had stopped, replaced by the sounds of someone slowly waking, so Harry slipped out of the dormitory and down the spiral staircase to the common room. The Gryffindor common room was empty at this hour, the fire reduced to glowing embers, the overstuffed armchairs standing like silent sentinels in the gray light. Harry crossed to the window and looked out. The grounds stretched below him, green and misty, the forbidden forest a dark smudge on the horizon, the lake a sheet of silver in the distance. It was beautiful in a way that made his chest ache. Couldn't sleep either. He turned. Hermione was descending the girls' staircase, already dressed, her hair even bushier than it had been the night before. "Early riser," Harry said. "Habit." Hermione nodded, joining him at the window. "I was too excited. First day of classes. Real magic. I've been waiting for this my whole life." Harry smiled slightly. "I've only been waiting a year." She looked at him with curiosity, the same curiosity everyone seemed to have when they looked at him. What was it like, growing up without magic? He thought about lying, about giving her the easy answer. But something in her earnest expression made him tell the truth. "Lonely. My aunt and uncle, they didn't want me. Made sure I knew it." Hermione's face fell. "That's awful. I'm sorry." Harry shrugged. "It's over now. I'm here." They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the mist burn off the grounds as the sun rose higher. Then the common room began to stir, students appearing in pajamas, heading for breakfast, filling the space with noise and life. Ron appeared at the top of the stairs, still half asleep, his hair even more chaotic than usual. "Breakfast," he mumbled. "Need breakfast." They followed the crowd to the Great Hall, where the enchanted ceiling showed a pale blue sky with fluffy clouds. Harry loaded his plate with eggs and toast and bacon, eating quickly while Ron slowly came to life beside him. Hermione had a book propped against her water jug and was reading as she ate. "You're going to give yourself a headache," Ron said through a mouthful of sausage. "Knowledge doesn't cause headaches," Hermione replied without looking up. "Ignorance does." Ron looked at Harry, who shrugged. They ate in companionable silence. Their first class was Transfiguration, with Professor McGonagall. She stood at the front of the classroom, stern and imposing, her robe severe and her glasses perched on her thin nose. The moment the last student sat down, she began to speak. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," she said, her voice crisp. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned." She paused, letting her gaze sweep over them. It landed on Harry for a fraction of a second longer than the others, but her expression didn't change. "Now, can anyone tell me the fundamental law of transfiguration?" Hermione's hand shot up. McGonagall nodded. "Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration," Hermione said eagerly. "It states that food cannot be created from nothing, though it can be multiplied or transformed from other substances. Also, human transfiguration is extremely difficult and dangerous, and—" "Thank you, Miss Granger." 5 points to Gryffindor. McGonagall turned to the board. "Today, we will begin with the basics. Matches to needles." The lesson was fascinating. Harry concentrated on his match, willing it to change, to become something else. He felt the magic building in him, the same warmth he felt from his wand, and slowly, painstakingly, the match began to change. It wasn't perfect, it was more of a silver match than a proper needle, but it was something. McGonagall paused by his desk, examining his work. "Acceptable, Mr. Potter. A good first attempt." 5 points. Harry felt a flush of pride. Ron, beside him, had managed to give his match a mild silver sheen but nothing more. Hermione, of course, had produced a perfect needle, sharp and gleaming. "Show off," Ron muttered, but he was grinning. Charms with Professor Flitwick was next. The tiny professor balanced on a stack of books to see over his desk and had them practice the levitation. Charm. Ron struggled, his wand movements too sharp, his incantation too loud. Hermione succeeded on her first try, making her feather hover gracefully above her desk. Harry watched, analyzed, and tried to replicate what he'd seen. He focused on the feather, on the feeling of lightness, on the precise wand movement Flitwick had demonstrated. He spoke the incantation softly, clearly, and felt the magic flow through him. The feather rose. It wobbled, it dipped, it almost fell, but it rose. Harry kept his focus, kept his wand steady, and the feather stabilized, hovering a foot above his desk. "Excellent, Mr. Potter," Flitwick squeaked. 5 points to Gryffindor. Ron stared at him. "How'd you do that?" "I've been trying for ages." Harry shrugged. "Just concentrated, I guess." But he knew it was more than that. It was the same focus Wick had drilled into him, the ability to shut out everything else and channel his will into a single point. Magic, he was learning, was just another weapon. Another tool. You aimed it, you fired it, you trusted it to work. By lunchtime, Harry was exhausted but exhilarated. The classes were challenging, the magic was real, and for the first time in his life, he was learning alongside people who didn't look at him like he was a burden. They sat at the Gryffindor table, eating lunch and talking about the morning. Ron was still grumbling about his failed levitation charm, Hermione was already reading ahead in their charms textbook, and Harry was happy. It was a strange feeling, one he didn't quite trust, but it was there nonetheless. "Afternoon's potions," Ron said, his expression darkening. "With Snape." Harry remembered the greasy-haired professor from the feast, the one who had looked at him with such loathing. "Is he that bad?" "Worse," Ron said. "He's head of Slytherin, and he hates Gryffindors. Hates them. My brother Bill said he's got it in for anyone who isn't in his house." Hermione looked up from her book. "He's supposed to be brilliant, though. The books say he's one of the youngest potions masters in history." "Brilliant doesn't mean nice," Ron muttered. Harry filed the information away. A teacher who hated him. That was new. At the Dursleys, he'd been ignored or abused, but never by someone with power over his education. He would have to be careful. Watchful. Ready. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, cold and dim, with jars of pickled animals lining the walls. The students filed in and took their seats, the chatter dying as a tall figure swept through the door. Professor Snape's robes billowed behind him as he moved to the front of the room. His face was pale, his hair greasy and shoulder-length, his eyes black and cold. They swept over the class with an expression of profound disdain, lingering on Harry for a moment that felt like an eternity. "There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class," he began, his voice barely above a whisper but carrying to every corner of the room. "As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion-making. However, for those few of you who possess the predisposition, I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death." He paused, letting his words hang in the air. Then, without warning, his gaze fixed on Harry. "Potter," he said softly. "Our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry felt the eyes of the class on him. He thought back to his reading, to the books he'd studied at the mill. The answer came to him slowly, dredged from pages he'd scanned weeks ago. "A sleeping potion," he said. "The draught of living death. But asphodel and wormwood need to be prepared carefully. If the proportions are wrong, it becomes poison." Something flickered in Snape's eyes, surprise, quickly masked. 5 points to Gryffindor for knowing your book. But his tone suggested the points were given reluctantly, against his will. "Now, let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Harry didn't hesitate this time. "In a goat's stomach. It's a stone that counteracts most poisons." Snape's lip curled. "Correct. Another 5 points." He turned away, addressing the class. "Clearly, Potter has been reading ahead. A pity the rest of you cannot be bothered to do the same. Today, we will be brewing a simple potion to cure boils. Instructions are on the board. Begin." The class erupted into activity. Harry worked steadily, following the instructions with the same focus he used in training. Precise measurements, careful timing, constant attention. It reminded him of something Wick had said once: the difference between a weapon and a tool is how you use it. Potions are no different. Respect them, or they'll kill you. His potion turned out perfect. Exactly the shade of pale pink the instructions described, with the right consistency, the right smell. Snape passed his cauldron without comment, but Harry saw the tightness around his eyes, the way his jaw clenched. He hadn't wanted Harry to succeed. Beside him, Ron's potion was a disaster, thick, lumpy, the wrong color entirely. Snape paused by his cauldron, his expression one of pure contempt. "Longbottom," he said quietly, and Neville, who was working at the next table, flinched so hard he knocked his own cauldron sideways. The potion splashed across the floor, eating small holes in the stone, and Neville began to cry. Harry moved without thinking. He was out of his seat and at Neville's side before anyone could react, pulling the boy away from the smoking mess, checking him for burns. Neville was shaking, tears streaming down his round face, but he seemed unhurt. "Get to the hospital wing," Harry said quietly. "Go now. It's okay." Neville nodded and fled. Harry turned to find Snape watching him, those black eyes unreadable. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape said softly, for interfering. And another 5 for leaving your seat without permission. Harry felt a flash of anger, hot and immediate. He suppressed it, the way Wick had taught him. Anger was fuel, not fire. You used it, you didn't let it use you. "Yes, Professor," he said, and returned to his seat. Ron was staring at him with something like awe. "You stood up to Snape," he whispered. "No one stands up to Snape." Harry said nothing. He was too busy thinking. Too busy cataloging. Snape had targeted Neville deliberately, had used him to make a point. That was information. That was useful. But underneath the analysis, something else was stirring. A cold, quiet recognition. Snape was dangerous. Not in the way Voldemort was dangerous, not in the way Wick was dangerous, but dangerous nonetheless. He was a predator in his own way, and he had fixed his gaze on Harry. Harry would need to be ready. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm. Classes consumed the days, filling Harry's mind with new knowledge, new skills, new ways to understand the world. He excelled in most subjects, not because he was naturally gifted, though he was, but because he approached them the same way he approached training. With focus, with discipline, with the understanding that mastery was a matter of life and death. At night, when the other boys were asleep, he would slip out of bed and practice. Wand movements in the dark, silent and precise. The forms Wick had taught him, adapted for spaces too small for full movement. The knife, hidden in his trunk, cleaned and sharpened, and held in hands that knew exactly what to do with it. He explored the castle, too. Not aimlessly, but methodically, building a mental map of corridors and staircases and secret passages. He found shortcuts, hiding places, escape routes. He noted which teachers patrolled when, which ghosts haunted which halls, which portraits were helpful and which were not. It was what Wick would have done. What Wick had taught him to do. Know your terrain. Know your enemies. Know your exits. The only variable he couldn't control was the dreams. They started in the second week, formless at first, just flashes of green light and a high, cold laugh. But they grew sharper, more vivid. In the dreams, he was in a dark place, a corridor lined with doors, and something was calling to him from behind one of them. Something that felt like his wand felt, familiar, connected, wrong. He didn't tell anyone. Not Ron, who would worry. Not Hermione, who would try to research it. Not Wick, who wasn't there. He kept the dreams to himself, locked away like the knife in his trunk, and waited to understand what they meant. October brought rain and wind and the first Quidditch match of the season. Harry had been surprised to learn that first years weren't normally allowed on house teams, but when Madame Hooch had seen him fly during their first flying lesson, something had shifted. His performance, a perfect dive to catch a falling Remembrow, avoiding a crash by inches, had caught the attention of Professor McGonagall, and before he knew it, he was the youngest Seeker in a century. "You're mental," Ron had said, but he'd said it with admiration. Absolutely mental. Flying like that on your first try. Harry hadn't explained that flying felt like the only place he was truly free. That in the air, there were no cupboards, no Dursleys, no expectations. Just the wind and the speed and the perfect, singing joy of movement. The match was against Slytherin. The stands were packed, the colors of the houses clashing in a sea of scarlet and gold, green and silver. Harry mounted his Nimbus 2000, felt the broom hum beneath him, and waited for the whistle. It was chaos from the start. The Slytherins played dirty, everyone had warned him, but knowing and experiencing were different things. Bludgers came at him from unexpected angles. The Slytherin Seeker, a boy named Terrence Higgs, tried to block him at every turn. And through it all, Harry kept his focus, kept scanning, kept waiting for the flash of gold that would signal the snitch. He saw it near the end of the first hour, hovering near the Slytherin goalposts. He dove, the broom screaming beneath him, the world blurring past. Higgs saw him and dove too, but Harry was faster, smaller, more determined. His fingers closed around the tiny, fluttering ball just as something hit him, a bludger, aimed perfectly, smashing into his side with bone-jarring force. He tumbled through the air, the snitch clutched in his fist, the ground rushing up to meet him. He tried to right himself, tried to slow his fall, but the pain was too great, the world spinning too fast. He hit the ground and everything went black. He woke in the hospital wing, the ceiling white above him, the smell of antiseptic sharp in his nostrils. Ron was asleep in a chair beside his bed, his chin on his chest, snoring softly. Hermione was reading a book in the next chair, her brow furrowed in concentration. Harry's voice came out as a croak. Hermione looked up, her face breaking into a smile. "You're awake. Oh, thank goodness. Madame Pomfrey said you'd be fine, but you've been out for hours." Harry tried to sit up, winced, and lay back down. His side was a mass of pain, but it was a dull, distant kind of pain, muffled by whatever potions they'd given him. "The match," he said. "Did we?" Ron said, waking with a snort. "You caught the snitch. Gryffindor won by 160 points. He grinned, exhausted but happy. "You're a hero, mate." Again, Harry looked down at his hand. The snitch was still there, clutched in his fingers, its wings fluttering weakly. He opened his hand and it rose, hovering beside his bed, waiting. He caught it again, feeling the tiny struggle of its wings against his palm. Alive, free, captured. He wasn't sure which one he was anymore. That night, the dream was worse. He was in the corridor again, the one with all the doors. But this time, he wasn't just walking. He was running, fleeing from something he couldn't see, couldn't hear, but could feel, a presence, vast and cold and hungry, pressing against the edges of his consciousness. The doors flew past, hundreds of them, thousands, each one a different color, a different shape. And behind one of them, the calling was louder than ever, a voice that wasn't a voice, a pull that wasn't physical. "Come," it whispered. "Come to me. We have so much to share." Harry woke with a gasp, his heart hammering, his sheets soaked with sweat. The dormitory was dark and quiet around him, the other boys lost in their own dreams. He lay still, breathing carefully, waiting for his heart to slow. The calling was still there. Faint, distant, but there. Like an echo in his bones. He reached under his pillow and found the knife. Its weight was solid, real, an anchor in the darkness. He held it until his breathing steadied, until the calling faded to a whisper, until the first gray light of dawn began to creep through the windows. Something was wrong at Hogwarts. Something was waiting in the shadows. And somehow, impossibly, it was connected to him. He didn't tell anyone. Not yet. But he started watching more carefully, listening more closely, preparing for something he couldn't name. The first test of the year was over. He'd passed. But the real test, he knew, was still to come. November arrived with frost and the first whispers of snow. The castle grew colder, the stone walls seeming to breathe winter air into every corridor. Harry walked to classes with his hands buried in his robe pockets, his breath clouding before his face, his eyes always moving. The dreams had not stopped. They had grown worse. Every night now, the corridor with the doors. Every night, the calling. Every night, he woke with the sense that something had been watching him, something vast and ancient and hungry. He told no one. Not Ron, who would worry. Not Hermione, who would try to solve it with books. Not Wick, who was hundreds of miles away and could not help. He dealt with it the way he dealt with everything. He trained. The castle became his training ground. He rose before dawn and ran its corridors, learning every turn, every shortcut, every hidden passage. He found rooms that weren't on any map, staircases that moved when you least expected, portraits that watched with knowing eyes and sometimes spoke. He learned to move silently, to hide in shadows, to feel the pulse of the ancient building beneath his feet. It reminded him of the mill. Of Wick's voice, calm and steady, teaching him that knowledge was the first weapon. Know your ground. Know your exits. Know yourself. But knowing himself was becoming harder. The dreams had changed something in him. Or maybe they'd just revealed something that had always been there. A darkness. A hunger. A part of him that responded to the calling, that wanted to follow it, that whispered yes in the depths of the night. He fought it. He trained harder. He focused on classes, on Quidditch, on the simple pleasure of sitting with Ron and Hermione in the common room, watching the fire burn. But the darkness was there, waiting. Patient. The first snow fell on a Saturday morning. Harry stood at the window in the common room, watching the flakes drift down from a gray sky, blanketing the grounds in white. Behind him, Ron and Hermione were playing chess. Ron was winning handily, his smug commentary driving Hermione to distraction. "You could at least pretend to let me win," she muttered, moving her bishop into certain capture. "Where's the fun in that?" Ron grinned. "Check in 3 moves, by the way." Harry smiled without turning around. This was good. This was what he'd never had. Friends. Laughter. Belonging. A rustle of wings made him turn. An owl was circling the common room, a letter tied to its leg. It landed on the back of a chair and extended its leg imperiously. Harry approached slowly. The owl was familiar, a stocky, brindle-colored bird he'd seen before. At the mill. Wick's owl. His heart rate spiked. Wick never wrote. Wick didn't do letters. If he was writing now, something was wrong. He untied the letter and the owl took off, disappearing through the same window it had entered. Harry unfolded the parchment with trembling fingers. "Harry, I know about the dreams. The magical world has ways of watching, ways of knowing. There are those who keep track of the boy who lived, who note every whisper, every rumor, every sign. The dreams have been noticed. They are being discussed in places you cannot imagine. I don't know what they mean. But I know this: nothing in your life is coincidence. The wand that shares its core with the Dark Lords. The dreams that call to you in the night. The darkness that stirs in the castle where you sleep. You are connected to him. Voldemort. Somehow, impossibly, you are connected. This is not a weakness. It is information. Use it. Trust your instincts. Trust your training. Trust the people who have earned your trust. But trust nothing else. I am here. Always. J. Harry read the letter 3 times, then folded it carefully and tucked it into his pocket. His hands were steady. His breathing was calm. Inside, though, something was shifting, settling into place like a key turning in a lock. Connected. He was connected to the thing that had killed his parents. The thing that wanted him dead. The thing that called to him in his dreams. Use it, Wick had written. Not fear it. Not run from it. Use it. He turned back to the window, watching the snow fall. Ron and Hermione's voices faded to a distant murmur. The world outside was white and silent and beautiful. Inside, Harry was making plans. The dreams that night were different. He stood in the corridor again, but this time he wasn't running. He was walking. Slowly. Deliberately. His footsteps echoed on the stone floor as he passed door after door, each one sealed, each one mysterious. The calling was louder now. Not a whisper, but a voice. Not words, but meaning. It pulled at him, drew him forward, promised him something he couldn't name. He stopped before a door at the end of the corridor. It was different from the others, older, darker, marked with symbols he didn't recognize. The calling came from behind it. The voice. The hunger. He reached for the handle. And woke. The dormitory was dark. Ron was snoring. Somewhere in the castle, a clock struck 3. Harry lay still, his heart pounding, his hand reaching instinctively for the knife under his pillow. The calling was still there. Fainter now, but there. A thread connecting him to something in the depths of the castle. He got up, dressed in the dark, moved to the door. He didn't know where he was going. But something did, something that had always been there, waiting for him to listen. The corridor on the 3rd floor was forbidden. Everyone knew that. Dumbledore had announced it at the start of term. The corridor on the right-hand side of the 3rd floor was out of bounds to all students who did not wish to die a most painful death. It was the kind of announcement that guaranteed everyone would try to get in. Harry had walked past it dozens of times. He'd noted the door, heavy and dark, locked with a simple catch. He'd noted the lack of guards, the absence of obvious danger. He'd noted, too, the way his dreams seemed to pull him in this direction, night after night. Tonight, he stopped. The door was there, just as it always was. The catch was still unlocked. The warning echoed in his memory, a most painful death. He should turn back. He knew he should turn back. Wick's voice echoed in his mind, survive first. Fight second. Walking into a trap was the opposite of survival. But the calling was stronger here. Almost overwhelming. It sang in his blood, hummed in his bones, whispered come, come, come with every beat of his heart. He opened the door. Beyond it was not a corridor, but a room. A large room, filled with nothing but a mirror. A magnificent mirror, taller than he was, with an ornate frame carved of gold. At the top, an inscription read, Verized Straw Eru Oytube Kafru Oyt on Woshi. Harry approached slowly, his footsteps echoing in the empty space. The calling was silent now, replaced by something else. Curiosity. Longing. A need he didn't understand. He stood before the mirror and looked. At first, he saw only himself, a boy in pajamas, dark hair, green eyes, a scar on his forehead. But then the image shifted. Figures appeared beside him, standing close, their hands on his shoulders. A woman with red hair and the same green eyes, smiling at him with a love so fierce it hurt to see. A man with messy black hair and glasses, his arm around the woman, his grin wide and joyful. Behind them, others, an old man with twinkling eyes, a younger version of Wick with something like peace on his face, a crowd of people who looked at him with pride and love. His family. His parents. The life he should have had. Harry reached out, his hand trembling, and touched the glass. His mother's reflection seemed to reach back, her hand meeting his, though he felt only cold surface. Who are you? The voice came from behind him. Harry spun, his hand going for a knife that wasn't there. A man sat in the shadows at the side of the room, watching him with curious eyes. He was dressed in robes of deep purple, his silver beard long and his half-moon spectacles glinting in the mirror's light. Dumbledore. I'm sorry, Harry said quickly, his heart hammering. I know this corridor is forbidden. I couldn't sleep, and I was walking, and... Please, Harry, do not distress yourself. Dumbledore's voice was calm, warm, utterly without judgment. I have not come to reprimand you. I have come, as you have, to look upon this mirror. He rose from his shadowed seat and moved to stand beside Harry, his gaze fixed on the glass. Can you guess what it is, Harry? Harry looked back at the mirror. His parents were still there, watching him with love. It shows my family. My mum and dad. People who I never knew. Yes. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The mirror of Arised is desire, spelled backward. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Harry looked at his reflection, at the parents who smiled at him from beyond the grave. Does it show you the same thing? Your family? Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was softer. No, Harry. It shows me a pair of thick woolen socks. One can never have enough socks. Harry blinked, confused. Dumbledore smiled gently. The happiest man on earth would look into the mirror and see only himself, exactly as he is. The mirror is a dangerous thing, Harry. It shows us what we want, what we yearn for, what we have lost. People have wasted away in front of it, entranced by what they see. Or gone mad, trying to make the reflection real. Harry looked at his parents again. At his mother's smile. At his father's proud grin. So it's not real. They're not real. They are as real as you need them to be, Dumbledore said. But no, they cannot speak to you. They cannot hold you. They are reflections of your heart, not of the world. Harry nodded slowly, a hollow ache opening in his chest. He knew this. Of course he knew this. But knowing and feeling were different things. Does this mirror have something to do with what's hidden here? He asked. The thing everyone's guarding. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened behind his spectacles. What makes you ask that? Harry shrugged. The whole school knows something's hidden on this floor. And you're here, in the middle of the night, watching the mirror. It made sense. For a long moment, Dumbledore simply looked at him. Harry felt the weight of that gaze, the assessment behind it. It was like Wick's assessment, but different, warmer, somehow. Less about threat and more about potential. You are very perceptive, Harry, Dumbledore said finally. Yes, the mirror is part of the defenses for something that is hidden here. Something that must be protected. But I cannot tell you more than that. Harry nodded. He understood secrets. He kept enough of his own. I should go back to my dormitory, he said. Yes, I think that would be wise. Dumbledore paused. Harry, I would ask you not to return to this mirror. It is not healthy to dwell on dreams and forget to live. You understand. Harry looked at his parents one last time. At his mother's smile. At his father's pride. I understand. He turned and walked away, not looking back. Behind him, he heard Dumbledore's soft footsteps, then the door closing, then silence. He didn't go back to his dormitory. He went to the astronomy tower instead, climbing the spiral stairs until he stood at the highest point of the castle, the wind cold against his face, the stars sharp and bright above him. He thought about the mirror. About his parents. About the calling that had led him there. The calling was gone now. Faded to nothing. In its place was something else, a determination he hadn't felt before. His parents were dead. They couldn't come back. The mirror couldn't give him what he really wanted, them, alive, in his life. But maybe, just maybe, he could give them something else. He could survive. He could become strong. He could make sure that what happened to them never happened to anyone else. The wind howled around him, cold and fierce. Harry stood in the center of it, unmoving, his eyes on the stars. He was connected to Voldemort. Somehow, impossibly, he was connected. And he was going to use it. The next morning, Harry found Hermione in the library, buried in books as usual. I need your help, he said, sliding into the seat across from her. Hermione looked up, surprised. Harry rarely asked for help. With what? Dreams. He kept his voice low. I've been having dreams. Strange ones. About a corridor, and doors, and something calling to me. Hermione's expression sharpened with interest. What kind of calling? I don't know. It's like a voice, but not a voice. A feeling. A pull. He paused. It led me to the 3rd floor last night. To a room with a mirror. Hermione's eyes went wide. The forbidden corridor. Harry, that's incredibly dangerous. You could have been killed. I wasn't. He leaned forward. But here's the thing. Dumbledore was there, watching the mirror. He said it was part of the defenses for something hidden in the castle. Hermione bit her lip, thinking. I've heard rumors. Everyone has. Something. About a break in at Gringotts the same day we were there. Hagrid took something from a vault. People are saying it's connected. Harry remembered that day. Hagrid, flustered and secretive, pulling a small package from Vault 713. The same vault Hagrid had visited while Harry got his money. It's here, he said quietly. Whatever it is, it's here. In the castle. And you want to find out what it is. Hermione's voice was cautious. I want to know why I'm dreaming about it. Harry met her eyes. I want to know why it's calling to me. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. Okay. But we do this properly. Research first. No running off into danger. Harry smiled slightly. Wouldn't dream of it. The research led nowhere. They combed through books on dream magic, on protective enchantments, on the history of Hogwarts itself. Nothing mentioned dreams that called to people, nothing explained the pull Harry felt. Hermione grew frustrated, Harry grew more certain that the answers wouldn't be found in books. December arrived, bringing snow and Christmas holidays. Most students went home, including Ron, who departed with a promise to write and a reminder that Harry was welcome at the Burrow anytime. Hermione stayed, her parents on a dental conference in Peru, and Harry found himself grateful for her company. They spent the days before Christmas in the library, in the common room, exploring the castle when the weather permitted. Harry showed her some of the passages he'd found, the shortcuts and hiding places. She was impressed despite herself. You really know this place, she said one afternoon, after he'd led them through a hidden door behind a tapestry to emerge 3 floors up. I had a good teacher, Harry said. He taught me that knowing the ground is the first step to surviving on it. Who taught you that? Harry hesitated. He'd never told anyone about Wick, not really. Ron knew he'd spent a year with someone before Hogwarts, but the details were vague. Now, looking at Hermione's curious face, he felt the urge to share. A man named John Wick, he said. He found me last year. At my aunt and uncle's. Took me in. Trained me. Trained you for what? Harry thought about the knife in his trunk, the calluses on his hands, the way he could move without sound. For survival. Hermione studied him for a long moment, her brown eyes sharp with intelligence. There's more to you than you let on, Harry Potter. He smiled, a real smile. There's more to all of us. Christmas morning dawned clear and cold. Harry woke to find a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed. He stared at them for a long moment, overwhelmed. Presents. For him, real presents, from people who cared. The first was from Ron, a box of every flavor beans and a note that said Happy Christmas, mate. See you soon. The second was from Hermione, a box of Honeydukes chocolates and a book called Quidditch Through the Ages, with a note that said so you can read about something other than defense for once. The third was from Hagrid, a handmade flute, roughly carved, with a note that said Happy Christmas, Harry. See ye next term. The fourth was small and flat, wrapped in plain brown paper. No return address. No indication of who it was from. Harry opened it carefully. Inside was a photograph, a moving photograph, like the ones in the wizarding world. It showed a man and a woman, young and happy, holding a tiny baby with a shock of black hair. The woman had red hair and green eyes. The man had messy black hair and glasses. They were laughing, waving at the camera, so alive it hurt to see. Beneath the photograph was a note, written in a familiar angular hand. I thought you should have this. It was taken a few months before they died. You were 6 months old. Keep training. Keep watching. Keep surviving. J. Harry held the photograph for a long time, watching his parents move and smile and wave. His mother blew a kiss at the camera. His father tickled the baby, tickled him, and he giggled, a sound Harry had never heard himself make. A tear slipped down his cheek. He didn't wipe it away. That night, Harry dreamed again. But this time, the dream was different. He stood in a vast, dark chamber, lit only by flickering torches. Before him, a figure hunched over a cauldron, its back to him. It was small, and wrinkled, and ugly, like a baby, but wrong, so wrong, with red eyes and a snake-like face and a body that should not exist. The figure turned, its red eyes fixed on Harry, and it smiled. Harry Potter, it hissed. We meet at last. Harry tried to move, tried to reach for a weapon, but his body wouldn't respond. He was frozen, trapped, watching as the creature rose and approached. You feel it, don't you? The connection, the pull. It is because of me, Harry Potter. Because of what I am, and what you are becoming. No, Harry whispered. I'm nothing like you. You are exactly like me. The creature's smile widened. We are connected. Our wands share blood. Our minds share space. And soon, our souls will share something else. It reached out a thin, twisted hand toward Harry's face. Toward his scar. I am coming for you, Harry Potter. And when I do, you will join me. Or you will die. Harry woke screaming. Hermione was there in seconds, her wand lit, her face pale with fear. Harry, what happened? He couldn't speak, could barely breathe. The vision of that face, those eyes, that smile, it was burned into his mind. I saw him, he gasped. Voldemort. I saw him. Hermione's face went white. A dream. Just a dream. Harry shook his head. More than a dream. He was there. He spoke to me. He said we're connected. He said he's coming for me. They sat in silence as the first light of Christmas morning began to creep through the windows. Hermione held his hand, her grip tight, her face determined. Then we'll be ready, she said quietly. We'll research, we'll prepare, we'll learn everything we can. You're not alone in this, Harry. You're not alone. Harry looked at her, at this girl he'd known for only a few months, who had no reason to help him, who was scared but staying anyway. He thought of Ron, loyal and true. Of Hagrid, kind and fierce. Of Dumbledore, watching over him from the shadows. Of Wick, hundreds of miles away but always present. He wasn't alone. For the first time in his life, he truly wasn't alone. And Voldemort, whoever he was, whatever he wanted, would have to go through all of them to get to him. Okay, Harry said, his voice steady now. Let's get ready. The sun rose over Hogwarts, painting the snow in gold and pink. Somewhere in the depths of the castle, the thing that was hidden waited. Somewhere in the darkness, a creature that had once been a man plotted and planned and dreamed of return. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, trained by an assassin, connected to a dark lord, watched the sunrise and prepared for war. He didn't know what was coming. But he knew one thing for certain. He would survive. The days after Christmas blurred into a rhythm of research and training. Harry threw himself into both with an intensity that worried Hermione. She watched him push harder, train longer, study deeper, as if preparing for a war that hadn't yet begun. She didn't understand, not really, that the war had already begun. That it had begun the night Voldemort killed his parents. That every day since had been a battle for survival. The dreams continued. Not every night, but often enough. Always the same chamber, the same creature, the same red eyes and mocking smile. Always the same words, I am coming for you. Harry learned to wake from them without screaming. Learned to sit in the darkness afterward, breathing slowly, reaching for the knife under his pillow until his heart steadied. Learned to compartmentalize the fear, to lock it away in the same place he locked everything else. Wick had taught him that. Fear is information. It tells you something is dangerous. Then you decide what to do with that information. You don't let it control you. He was controlling it. Barely. The first day of term brought Ron back, his arms full of presents from his mother and his face full of stories about Christmas at the Burrow. He talked non-stop for hours, describing the food, the decorations, the chaos of 6 children and their parents in a house that seemed designed to explode. You should have been there, mate, he said for the 10th time, sprawled in front of the common room fire. Mum would have loved to have you. She made enough food for an army. Next time, Harry said, and meant it. The thought of the Burrow, of a real family, of warmth and noise and belonging, it pulled at something in his chest. Hermione looked up from her book. We need to talk about the thing. Ron groaned. Can't we have one night without research? The thing, Hermione repeated firmly, is real. Whatever's hidden on the 3rd floor, it's connected to what happened at Gringotts. And Harry's dreams are connected to it. We need to figure out what it is. Harry nodded slowly. She's right. Something's coming. I can feel it. Ron sat up, his expression shifting from annoyance to concern. What do you mean, you can feel it? How to explain? How to describe the weight that pressed on him in the darkness, the whisper at the edge of his consciousness, the certainty that time was running out? I just can't, Harry said. Trust me. Ron looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. I do. So what do we do? The research intensified. They spent every free moment in the library, combing through books on alchemy, on protective enchantments, on the history of Hogwarts itself. Hermione took notes in her tiny, precise handwriting. Ron provided running commentary and occasional useful insights. Harry read with the focused intensity of someone who knew that knowledge was survival. It was Ron who found the clue. Here, he said one evening, pointing at a passage in Hogwarts, a history. Listen to this. During times of great danger, the founders of Hogwarts imbued the castle with powerful enchantments. The most famous of these is the Chamber of Secrets, built by Salazar Slytherin and lost for centuries. But there are others, lesser known, including a series of protections placed around objects of great value. Hermione grabbed the book, scanning the passage. It doesn't say what the protections are. Or where. No, Harry said slowly, but it tells us something. Whatever's hidden here, it's valuable enough that the founders themselves helped protect it. But the founders are dead, Ron pointed out. How could they protect something now? They didn't, Hermione said, her eyes lighting up. Someone else did. Someone who knew the founders, magic. Someone like Dumbledore, Harry finished. He's the one guarding it. He's the one who put the mirror there. They sat in silence, the weight of the realization settling over them. Dumbledore. The most powerful wizard in the world. If he thought something needed protecting, it was serious. We need to know what it is, Harry said. Not to take it. Just to know. So we understand what we're dealing with. Hermione nodded slowly. I have an idea. But you're not going to like it. The idea was Snape. Not asking him directly, of course. That would be insane. But watching him. Following him. Seeing if he led them to anything. He's been acting strange all term, Hermione explained. Hovering around the 3rd floor corridor. Asking questions about Quirrell's classes. Hagrid mentioned that Snape's been asking him about how to get past Fluffy. Fluffy? Ron asked. 3-headed dog. Hagrid's. He calls it Fluffy. Hermione shuddered. Apparently, it's guarding the trap door in the 3rd floor corridor. Harry's mind raced. A 3-headed dog. A trap door. Something hidden beneath. And Snape, circling like a shark. We watch him, Harry said. But carefully. He's dangerous. Ron snorted. You don't have to tell me that. The watching began the next day. It was harder than Harry expected. Snape seemed to sense when he was being observed, his black eyes darting toward hiding places, his steps pausing at corners as if listening. Harry had to use every trick Wick had taught him, stillness, patience, the art of becoming part of the shadows. He learned Snape's patterns, his patrols, the way he lingered near the 3rd floor corridor at certain times, as if waiting for something. The way he looked at Quirrell, Not with the contempt he showed everyone else, but with something sharper. Suspicion. Hunger. He's after whatever's down there, Harry told Ron and Hermione in the common room that night. I'm sure of it. But why? Hermione asked. What could be valuable enough for a teacher to risk everything? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But I'm going to find out. The opportunity came 3 nights later. Harry was in his usual hiding spot near the 3rd floor corridor, a small alcove behind a suit of armor, when he heard footsteps. Not Snape's measured tread, something furtive. Unsteady. Quirrell emerged from the shadows, his turban askew, his face paler than usual. He glanced around nervously, then approached the door to the corridor. His hand trembled as he reached for the handle. Harry watched, barely breathing. Quirrell. The stuttering, nervous teacher who seemed afraid of everything. What was he doing here? Quirrell opened the door and slipped through. Harry waited a moment, then followed. The corridor beyond was dark, lit only by flickering torches. Harry moved silently, keeping to the shadows, his eyes on Quirrell's retreating back. The man was muttering to himself, his voice high and frightened. I can do this, he whispered. I can do this. He's counting on me. I can't fail again. He stopped before a heavy door at the end of the corridor. The same door Harry had entered before, leading to the room with the mirror. But Quirrell didn't go in. He stood there, trembling, as if listening to something. A voice spoke. Low, cold, hissing. Harry couldn't make out the words, but the sound of it made his skin crawl. It came from nowhere and everywhere, seeming to echo in his bones. Quirrell nodded frantically. Yes, master. I understand. Tonight. I'll do it tonight. He turned and hurried back the way he'd come. Harry pressed himself into the shadows, holding his breath as Quirrell passed within inches of his hiding place. The man's eyes were wild, his face slick with sweat. When the footsteps faded, Harry let out his breath slowly. Master. Quirrell had a master. Someone he was afraid of. Someone giving him orders. Harry thought of the red eyes in his dreams. The snake-like face. The cold, mocking voice. I am coming for you, Harry Potter. He knew, with a certainty that settled in his bones like ice, that Quirrell's master was Voldemort. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room, waiting up for him despite the late hour. They listened in silence as he told them what he'd seen and heard. When he finished, Hermione's face was white. Quirrell, she whispered. But he's so nervous. So frightened. How could he be working for? You know who? Fear, Harry said quietly. Voldemort controls people through fear. Quirrell's afraid of him. Afraid enough to do whatever he's told. Ron was gripping his wand so hard his knuckles were white. What do? We have to tell someone. Dumbledore, or McGonagall, or... And say what? Harry shook his head. We have no proof. Just my word against a teacher's. They'd never believe us. Then what? Hermione demanded. We can't just do nothing. We don't do nothing. Harry's voice was steady, calm, the voice Wick had taught him to use in crisis. We watch. We wait. We prepare. And when the moment comes, we act. Ron stared at him. You're taking this awfully calmly. Harry thought of the dreams. The red eyes. The voice that called to him in the darkness. The training that had taught him to survive when everything fell apart. I've been preparing for this my whole life, he said. I just didn't know it. The next day passed in a haze of tension. Harry watched Quirrell in every class, noting the way his eyes darted to Harry, the way his hands trembled when Harry asked a question. The man was terrified, but of what? Of Voldemort, of being caught, or of something else. That evening, an announcement came at dinner. Dumbledore rose from his seat at the staff table, his face grave. Students, he said, and the hall fell silent. I have important news. The Hogwarts holiday has been extended. You will return home for Easter break as usual, but I must ask that all students be prepared to remain at the castle for the duration of the summer should circumstances require it. Murmurs rippled through the hall. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. What circumstances? Ron whispered. I don't know, Harry said. But I don't like it. Dumbledore continued. There have been concerns raised about the safety of the castle. Rest assured, your professors are doing everything in their power to ensure your protection. But I ask that you remain vigilant. Report anything unusual to your heads of house. And remember, he paused, his gaze sweeping the hall. For a moment, it lingered on Harry. Help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it. He sat down. The hall erupted into whispered conversation. That night, Harry dreamed again. But this time, the dream was different. He stood in a vast chamber, torchlit and ancient. Before him, a stone archway rose into darkness, a tattered veil hanging in its center. Beyond the veil, he could hear whispers, voices, calling to him, pleading, warning. And behind the voices, a presence. Familiar now. The red eyes. The cold. Harry Potter. The voice slithered through his mind. You grow stronger. I can feel it. The connection deepens. Harry turned. Voldemort stood behind him, not the creature from before, but a man. Handsome, dark-haired, with red eyes that burned like embers. He smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing Harry had ever seen. You are mine, Harry Potter. You have been mine since the night I marked you. Every dream, every thought, every moment of fear, it all brings you closer to me. No. Harry's voice was steady. I'm not yours. I'll never be yours. Voldemort laughed, a sound like ice cracking. Brave words. But bravery is not enough. It was not enough for your parents. It will not be enough for you. He stepped closer, and Harry felt the temperature drop. Frost formed on the stone floor. His breath misted before his face. Join me, Harry. Together, we could do great things. I could teach you power beyond your wildest dreams. I could give you the family you've always wanted. I have a family, Harry said. They're not blood, but they're mine. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. The Muggle lover who trained you. The dog that follows him. They are nothing. Playthings. When I return, I will destroy them both. I will destroy everyone you love. And you will watch. Harry felt something snap. Not fear, something deeper. Hotter. No, he said again. You won't. He reached for the knife that wasn't there, and woke. The dormitory was silent. Ron's snores rumbled from the next bed. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows on the walls. Harry lay still, breathing carefully, waiting for his heart to slow. The dream had been different. More vivid. More real. And Voldemort had known things. About Wick, about Marcus. Things he shouldn't know. Unless the connection went both ways. Harry sat up slowly, reaching for the knife under his pillow. Its weight was solid, reassuring. He held it for a long time, staring at the ceiling, thinking. Voldemort knew about Wick. That meant Voldemort was watching. Not just dreaming, actively watching. And if he was watching, he might act. Harry couldn't let that happen. He got up, dressed in the dark, and moved to the window. The ground stretched below him, white and still. Somewhere out there, in the forbidden forest, danger lurked. Somewhere in the castle, Quirrell plotted with his master. And somewhere, hundreds of miles away, Wick was going about his life, unaware that a Dark Lord had taken an interest in him. Harry made a decision. He would protect them. All of them. Ron and Hermione, Wick and Marcus, everyone who had shown him kindness. He would become strong enough, smart enough, ruthless enough to stand against Voldemort and win. And if that meant becoming something dark himself, something that Voldemort would recognize as kin, then so be it. The sun rose over the mountains, painting the snow in shades of gold and pink. Harry watched it without seeing, his mind already working, already planning. The war had begun, and he intended to win. The next weeks were a blur of preparation. Harry trained harder than ever, rising before dawn to run the castle, to practice his forms in empty classrooms, to hone the skills Wick had taught him. He read everything he could find on defensive magic, on dark creatures, on the history of Voldemort's reign. He watched Quirrell constantly, noting his movements, his patterns, his moments of weakness. Ron and Hermione helped, though they didn't fully understand the depth of his intensity. They thought he was preparing for a threat. They didn't realize he was preparing for war. February came, bringing storms and biting wind. The castle grew colder, the stones seeming to absorb the chill and radiate it into every room. Harry barely noticed. He was too focused, too driven, too aware of the clock ticking down to something he couldn't name. Then, on the last day of the month, everything changed. It started with a note. Harry found it tucked under his plate at breakfast, written on a scrap of parchment in handwriting he didn't recognize. Come to the trophy room tonight at midnight. Come alone. It's about your parents. He showed it to Ron and Hermione immediately. They studied it in silence, their faces grave. It's a trap, Ron said flatly. Has to be. Probably, Harry agreed. But it mentions my parents. I have to go. Then we come with you, Hermione said firmly. No arguments. Harry shook his head. It says alone. If they see you, they might not show themselves. Or worse. Then we follow at a distance, Ron suggested. Close enough to help if something goes wrong, far enough to stay hidden. Harry considered. It was risky. But so was going alone. And having backup was something Wick had drilled into him. Never fight fair. Never fight alone if you can help it. Okay, he said. But if anything feels wrong, you get out. Promise me. They promised. Midnight found Harry in the trophy room, surrounded by glass cases filled with gleaming cups and shields. Moonlight filtered through the high windows, casting pale light on the marble floor. He stood in the center of the room, his wand in his pocket, his knife hidden in his sleeve, waiting. Minutes passed. The castle was silent. Harry's senses were sharp, alert, cataloging every shadow, every sound. Footsteps. Light, hesitant, coming from the corridor. Harry tensed, his hand moving to his knife. Quirrell stepped through the doorway. He looked even worse than usual, pale, sweating, his eyes darting nervously around the room. He held his wand in a trembling hand, pointing it at Harry. Pete Potter, he stammered. You came. You said it was about my parents. Harry's voice was calm, controlled. Was that a lie? Quirrell shook his head frantically. No, not a lie. I knew your parents. I taught at Hogwarts when they were students. I wanted to help you. Harry studied him, reading the signs. Fear, desperation, something else, a flicker in his eyes that didn't match his trembling voice. You're lying, Harry said quietly. Who sent you? Quirrell's face contorted. For a moment, he looked almost relieved. Then his expression shifted, hardened, became something else entirely. Very clever, Potter, he said, and his voice was different. Steadier, colder, but not clever enough. He raised his wand. The door burst open. Ron and Hermione rushed in, wands raised, their faces pale with fear. But before they could act, Quirrell spun, his wand slashing through the air. A jet of red light shot toward them, and they dove aside, the spell shattering a glass case behind them. Run! Harry shouted, but they didn't run. They stood their ground, wands raised, faces set. 3 against 1, good odds. But Quirrell wasn't alone. The temperature plummeted. Frost spread across the floor, crawling up the glass cases, turning the windows white. A voice spoke, not Quirrell's voice, but the voice from Harry's dreams. Cold, hissing, terrible. Kill them. Quirrell's eyes went wide, his face contorting in pain. Master, please, I can't. Kill them. Quirrell screamed. His hand flew to his turban, tearing at it, and Harry saw something move beneath the cloth. Something that was not human. Then Quirrell's wand came up, and he was casting, not at Harry, but at Ron. A jet of green light, impossibly fast, impossibly deadly. Harry moved without thinking. He was between Ron and the spell before it landed, his body a shield, his arms spread wide. He saw the green light coming, knew it meant death, knew he was about to die. And something happened. The light hit him and stopped. Dissolved. Vanished like smoke in wind. Quirrell stared, his mouth open. The temperature plummeted further. And the voice spoke again, filled with rage and something else, something that sounded almost like fear. Impossible. Harry didn't wait to understand. He moved forward, his knife appearing in his hand, his body flowing into the forms Wick had taught him. Quirrell saw him coming, raised his wand, but Harry was faster, always faster, and the knife sliced through Quirrell's wand hand, sending his wand spinning across the floor. Quirrell screamed. But the scream wasn't just pain. It was agony, horror, something far beyond physical. Where Harry's skin touched Quirrell's, blisters formed. Burns. As if Harry himself were poison. Harry jerked back, staring at his hands. They were normal, unmarked. But Quirrell's arm, where Harry had touched him, was blackened and smoking. The boy. Voldemort's voice was a shriek of rage. The boy protects himself. The blood, the sacrifice. The voice cut off. The temperature began to rise. Quirrell lay on the floor, whimpering, his burned arm clutched to his chest. Harry stood over him, knife still ready, heart pounding. Ron and Hermione rushed to his side, there. Faces white. What happened? Ron gasped. What did you do? Harry shook his head slowly. I don't know. But he did know. Somehow, impossibly, his mother's sacrifice still protected him. Her love, her choice to die for him, had made him untouchable to Voldemort. Untouchable to anything that carried Voldemort's taint. The realization settled over him like a cloak. Warm, safe, powerful. Quirrell looked up at him, his eyes filled with pain and fear. "Kill me," he whispered. "Please. He'll kill me anyway. Kill me now." Harry looked at the knife in his hand. It would be easy. One quick motion, and Quirrell would be free. Free of Voldemort. Free of the pain. But Harry wasn't an executioner. Not yet. Maybe not ever. "No," he said quietly. "You'll face justice. The right way." He turned to Ron and Hermione. "Get help. Fast. I'll stay with him." They ran. Harry knelt beside Quirrell, watching as the man's eyes fluttered closed, as his breathing grew shallow. He didn't know if Quirrell would live. Didn't know if he deserved to. But he knew one thing. Voldemort had tried to kill him again. And again, he had failed. The war continued. But Harry had won this battle. And he was just getting started. The hospital wing was white and quiet. Harry lay in the bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind still racing from the night's events. Madame Pomfrey had fussed over him for an hour, checking for injuries, applying potions to the small burns on his hands where he'd touched Quirrell. She'd wanted him to sleep, to rest, to recover from the shock. But sleep was impossible. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Quirrell's face contorted in pain, heard Voldemort's voice screaming in rage, felt the strange, protective warmth that had saved his life. Ron and Hermione had been allowed to stay. They sat in chairs beside his bed, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes red from crying or exhaustion or both. They hadn't spoken much since Madame Pomfrey had ushered them in. There was too much to process, too much to understand. The door opened. Dumbledore entered, his robe sweeping the floor, his face grave. Behind him came Professor McGonagall, her lips pressed into a thin line, and Snape, his black eyes unreadable. Harry sat up slowly, his body protesting. Ron and Hermione rose, moving closer to his bed as if to shield him. "Please, sit," Dumbledore said gently, gesturing to the chairs. "All of you. There is much to discuss." They sat. The silence stretched, heavy with unasked questions. "I imagine," Dumbledore began, his blue eyes fixed on Harry, "that you have many questions about what happened tonight." Harry nodded. Quirrell. He was working for Voldemort. He had him, on the back of his head. Under that turban. McGonagall flinched at the name. Snape's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. "Yes," Dumbledore said quietly. "Professor Quirrell was hosting Lord Voldemort, sharing his body and his mind. It is a terrible thing, to be possessed by darkness. Quirrell was not evil, not truly. But he was weak, and weakness invited corruption. He tried to kill Ron," Harry said. "He cast the killing curse. I saw it. And you stopped it." Dumbledore's gaze was piercing. "Can you tell me how?" Harry thought about it. The green light, the certainty of death, the strange warmth that had risen in him at the last moment. "I don't know," he said honestly. I couldn't let Ron die. I stepped in front of him. And the spell, it just stopped. Like it hit something and dissolved." Dumbledore nodded slowly, as if confirming something he already suspected. "Your mother's sacrifice, Harry. Her love for you, her choice to die in your place, created a protection that lives in your blood. It is ancient magic, powerful magic. Lord Voldemort cannot touch you without suffering agonizing pain. And anyone who carries his mark, who shares his essence, will find you toxic." Harry looked at his hands. They looked normal, ordinary, but they had burned Quirrell like acid. "Does that mean I'm safe?" he asked. From him. "No." Dumbledore's voice was firm. "The protection is powerful, but it is not absolute. It lives in your blood, Harry. It protects you from direct contact with evil. But there are other ways to kill. Other weapons. Other spells." He paused. "You must never let this protection make you careless." Harry nodded. He understood. Wick had taught him the same thing. No protection was perfect. No defense was absolute. The only true safety was vigilance. "What happens now?" Hermione asked. Her voice was small but steady. "To Quirrell. To the thing that was hidden." Dumbledore exchanged a glance with McGonagall. "Quirrell will be taken to St. Mungo's, where he will receive treatment for his condition. He is damaged. Possession leaves scars. He may never fully recover." He paused. "As for the object he sought, the Sorcerer's Stone, it has been destroyed." Destroyed to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. The Sorcerer's Stone, Harry repeated. That's what was hidden. That's what Voldemort wanted. Yes. The stone grants immortality. It can produce the elixir of life, which would allow Lord Voldemort to return to full power. Nicholas Flamel, the stone's creator, agreed to its destruction. It was the only way to keep it safe. Harry thought about that. Immortality. The power to live forever. No wonder Voldemort wanted it. He'll try again, Harry said quietly. He'll find another way. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. Yes, he will. Lord Voldemort does not give up. He will find another path to power, another way to return. And when he does, we must be ready. The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Harry felt the weight of them settle on his shoulders. He was 11 years old. He had just faced the most dangerous wizard in history and survived. And now he was being told that it wasn't over. That it would never be over. I'll be ready, he said. Dumbledore smiled, a gentle, sad smile. I know you will, Harry. You have a strength in you that few possess. Not just magical strength, something deeper. Something that darkness cannot touch. He rose, and McGonagall and Snape rose with him. Get some rest, all of you. The term will end soon, and you have earned a peaceful summer. He moved toward the door, then paused, turning back. Harry, one more thing. The dreams you've been having, the connection you feel to Lord Voldemort. We must discuss this further. But not tonight. When you are ready. He left. McGonagall followed, her face troubled. Snape lingered for a moment, his black eyes fixed on Harry with an expression that was impossible to read. Then he too was gone. The hospital wing fell silent. The days that followed were strange. Word spread quickly about what had happened, though the full truth was kept from most students. All anyone knew was that Quirrell had tried to steal something valuable and Harry had stopped him. The details were vague, the official story carefully crafted to avoid panic. But Harry noticed the way people looked at him now. Not just with curiosity or awe, with something else. Respect. Fear. He couldn't tell. The first years whispered when he passed. The older students nodded to him in the corridors. Even the teachers seemed to treat him differently, as if he had crossed some invisible line and become something more than a student. Only Ron and Hermione treated him the same. They argued with him, laughed with him, sat with him in the common room as if nothing had changed. He was grateful for that. More than they knew. The night before the train home, Harry sat by the fire in the Gryffindor common room, alone. Ron and Hermione had gone to bed hours ago, but Harry couldn't sleep. His mind was too full, too restless. The portrait hole opened. Professor McGonagall stepped through, her expression softening when she saw him. Mr. Potter, I thought I might find you here. She crossed the room and sat in the chair across from him, her usual severity replaced by something gentler. I wanted to speak with you before you left, she said. About next year. About what happened. Harry waited. Professor Dumbledore has asked me to tell you that he will be speaking with you privately when you return. There are things you need to know, about your parents, about the connection you share with you-know-who, about what the future may hold. She paused. But I want to tell you something else. Something I think you need to hear. She leaned forward, her dark eyes meeting his. You are not alone, Mr. Potter. I know your childhood was difficult. I know you have faced things that no child should face. But here, at Hogwarts, you have people who care about you. People who will stand with you, no matter what comes. Harry felt something warm in his chest. I know, he said quietly. Ron and Hermione. Yes, but others too. Professor Dumbledore. Myself. Even Professor Snape, in his own way. She smiled slightly. We are your family now, Harry. All of us. Never forget that. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. McGonagall rose. Get some sleep. You have a long journey tomorrow. She moved toward the portrait hole, then paused. And Harry. Well done. For everything. She left. Harry sat by the fire for a long time after, watching the flames dance, feeling the warmth on his face. Family. He had a family. The thought was strange and wonderful and terrifying all at once. The train ride home was bittersweet. Ron and Hermione chatted about their summer plans, Ron's family, Hermione's trip to France, but their eyes kept drifting to Harry, checking on him, making sure he was okay. He appreciated it more than he could say. As the countryside rolled past, Harry found himself thinking about Wick. About the mill. About Marcus. He hadn't seen them in months, hadn't heard from them except for the photograph at Christmas. He wondered if they'd changed. If the mill still felt like home. He wondered if he still belonged there. You'll write, right? Ron asked as the train approached King's Cross. Promise you'll write. Harry smiled. I promise. And if you need anything, anything at all, you'll tell us, Hermione added firmly. No heroics. No going off alone. I promise that too. The train pulled into the station. They gathered their things and stepped onto the platform, into the chaos of parents and siblings and owls and cats. Ron's mother was there, her red hair bright in the crowd, and she swept Ron into a hug before turning to Harry with the same fierce warmth. Harry, dear, you must come stay with us this summer. Promise me you will. I'd like that, Harry said, and meant it. Hermione's parents appeared, smiling and waving, and Hermione hugged Harry quickly before joining them. Right, she called over her shoulder. Every week. Then they were gone, and Harry was alone in the crowd, making his way toward the barrier, toward the Muggle world, toward the Dursleys. He stepped through the barrier and stopped. Wick was waiting. He stood against a pillar, dressed in his usual dark suit, Marcus sitting calmly at his feet. He looked exactly the same, hard face, dark eyes, coiled stillness. When he saw Harry, something shifted in his expression. Not a smile, but close. Harry crossed the station in seconds, dropping his trunk, not caring who saw. Marcus bounded forward, tail wagging, and Harry knelt to bury his face in the dog's fur, feeling the familiar warmth, the familiar smell. When he looked up, Wick was standing over him. You did well, Wick said quietly. I heard. Harry rose slowly. How? I have sources. The magical world talks, even when it thinks no one is listening. He paused. You faced him, Voldemort, and you survived. I had help, Harry said. My friends. My mother's protection. Wick nodded slowly. Help is good, but you were the one who stepped in front of that curse. You were the one who chose to fight. That's not protection. That's courage. Harry felt something swell in his chest. Praise from Wick was rare. Hard-earned. It meant more than any number of house points or whispered admiration. Come, Wick said, turning toward the exit. We have work to do. Harry picked up his trunk and followed, Marcus trotting happily beside him. They walked out of King's Cross and into the London afternoon, the sun warm on their faces, the city noise surrounding them. Home. He was going home. The mill looked exactly the same. Same stone walls, same arched windows, same peaceful valley stretching into the distance. Harry stood in the courtyard, breathing in the familiar air, feeling the tension of the past months begin to ease. Wick had made dinner, a simple meal of steak and potatoes, and they ate in the kitchen, Marcus curled at their feet. For a while, neither of them spoke. The silence was comfortable, familiar, like an old blanket. Finally, Wick set down his fork. Tell me everything. Harry did. He told him about the classes, the teachers, the friends he'd made. He told him about the dreams, the connection, the growing certainty that Voldemort was using him somehow. He told him about Quirrell, about the trophy room, about the moment the killing curse had hit him and dissolved. When he finished, Wick was silent for a long moment. The connection, he said finally. It's real. And it's dangerous. I know. Do you? Wick's dark eyes fixed on him. Voldemort can see through your eyes, Harry. Feel what you feel. Know what you know. That's not just a connection, that's a vulnerability. A weapon he can use against you. Harry had considered this, but hearing Wick say it made it real in a new way. How do I stop it? You don't. Wick's voice was flat. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But you can learn to control it. To shield your mind. To use it yourself. Use it. Wick leaned forward. If he can see you, you can see him. If he can feel your emotions, you can feel his. It's a two-way connection, Harry. Dangerous, yes, but also an opportunity. Harry thought about that, spying on Voldemort, knowing his plans, his weaknesses, his fears. The idea was terrifying and thrilling in equal measure. I don't know how, he said. I don't even know where to start. I do. Wick rose, moving to a bookshelf and pulling down a worn volume. This is a book on occlumency. The art of shielding the mind. It's rare, difficult, and dangerous. But if you want to survive, you'll learn it. Harry took the book, feeling its weight. Will you teach me? Wick shook his head. I can't. This is magic, your world, not mine. But I can help you prepare. Train your mind the way I've trained your body. Make it strong. Make it disciplined. The rest will be up to you." Harry nodded. It was more than he'd hoped for. They sat in silence as the sun set over the valley, painting the ruins of the other mills in gold and amber. Marcus snored softly at their feet. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. "One more thing," Wick said quietly. "The Dursleys." Harry tensed. He'd almost forgotten about them. Almost. "You have to go back," Wick said. "For a few weeks, at least. The magical world expects it. If you don't, questions will be asked. Questions we don't want answered." Harry felt his stomach clench. "I can't. Not again." "You can." Wick's voice was firm but not unkind. "You survived them for 10 years. You can survive a few more weeks. And this time, you're not the same boy who left. You're stronger, smarter, more dangerous." He paused. "They can't hurt you anymore, Harry." "Not really. You've grown beyond them." Harry thought about that. About the cupboard, the chores, the constant cruelty. It seemed like another life now. Another person. "You're right," he said slowly. "They can't hurt me. Not anymore." Wick nodded. "Good. Now get some rest. Training starts at dawn." The weeks at the mill passed in a blur of training and reading and quiet evenings by the fire. Harry threw himself into occlumency, studying the book Wick had given him, practicing the techniques until his head ached. It was like learning to fight, but with his mind instead of his body. He learned to build walls, to clear his thoughts, to create mental safe rooms where no one could follow. It was hard, frustrating. Sometimes he wanted to give up, to accept that the connection was just part of him now, something he'd have to live with. But Wick pushed him, challenged him, refused to let him quit. "Your mind is a fortress," Wick said during one session. "Or it can be. But fortresses aren't built in a day. They're built stone by stone, year by year. Every time you practice, you add another stone. Every time you succeed, you strengthen the walls." Harry kept practicing. By the end of the 3rd week, he could clear his mind in seconds. Could build walls that felt almost solid. Could push back against the faint, constant whisper of Voldemort's presence in his dreams. It wasn't perfect. It might never be perfect. But it was progress. The day before he had to return to the Dursleys, Harry sat on the roof of the mill, watching the sun set over the valley. Marcus was beside him, his head on Harry's knee, his eyes closed in contentment. Wick appeared beside him, silent as always. He sat down, his long legs dangling over the edge, and for a while they just watched the sky change color. "I've been thinking," Harry said quietly. "About what you said. About using the connection." Wick waited. "Voldemort wants to kill me. He's wanted it since I was a baby. But he also wants something else. He wants to understand why I survived. Why his curse failed." Harry paused. "The connection gives him that. But it also gives me something." "What?" "A way in." Harry turned to face him. "If he can see me, I can see him. If he can feel my emotions, I can feel his. That means I can learn about him. His weaknesses, his fears, his plans." Wick nodded slowly. "It's dangerous. Everything about this is dangerous." Harry's voice was steady. "But I'm done just surviving, Wick. I want to win. And to win, I need to understand my enemy." Wick looked at him for a long moment, his dark eyes unreadable. Then, slowly, the corner of his mouth curved upward. "You're not the boy I found in that cupboard," he said quietly. "You're something else now. Something more." Harry smiled, a real smile. "You made me that way." "No." Wick shook his head. "I gave you tools. You built yourself." They sat in silence as the last light faded from the sky. Stars began to appear, one by one, scattered across the darkness like diamonds. "I'll come back," Harry said. "After the Dursleys. Before school. I know. And I'll keep training. Keep learning. Keep getting stronger. I know that too." Harry looked at him, this impossible man who had saved him, trained him, become something like a father. "Thank you. For everything." Wick didn't respond. He didn't need to. The silence between them said everything that mattered. The next morning, Harry stood at the gate, his trunk at his feet, Marcus pressed against his leg. Wick stood before him, his face as still as ever. But his eyes held something that might have been pride. "Remember," he said quietly. "Walls in your mind. Trust your instincts. And if things get bad, I know how to reach you." Wick nodded. "Go." Harry picked up his trunk and walked through the gate. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. The mill would be there when he returned. Wick would be there. Marcus would be there. He walked down the hill toward the village, toward the bus that would take him to London, toward the Dursleys and the summer that waited. He was not afraid. He was ready. Number 4, Privet Drive looked exactly the same. Same perfectly manicured lawn. Same net curtains. Same feeling of suffocation that settled over Harry the moment he walked through the door. The Dursleys were at dinner when he arrived. They looked up as he entered, and their faces went through a series of expressions: surprise, annoyance, and finally, something Harry had never seen before. Fear. Uncle Vernon's face went purple. Aunt Petunia's went white. Dudley actually flinched, shrinking back in his chair as if Harry might attack him. Harry set down his trunk. "Hello, Uncle Vernon. Aunt Petunia. Dudley." No one spoke. "I'll be staying for a few weeks," Harry continued, his voice calm. "I'll stay out of your way. You'll stay out of mine." "Understood." Vernon sputtered. "Now, see here, boy." "No." Harry's voice was quiet, but something in it made Vernon stop. "You see here. I'm not the boy who lived in your cupboard anymore. I'm not the boy you pushed around and starved and treated like dirt. I'm something else now. Something you don't want to mess with." He picked up his trunk and moved toward the stairs. At the bottom step, he paused. "Oh, and Uncle Vernon. If you try to lock me in the cupboard again, I can't promise I'll be responsible for what happens." He climbed the stairs, leaving them in stunned silence. The room they'd given him was small and bare, but it had a door that locked and a window that opened. He set down his trunk, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling. It wasn't the mill. It wasn't Hogwarts. But it was tolerable. For a few weeks, it was tolerable. And in the back of his mind, behind the walls he was learning to build, he felt the faint whisper of Voldemort's presence. Watching. Waiting. Harry smiled in the darkness. Let him watch. Let him wait. The war was just beginning. And Harry Potter was no longer a victim. He was a weapon. The summer at number 4, Privet Drive passed in a haze of uneasy silence. Harry kept to himself, spending most of his time in his room, reading, practicing occlumency, and watching the Dursleys through narrowed eyes. They gave him a wide berth, their fear of him palpable in every hurried glance, every slammed door, every meal left on the stairs like an offering to a dangerous god. He didn't mind. Their fear was preferable to their cruelty. And it gave him time to think. The connection to Voldemort was always there now, a faint hum at the edge of his consciousness. He'd learned to live with it, to push it to the back of his mind, to build walls that kept it from overwhelming him. But he couldn't shut it out completely. It was part of him now, like his scar, like his green eyes, like the name he'd inherited from parents he barely remembered. Wick's letters came every week, delivered by the same brindle owl that had brought the photograph at Christmas. They were short, practical, filled with reminders and advice and the occasional hint of something warmer beneath the terse words. Walls. Every day. Without fail. Trust your instincts. They've kept you alive so far. Marcus misses you. So do I. Harry read them over and over, tracing the words with his finger, feeling connected to the only real home he'd ever known. The night before his 12th birthday, Harry dreamed of a house. It was old, dark, looming against a stormy sky. Lightning flashed, illuminating windows like empty eyes. A sign creaked in the wind, the words too faded to read. And somewhere inside, something waited. Something that called to him with a voice he knew too well. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice, but different. Younger. Stronger. Come to me. We have so much to discuss. Harry walked toward the house, his feet moving without his consent. The door swung open before him, revealing darkness absolute. He stepped inside, and woke to a crash. He was on the floor, tangled in his sheets, his heart hammering. The room was dark, the window open, curtains billowing in the night breeze. And standing in the middle of his room, trembling violently, was the strangest creature Harry had ever seen. It was small, barely reaching Harry's knee, with large, bat-like ears and enormous green eyes that seemed to take up half its face. It wore a pillowcase tied with rope, and it was currently banging its head against the wall with frantic intensity. Bad Dobby. It squeaked with each impact. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby. Harry stared, too stunned to move. Stop that, he finally managed. Stop hitting yourself. The creature paused, its eyes swiveling to fix on Harry. Tears streamed down its wrinkled face. Dobby is used to death threats, sir. Dobby gets them 5 times a day at home. Harry sat up slowly, his hand moving instinctively toward the knife he kept under his pillow. Who are you? How did you get in here? Dobby is a house elf, sir. The creature wrung its hands nervously. Dobby has come with a warning. A terrible warning, sir. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts this year. Harry blinked. What? Why not? Dobby's eyes grew even wider, if that was possible. There is a plot, sir. A dark plot. Danger awaits Harry Potter at Hogwarts this year. Terrible danger. Dobby has heard things in his master's house, whispers, plans, and Dobby knows that Harry Potter must not return. Harry's mind raced. A plot. Danger at Hogwarts. It couldn't be a coincidence, not after everything that had happened last year. Who's your master? He asked. Who's plotting against me? Dobby shook his head frantically, his ears flapping. Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby cannot betray his master's secrets. But Dobby can warn Harry Potter. Dobby can beg him to stay safe. Harry studied the creature. He seemed genuinely frightened, genuinely concerned. But fear could be faked. Concern could be manufactured. Wick had taught him that. If there's really a plot, I need to know about it, Harry said carefully. I need to be prepared. Dobby wrung his hands harder. Harry Potter must trust Dobby. Harry Potter must stay away from Hogwarts. Please, sir, please. He grabbed the lamp from Harry's bedside table and began hitting himself with it. Bad Dobby. Bad Dobby for saying too much. Harry lunged forward, grabbing the lamp. Stop it. You'll hurt yourself. Dobby looked at him with those huge, tear-filled eyes. Harry Potter is kind. Harry Potter is brave. Harry Potter must not die. Before Harry could respond, there was a crash from downstairs. The doorbell. And then another crash, something breaking. And then Uncle Vernon's voice, bellowing with rage. Dobby's eyes went wide with terror. Dobby must go. Dobby has said too much. He snapped his fingers. There was a loud crack, and he was gone. Harry stood in the middle of his room, holding the lamp, his heart pounding. The doorbell rang again. More crashes. And then Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps on the stairs. The next few hours were chaos. The doorbell had been the Weasleys, Ron, Fred, George, and Mr. Weasley, who had somehow gotten hold of a flying Ford Anglia and flown it to Surrey to rescue Harry from the Dursleys. The crash had been Fred and George dropping Dudley's tongue-growing sweets through the living room window. And Uncle Vernon's rage had been monumental. But somehow, impossibly, Harry found himself on the back seat of that flying car, soaring through the night sky toward the burrow, Ron's voice a steady stream of explanation in his ear. Mum's been frantic, Ron was saying. Your owl never came back, and then we saw the Muggles on telly. They had your aunt and uncle on the news, saying you'd run away, and we knew something was wrong, so Dad borrowed the car from work and... Harry held up a hand. Wait, my aunt and uncle were on the news. Ron nodded grimly. Said you were a disturbed boy who'd run off with bad sorts. It's all over the Muggle news. Dad's been having a fit. Harry leaned back, his mind spinning. The Dursleys. On television. Spreading lies about him. It shouldn't hurt, he knew what they were, what they'd always been, but it did. It stung in ways he hadn't expected. The house elf, he said quietly. Before you came, there was a house elf in my room. He warned me not to go back to Hogwarts. Said there was a plot. Danger. Ron's eyes went wide. A house elf. But they're bound to families, they can't just go wandering off. Unless, he stopped, his face pale. Unless someone sent him. That's what I thought. Harry stared out the window at the clouds rushing past. Someone knows something. Someone wants me to stay away. But why? Ron asked. Why warn you? Why not just... He stopped again, clearly not wanting to finish the sentence. Kill me. Harry's voice was flat. Maybe they can't. Maybe whatever's planned needs me at Hogwarts. Or maybe they're trying to scare me into doing something stupid. He paused. Either way, I need to find out who sent him. Ron nodded slowly. We'll figure it out. Together. Harry looked at his friend, at the determination on his face despite the fear in his eyes, and felt something warm in his chest. He wasn't alone. He'd never be alone again. The burrow was everything Harry had imagined and more. It was a tall, crooked house that looked like it had been held together by magic for centuries. Chickens ran in the yard. Gnomes peeked from under bushes. And inside, it was warm and crowded and chaotic and wonderful. Mrs. Weasley swept Harry into a hug the moment he walked through the door, her arms tight around him, her voice thick with emotion. "Oh, Harry, dear. What those people did to you, what they said, never mind. You're here now. You're safe." Ginny, Ron's younger sister, stared at him from behind the kitchen table, then blushed furiously and ran upstairs. Fred and George immediately began reenacting the escape from Privet Drive with sound effects and dramatic flourishes. Mr. Weasley pumped Harry's hand enthusiastically and asked 100 questions about Muggle things. It was overwhelming. It was wonderful. It was family. That night, Harry lay in Ron's room, staring at the ceiling, listening to the gentle snores of his friend in the next bed. The burrow creaked and settled around him, alive in ways number 4 had never been. He felt safe here, protected. But the house elf's words echoed in his mind. Danger awaits Harry Potter at Hogwarts this year. He thought about telling Mr. Weasley, telling Dumbledore, letting the adults handle it. But Wick's voice was there too, calm and steady. Trust no one completely. Verify everything. And always, always have a plan. He would tell them. But he would also prepare. Watch. Wait. Be ready. The war wasn't over. It had barely begun. The rest of the summer passed in a blur of Weasley chaos. Harry helped the gnome the garden, which involved swinging the creatures by their feet and hurling them over the hedge. He played Quidditch in the orchard with Ron and the twins, using old brooms that had seen better decades. He ate meals that Mrs. Weasley pressed on him at every opportunity, and he grew stronger, healthier, more alive than he'd ever been. He also trained. Every morning, before the house woke, Harry slipped outside and practiced the forms Wick had taught him, the occlumency walls he was building in his mind, the knife he kept hidden in his trunk, cleaned and sharpened and ready. He ran through the drills until his muscles burned and his breath came in gasps, then did them again. Ron found him on the third morning, sitting in the dew-wet grass, breathing hard. "You're mental," Ron said, but there was no judgment in his voice. Just curiosity. "What are you doing?" Harry hesitated. Then, slowly, he told him. About Wick. About the training. About the year that had changed everything. Ron listened without interrupting, his face shifting through expressions of surprise, awe, and something like respect. When Harry finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "Blimey," he said finally. "And I thought my family was intense." Harry smiled. "He saved my life. Gave me a purpose. Made me strong enough to survive." Ron nodded slowly. "And now you're training for what's coming." "For him, yes." Ron stood, offering Harry a hand. "Then I'm training with you. We're in this together, remember?" Harry took his hand and let himself be pulled up. Together. The letter arrived on the last day of August. It was from Hogwarts, as expected, list of supplies, instructions for the train, all the usual. But tucked inside was another note, written in a familiar angular script. "Harry, I've heard whispers. Something is stirring in the magical world. Old families, old debts, old hatreds. Be careful, be watchful, be ready. Your training continues. I'll be in touch. J." Harry read it 3 times, then folded it carefully and tucked it into his pocket. Something was stirring. Old hatreds. He thought of the house elf's warning, of the danger waiting at Hogwarts. He thought of Voldemort, whispering in the darkness, waiting for his moment. He was ready. King's Cross was chaos as usual. The Weasleys and Harry pushed through the barrier onto platform 9 3/4, emerging into a cloud of steam and noise. The Scarlet Hogwarts Express loomed before them, already filling with students. Mrs. Weasley fussed over them all, straightening robes, checking trunks, pressing last-minute snacks into their hands. Fred and George rolled their eyes but accepted the attention with good grace. Ginny hovered nearby, stealing glances at Harry and blushing whenever he looked her way. "Have a good term, Mrs. Weasley said, hugging Harry tightly. "Write to us. And stay out of trouble." Harry smiled. "I'll try." They boarded the train, finding an empty compartment near the back. Ron stowed their trunks while Harry settled by the window, watching the platform shrink as the train pulled away. Hermione found them 20 minutes later, her arms full of books and her hair even bushier than usual. "Harry, Ron, oh, it's so good to see you both." She hugged them fiercely, then sat down and immediately began telling them about her summer, the trip to France, the books she'd read, the research she'd done on house elves. "I've been thinking about what you said," she told Harry, her voice dropping. "About the house elf. They're bound to families by ancient magic. They can't disobey their masters. So if one showed up to warn you, either his master sent him, or he was acting against his master's orders, which is almost impossible." Harry frowned. "So someone sent him. Someone who wanted me warned. Or someone who wanted you scared," Ron pointed out. "Make you paranoid, make you do something stupid, get you in trouble." Hermione nodded slowly. "That's possible too. Either way, someone's watching you, Harry. Someone with access to a house elf." Harry thought about that. Someone with access to a house elf. That meant an old wizarding family, probably pure blood. The Malfoys came to mind. Lucius Malfoy was known to have connections to dark elements. But why would he warn Harry? Unless, maybe it wasn't a warning, Harry said slowly. Maybe it was a threat. "Don't come back, or else." Ron's face went pale. "You think Malfoy's behind it?" "I don't know. But I'm going to find out." Hogwarts looked the same as it always did, magnificent, ancient, impossibly magical. But as Harry walked through the doors and into the Great Hall, he felt something different. A weight in the air. A tension that hadn't been there before. The sorting past in a blur of new faces and old traditions. Harry watched as first years were sorted into houses, remembering his own ceremony, the hat's whispered warnings, the choice he'd made. When the feast began, he scanned the staff table. Dumbledore was there, twinkling as always. McGonagall, stern and watchful. Snape, his black eyes fixed on Harry with that familiar, unreadable expression. And a new face, a man with waved golden hair and brilliant blue eyes, dressed in robes of turquoise, smiling at the students with the enthusiasm of a game show host. "That's Lockhart," Ron muttered, his voice dripping with disgust. "New defense against the dark arts teacher. Mum's mad about him. Has all his books." Harry had seen the books in flourish and blots. They lined entire shelves, titles like Gadding with Ghouls and Travels with Trolls. Lockhart's smiling face stared from every cover. "He seems." Harry searched for the right word. "Confident. That's one word for it," Hermione said, but she was staring at Lockhart with something like admiration. "He's won Wizard Weekly's Most Charming Smile award 5 times in a row." Ron made a gagging noise. Hermione ignored him. The first weeks of term passed uneventfully. Classes were challenging but manageable. Harry excelled in defense against the dark arts despite Lockhart's incompetence, relying more on his training than anything the teacher taught. Potions with Snape was as unpleasant as ever, but Harry's occlumency walls helped him block out the worst of the man's hostility. And Quidditch tryouts were approaching. Harry was eager to get back on his broom. But the dreams had returned. Not the corridor dreams, not the connection to Voldemort. Something else. A whisper, a voice, hissing in the darkness. Words he couldn't quite understand, but felt in his bones. It woke him night after night, heart pounding, skin slick with sweat. He told no one. Not yet. Not until he understood what it meant. Then, on Halloween, everything changed. The feast was in full swing when it happened. Harry had just reached for a pumpkin pasty when the voice came. Not in his head, in the walls. A whisper, cold and sibilant, echoing through the stone. "Kill, time to kill." He froze, his hand hovering over the food. Ron was saying something beside him, but Harry couldn't hear the words. All he could hear was the voice, growing louder, more insistent. "Rip, tear, kill." "Harry." Ron's voice broke through. "You okay, mate? You look like you've seen a ghost." Harry shook his head, trying to clear it. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" "The voice. The hissing." It was gone now, faded to silence, but its echo lingered in Harry's mind. "Nothing," he said. "I'm fine." But he wasn't fine. And when Professor Dumbledore rose from the staff table, his face grave, and announced that all students were to return to their common rooms immediately, Harry knew that something terrible had happened. They found out the next morning. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, had been found petrified, hanging from a torch bracket on the wall. Her body stiff, her eyes wide with terror. And beside her, written in blood on the stone, were the words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." The castle buzzed with rumors. The Chamber of Secrets, a legend, a myth, a story told to frighten children. Salazar Slytherin's hidden chamber, built to house a monster that only his heir could control. A monster that, according to legend, would one day purge the school of all Muggle-borns. Harry looked at Hermione, at the fear in her eyes. She was Muggle-born. If the legend was true, she was in danger. He looked at Ron, at the confusion on his face. Pure blood, safe from the monster's wrath. But not safe from the fear, the suspicion, the chaos that was already spreading through the castle. And he looked at his own hands. The hands that had burned Quirrell. The hands that held a wand with the same core as Voldemort's. The hands of a boy who heard voices in the walls. He didn't know what the chamber was. Didn't know who had opened it. Didn't know why. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty. The danger the house elf had warned about, it had arrived. And Harry Potter was standing right in its path. The morning after Halloween, the castle woke to fear. Whispers followed Harry through every corridor, every class, every meal. Students stared at him with wide eyes and quickly looked away. Some crossed to the other side of the hallway when they saw him coming. Others gathered in small groups, their conversations dying abruptly as he passed. He knew why. The voice. The hissing. Someone had heard him at the feast, talking about sounds no one else could hear. Word had spread, twisted, grown. Now they whispered that Harry Potter could speak to snakes. That he was a Parselmouth. That maybe, just maybe, he was the heir of Slytherin. Ron was furious on his behalf. It's rubbish, he said for the dozenth time, slamming his fist on the Gryffindor table at breakfast. You're not the heir. You're not even Slytherin. You're the most Gryffindor person I know. Hermione was more practical. The Parseltongue thing is concerning, she admitted, her voice low. It's a rare gift, mostly associated with dark wizards. But that doesn't mean. I know what it means. Harry's voice was flat. He'd been over it 100 times in his own mind. The dreams. The connection. The voice in the walls. And now this, proof that he was linked to Slytherin's legacy in ways he didn't understand. It means I'm connected to him. To Voldemort. He was Slytherin's heir. And now I can do what he could do. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Neither knew what to say. Harry pushed his plate away. I need to find out what's in the chamber. What the monster is. Before anyone else gets hurt. Get hurt. Ron repeated. Mate, people are getting petrified. Mrs. Norris was just the beginning. If the legend's true, the monster doesn't just petrify, it kills. Then we better be fast. The investigation began in earnest. Hermione threw herself into research, spending every free moment in the library, combing through books on Slytherin, on the chamber's history, on famous Parselmouths and their abilities. Ron used his connections, his brothers, his father's position at the ministry, to gather rumors and inside information. Harry watched, listened, followed threads that no one else noticed. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor who worshipped Harry, was found petrified near the hospital wing. His camera lay beside him, the film destroyed. Then Justin Finch Fletchley, a Hufflepuff, and nearly headless Nick, who had been at the scene of the attack and was now a more solid shade of black than usual. Each attack brought fresh fear, fresh rumors, fresh suspicion. And each attack brought the whispers about Harry louder, closer, more insistent. He was a Parselmouth. He had been at the scene of the first attack. He had a connection to Voldemort, the last known heir of Slytherin. It didn't matter that he was in Gryffindor, that he'd fought against dark wizards, that he was the boy who lived. Fear didn't care about facts. Harry felt the walls closing in. Not the mental walls he'd built against Voldemort, real walls, of suspicion and isolation and loneliness. Students avoided him. Teachers watched him with new eyes. Even some of the Gryffindors looked at him differently, their trust shaken by the whispers. Only Ron and Hermione stood by him. Only they saw past the rumors to the boy beneath. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Harry was in the library late one night, alone, staring at a book on Parseltongue without really seeing it. The words blurred before his eyes, replaced by images of the attacks, the victims, the fear on their faces. A soft voice spoke behind him. You're not the heir, you know. Harry spun, his hand going for his knife. A girl stood there, small, mousy, with dirt on her robes and a nervous energy about her. He recognized her. A Hufflepuff. One of Justin's friends. I know, he said carefully. But try telling that to everyone else. The girl nodded. They're scared. Scared people believe stupid things. She paused, glancing around as if checking for eavesdroppers. I saw something. The day Justin was attacked. I was coming back from herbology, and I saw something moving in the corridor. Big, shiny, like scales. Harry's heart rate spiked. Scales. You mean? I don't know what I mean. The girl's voice trembled. I ran. I shouldn't have run. Maybe if I'd stayed, I could have helped. But I was scared, and I ran, and now Justin's. It's okay. Harry's voice was gentle, the voice he used with frightened animals. You did the right thing. Running kept you safe. But now you're telling me. That's brave. The girl looked at him with watery eyes. You really think so? I know so. He paused. Can you show me where you saw it? The scales. She nodded slowly. I can try. The corridor was on the second floor, near a girl's bathroom that everyone avoided. The smell was terrible, something about the pipes, people said. But as Harry approached, he felt something else. A tingle in the air. A whisper of magic. The girl had pointed him in the right direction and fled, too frightened to stay. Harry didn't blame her. He stood alone in the corridor, listening, feeling, waiting. The voice came. Kill. Hungry, time to kill. It was the same voice he'd heard at the feast. Hissing, sibilant, echoing from somewhere deep. From behind the wall. Harry moved closer, his hand on the knife in his pocket. The wall was stone, old and solid, but there was something wrong with it. A faint shimmer, like heat haze. Magic. He pressed his ear to the stone. The voice was clearer now, louder, full of hunger and rage. Rip, tear, kill the mudbloods. Mudbloods. The word was like a slap. Muggle-borns. The monster was hunting Muggle-borns. And Harry could understand it. Could hear its thoughts, its desires, its murderous intent. He stepped back, his heart pounding. The Parseltongue gift, or curse, whatever it was, connected him to this creature. To the monster in the chamber. To the thing that Slytherin's heir controlled. He didn't know what it meant. Didn't know if it made him complicit or just cursed. But he knew one thing for certain. He had to stop it. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room, waiting up for him despite the late hour. They listened in silence as he told them about the girl, the corridor, the voice. So the monster's behind that wall, Ron said slowly. But how do we get in? How do we even know what it is? Hermione was flipping through a book, her face intense. The legends say Slytherin built the chamber and hid a monster inside. Something only his heir could control. Something that would purge the school of Muggle-borns. She looked up. What kind of monster kills by looking at it? Harry thought about the victims. Petrified, not killed. Their eyes wide with terror. Colin's camera destroyed. Justin's face frozen in shock. Nearly headless Nick, a ghost, affected even though he was already dead. Something that kills with its eyes, he said slowly. Something that petrifies if you don't look directly at it. Something that, he stopped. Basilisk. Ron's face went white. Basilisk. The king of serpents. That's insane. They're impossibly dangerous. One look and you're dead. But if you see it indirectly, through a reflection, or a camera, Hermione's eyes widened. That's it. That's why they're petrified, not killed. They didn't look directly at it. They saw it through something else. Harry nodded, his mind racing. A basilisk. It makes sense. Parseltongue controls snakes. Slytherin was a Parselmouth. He'd want a monster he could command. But where is it? Ron asked. Where do you hide a giant snake in a castle? Harry thought about the voice. The way it echoed. The shimmer on the wall. Behind that wall, he said. Somewhere in the plumbing. Basilisks can move through pipes, can't they? If they're big enough. Hermione was already flipping through her book. It says here basilisks can grow to enormous sizes. 50 feet or more. They can move through any space that can accommodate them, and they're incredibly fast. She looked up, her face pale. Harry, if it's been living in the pipes all this time, it could be anywhere. It could strike at any moment. Harry stood, his decision made. Then we find it. We find the chamber, and we kill it. Ron stared at him. Kill a basilisk. Just the three of us. Have you lost your mind? No. Harry's voice was calm, the calm of someone who had faced death before and survived. But I'm not going to sit here and wait for more people to get hurt. The teachers aren't doing anything. Dumbledore's distracted. The ministry's useless. If we don't act, more people will die. Hermione stood too, her face set. I'm with you. Ron looked at both of them, his expression shifting from fear to resignation to determination. Fine, but if we die, I'm haunting you forever. Harry almost smiled. Deal. The next day, they put their plan into action. Hermione would continue researching, looking for any clue about the chamber's location. Ron would keep his ears open in the common room, listening for rumors, for patterns, for anything that might help. Harry would explore, following the voice, mapping the pipes, looking for the entrance. It was slow work, frustrating work. Days passed with no progress, and the attacks stopped as suddenly as they'd begun. The castle relaxed slightly, the tension easing, but Harry knew it was temporary. The monster was waiting, biding its time. He felt it in his dreams. The hunger, the rage, the constant whispering in the darkness. The basilisk wanted to kill, and it wouldn't wait forever. Then, in mid-December, everything changed. Harry was in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, the girls' bathroom on the second floor, the one everyone avoided, when he heard it. The voice was louder here. Clearer. Coming from the pipes, echoing off the tile walls. Come to me, kill. He moved closer to the sinks, pressing his ear to the cold porcelain. The voice was right there, just beneath him, slithering through the pipes. And then he saw it. A tiny engraving on the side of one of the taps. A snake. Small, almost invisible, but unmistakable. Harry stared at it, his heart pounding. A snake. On a tap. In a bathroom where the voice was loudest. He opened his mouth, and without thinking, hissed. Open. The tap glowed briefly, then began to spin. The sink sank into the floor, revealing a dark opening. A pipe. Large enough for a person to slide down. Harry stood at the edge, looking into the darkness. Somewhere down there was the Chamber of Secrets. Somewhere down there was the basilisk. Somewhere down there was the answer to everything. He should get Ron and Hermione. He should wait, plan, prepare. But the voice was calling, and Harry was tired of waiting. He jumped. The pipe was dark and cold, spiraling down into the depths of the castle. Harry slid for what felt like forever, the walls rushing past, the darkness absolute. Finally, with a soft thud, he landed on something solid. He was in a tunnel. Ancient stone, old beyond measure, lit by a faint green glow from somewhere ahead. Bones littered the floor, small bones, animal bones, picked clean by time. Harry drew his wand and his knife, holding one in each hand, and moved forward. The tunnel opened into a vast chamber. Massive pillars rose into darkness, carved with serpents coiled in eternal vigilance. The green glow came from torches set along the walls, burning with an eerie light. And at the far end, a colossal statue loomed, the face of Salazar Slytherin himself, carved in stone, his mouth open in a silent roar. Harry walked toward it, his footsteps echoing in the vast space. The voice was silent now, as if waiting. Watching. He stopped before the statue. The mouth gaped above him, dark and empty. But he could feel it, the presence. The hunger. The thing that lived inside. I'm here, he said, his voice steady. Come out. For a moment, nothing. Then, from the darkness of the statue's mouth, something moved. Eyes. Huge, yellow, slit-pupilled eyes, opening in the darkness. And behind them, a body, scales thicker than tree trunks, a head the size of a small car, a body that seemed to go on forever. The basilisk emerged from the statue's mouth, sliding down to the floor of the chamber, coiling before Harry like a mountain of death. Its gaze was terrible, ancient, hungry. But Harry didn't look into its eyes. He looked at its scales, its body, its gaping mouth. He remembered the voice he'd heard, the commands he'd understood. And he knew, with a certainty that came from somewhere deep, that he could speak to this creature. He opened his mouth, and the hissing came naturally. I am here. Why do you kill? The basilisk's head drew back, surprise flickering in those terrible eyes. Then it spoke, its voice the same voice Harry had heard in his dreams. I kill because my master commands. I kill because it is my purpose. I kill because I am hungry. Your master, Harry repeated. Who is your master? The air. The one who woke me. The one who speaks as you speak. Harry's mind raced. The air. Someone else who could speak Parseltongue. Someone who had opened the chamber and set the basilisk loose. Where is this air now? The basilisk's head swayed, considering. He comes and goes. He whispers commands. He feeds me when I hunger. He is, nearby. Nearby. The air was in the castle. A student, maybe. Or a teacher. Someone with access to the chamber, someone who could come and go without being noticed. Harry thought of the voice he'd heard at the feast. The command to kill. That hadn't been the basilisk, that had been the heir, speaking through the walls, ordering the attack. Don't kill anymore, Harry said. Stop. Wait for your master to come. The basilisk's eyes narrowed. You are not my master. You do not command me. No. But I'm asking. Please. For a long moment, the basilisk simply stared. Then, slowly, it began to move, sliding back toward the statue, into the darkness of Slytherin's mouth. I will wait, it hissed. But not forever. The hunger grows. The heir will come. And when he does, the killing will continue. It disappeared into the darkness. The green light flickered, dimmed, and Harry was alone. He found the exit near the statue, a passage that led back up, winding through the rock until it emerged in a dark corridor on the first floor. He stumbled out, gasping, his clothes damp with sweat, his mind reeling from what he'd seen. The basilisk was real. The chamber was real. And the heir was somewhere in the castle, walking among them, waiting for the right moment to strike again. Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, his thoughts churning. He had to tell Ron and Hermione. They had to figure out who the heir was, stop them before they could order another attack. But as he climbed through the portrait hole, he found the common room in chaos. Students clustered in groups, whispering, crying. Ron was standing by the fire, his face ashen. Hermione was nowhere to be seen. What happened? Harry asked, though he already knew. Ron looked at him, his eyes hollow. It's Hermione. She was attacked. They found her near the library. She's petrified, Harry. Just like the others. The world stopped. Harry stood frozen, the words not making sense. Hermione. Petrified. His best friend, the girl who had stood by him through everything, who had researched and planned and refused to give up. She was lying in the hospital wing, frozen, possibly never to wake. No, he whispered. No. Ron grabbed his arm, his grip tight. She's alive. Madame Pomfrey says she'll be okay eventually. But Harry, they found something with her. A note. She must have been researching, trying to figure out who the heir is. And he stopped, pulling a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket. She figured it out. Harry took the note, his hands shaking. Hermione's handwriting, tiny and precise, covered the page. Notes on the chamber, on basilisks, on Parseltongue. And at the bottom, circled 3 times, 2 words. Pipes. Snakes. Below them, in fresh ink, a single sentence. The heir is using the pipes to move around. Only one person would know the castle's secrets that well. Only one person could come and go without being noticed. The sentence cut off. The rest of the page was blank. Harry stared at the words, his mind racing. Only one person. Someone who knew the castle's secrets. Someone who could move through the pipes, through the walls, without being seen. Someone like a ghost. Nearly headless Nick had been at the scene of an attack. But he was a ghost, he couldn't open the chamber, couldn't control a basilisk. Someone like a teacher. Someone who had access to every part of the castle, who could come and go as they pleased, who wouldn't be questioned. Snape's face flashed through Harry's mind. The greasy hair, the black eyes, the constant hostility. But Snape hated him. Why would he target Muggle-borns? Why would he open the chamber? Unless it wasn't Snape. Unless it was someone else. Someone who had been acting strange all year. Someone whose turban had hidden something terrible last year. Someone new. Lockhart. Harry's eyes widened. Lockhart, the fraud, the celebrity, the man who couldn't perform even the simplest spell. He was useless, incompetent, but that could be an act. A cover. And he had access to everything, knew everything that happened in the castle. But Lockhart wasn't a Parselmouth. He couldn't control a basilisk. Unless he didn't need to. Unless the basilisk was controlled by someone else. Someone who could speak to it through Lockhart. Someone who was using Lockhart as a puppet. Voldemort. The pieces clicked into place with sickening clarity. Voldemort, using Quirrell last year, using someone else this year. Not possessing them, controlling them from afar. Using the connection, the link between them, to reach through and command the basilisk. The heir wasn't a person. The heir was a memory. A shade. A fragment of the Dark Lord, clinging to existence, waiting for his moment to return. And Harry was the key. He found Dumbledore in his office, waiting as if he'd known Harry would come. The old man sat behind his desk, his face tired but calm. Fawkes the Phoenix perched on his stand, watching Harry with bright, knowing eyes. "I know who opened the chamber," Harry said without preamble. "Or rather, I know how. It's Voldemort. He's controlling someone, Lockhart, probably, using the connection between us to reach through and command the basilisk." Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "The connection. You've felt it. Since first year. Dreams, voices, feelings. He's always there, in the back of my mind. And now he's using it to hurt people. To hurt Hermione." Harry's voice cracked on her name. "I have to stop him." Dumbledore rose slowly, moving around the desk to stand before Harry. "The connection is dangerous, Harry. More dangerous than you know. It allows him to see into your mind, to influence your thoughts, to use you as a gateway." "I know." Harry's voice was steady. "But it also allows me to see into his. I know where the chamber is. I've been there. I've spoken to the basilisk. And I know that Voldemort, or whatever's left of him, is using Lockhart as a puppet. If I can get to Lockhart, I can break the connection. Stop the attacks." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "You've grown, Harry. More than I anticipated. More than anyone anticipated." He paused. "But you cannot face this alone. The basilisk is ancient, powerful, deadly. Even with your training, I won't be alone." Harry looked at Fawkes, at the Phoenix who had sung for him in darker moments. "I'll have help." Dumbledore followed his gaze, and a faint smile touched his lips. "Yes, I believe you will." Harry returned to the second-floor bathroom, Fawkes riding on his shoulder. The sink was still open, the pipe still waiting. He stood at the edge, looking into the darkness. "Are you sure about this?" he asked the Phoenix. Fawkes trilled softly, a sound of reassurance. Harry jumped. The slide was faster this time, the landing harder. He was in the tunnel again, the green light ahead, the bones crunching beneath his feet. He moved forward, wand in one hand, knife in the other, Fawkes's warmth a comfort against his chest. The chamber opened before him, vast and terrible. The basilisk was waiting, coiled before Slytherin's statue, its yellow eyes fixed on him. "You returned," it hissed. "The heir said you would." "Where is the heir?" Harry demanded. "Show yourself." A figure stepped from behind the statue. Lockhart. But not Lockhart. His eyes were different, his smile wrong, his voice when he spoke was not his own. "Harry Potter," he said, and the voice was Voldemort's. "We meet again." Harry raised his wand. "Let him go. This is between us." "Oh, but he's useful." Lockhart's body moved closer, puppet-like, controlled by strings of darkness. "He opened the chamber for me. He fed the basilisk. He did everything I asked, poor fool that he is." The smile widened. "And now he'll watch as you die." The basilisk lunged. Harry moved on instinct, diving aside, rolling, coming up with his knife ready. Fawkes soared upward, a flash of gold in the green light. The basilisk's tail swept toward him, and he jumped, felt the wind of its passage, landed and kept moving. "You cannot escape," the basilisk hissed. "I am faster, stronger, hungrier." Harry didn't answer. He was too focused, too deep in the flow of combat that Wick had drilled into him. Move, assess, strike, survive. He saw an opening, a gap in the basilisk's coils, a moment when its head was turned. He lunged forward, knife extended, aiming for the soft tissue behind its eye. The basilisk saw him coming. Its head whipped around, its mouth opening, fangs dripping venom. And Fawkes struck. The Phoenix dove into the basilisk's face, talons raking, beak stabbing. The basilisk screamed, a terrible sound, and recoiled. Harry didn't hesitate. He drove the knife home, deep into the soft tissue, twisting, pushing with all his strength. The basilisk thrashed, its death throes shaking the chamber. Harry was thrown clear, slamming into a pillar, pain exploding in his shoulder. He lay there, gasping, watching as the great serpent collapsed, its body twitching, its eyes glazing over. Silence. Harry pushed himself up, his arms screaming in protest. Fawkes was there, landing beside him, a single tear falling from the Phoenix's eye onto Harry's wound. The pain vanished immediately, the skin knitting, the injury healed. Lockhart stood frozen near the statue, his eyes wide, his face pale. The darkness had left him, he was himself again, terrified and confused. What happened?" he stammered. "Where am I? Who are you?" Harry ignored him. He walked to the basilisk's body, looking at the massive serpent that had terrorized the school. Dead. Finally dead. He pulled his knife from its eye socket, wiped it clean, and sheathed it. Then he turned to Fawkes. "Thank you." The phoenix trilled softly, then took flight, soaring up through the chamber, toward the surface, toward Dumbledore. Harry followed. The aftermath was chaos. Lockhart was taken away, his mind shattered by the possession, unable to remember anything. The petrified students were revived with a potion made from mandrakes. Hermione opened her eyes in the hospital wing, saw Harry standing over her, and smiled. "Did you get him?" she asked weakly. Harry smiled back. "We got him." The school celebrated. The chamber was sealed, the basilisk dead, the attacks over. Harry was a hero again, though he deflected the praise, giving credit to Ron and Hermione and Fawkes. But at night, when he lay in his bed, he felt the connection. Still there, still humming at the edge of his consciousness. Voldemort was gone, for now, but the link remained. A thread connecting them across time and space. He would need to be ready. For the next attack, for the next scheme, for the moment when Voldemort would return, as Dumbledore said he would. But for now, he let himself rest. Let himself heal. Let himself enjoy the simple pleasure of his friends' company, of laughter in the common room, of a school that felt safe again. The war wasn't over. It might never be over. But Harry Potter had won another battle. And he was just getting started. The summer after second year was the best Harry could remember. He spent it at the Burrow, surrounded by Weasleys, learning what it meant to be part of a real family. Mrs. Weasley fed him until he thought he might burst, her constant fussing a warm balm against years of neglect. Mr. Weasley took him on trips to investigate Muggle artifacts, his enthusiasm infectious, his kindness unwavering. The twins included him in their pranks, though Harry suspected they were also testing his reflexes, and finding them impressive. Ron was Ron, loyal and true, and their friendship deepened in ways Harry hadn't expected. They talked about everything and nothing, argued about Quidditch, played chess until dawn, and never once mentioned the chamber or the basilisk or the connection that still hummed at the edge of Harry's consciousness. Hermione visited for 2 weeks in August, and the three of them explored the countryside, read in the garden, and planned for the year ahead. She had recovered fully from her petrification, though she still carried a book on magical creatures everywhere she went, determined to learn everything about basilisks and their habits. "You never know when information might save your life," she said when Ron teased her about it. Harry agreed. Information was survival. Wick had taught him that. Wick's letters continued through the summer, arriving every week without fail. They were short, practical, filled with reminders about training and walls and trust. But there was something else in them now, a warmth that hadn't been there before. A connection that went beyond teacher and student. "Marcus asks about you every day," one letter read. "He sleeps in your room, waiting for your return." Harry smiled every time he read that. He wrote back, long letters full of details about the Burrow, about Ron and Hermione, about the small moments of joy that filled his days. He told Wick about the training he continued on his own, the forms practiced in the dewy grass before dawn, the occlumency walls maintained through sheer discipline. He didn't mention the connection, the faint whisper of Voldemort that never quite went away. Wick didn't need to worry. But Wick knew anyway. Wick always knew. "The connection is still there," he wrote in early August. "I can see it in your words, feel it in the spaces between. Don't ignore it. Don't fear it. Use it. Understand it. Make it yours." Harry read that letter 5 times, then tucked it into his trunk with the others. Make it yours. Not fight it. Not suppress it. Make it yours. He thought about that for a long time. The night before third year began, Harry dreamed of darkness. Not the chamber, not Voldemort, not the basilisk. Just darkness. Empty, vast, swallowing. And in the darkness, a voice, not hissing, not cold, but desperate. Pleading, "Harry, help me, please." He woke with a gasp, his heart pounding, his sheets soaked with sweat. The room was dark, Ron's snore steady from the next bed. Outside, an owl hooted, and the first gray light of dawn crept over the horizon. The voice had been different. Not Voldemort. Someone else. Someone who knew his name, who called to him with fear and hope and desperation. Harry lay still, breathing slowly, letting his heart calm. The dream faded, but the echo remained. A name, almost remembered. A face, almost seen. He didn't know what it meant. But he knew, with the certainty that came from years of survival, that something was coming. Something new. Something that would change everything. King's Cross was chaos as usual. Harry pushed through the barrier with Ron and Hermione, emerging onto platform 9 3/4 in a cloud of steam and noise. The Scarlet Hogwarts Express waited, students streaming aboard, parents waving goodbye, owls hooting in their cages. They found a compartment near the back, stowed their trunks, and settled in for the journey. Ron immediately began complaining about the Defense Against the Dark Arts syllabus, a new teacher again, the third in 3 years. Hermione scolded him for judging before they'd even met the man. Harry watched out the window, his mind still on the dream. The train began to move. The platform slid away, replaced by London suburbs, then countryside, then hills and moors stretching into the distance. "I've been thinking," Hermione said, breaking the comfortable silence. "About the chamber. About what happened." Harry turned from the window. "What about it? The connection between you and you know who?" She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "It's not just dreams, is it? You can feel him, sense him, know when he's near." Harry nodded slowly. "It's like a hum, always there, in the back of my mind. Sometimes louder, sometimes softer. But never gone." "That's terrifying," Ron said flatly. "It's useful," Harry corrected. "Wick says I need to use it. Understand it. Make it mine." Hermione's eyes widened. "Use it. But I know what he is." Harry's voice was calm. "But knowledge is power. If I can feel him, I can track him. If I can sense his emotions, I can predict his moves. It's a weapon, Hermione. Just like my wand. Just like my knife." Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. They'd seen Harry train, seen the focus and intensity he brought to everything. They knew he wasn't the same boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts 2 years ago. "Okay," Ron said finally. "But if it ever gets too much, if you ever feel like you're losing control, you tell us." "Promise." Harry smiled. "Promise." The feast that night was magnificent as always. The enchanted ceiling reflected the starry sky, the candles floated in midair, the food appeared on golden plates. Dumbledore welcomed them back with twinkling eyes and cryptic comments about the year ahead. McGonagall looked stern and approving. Snape looked like he always looked, like he'd just swallowed something unpleasant. And at the staff table, a new face. A man with a weathered face and tired eyes, dressed in shabby robes, a flask at his hip. He didn't smile, didn't wave, didn't engage with the students. He just sat there, watching, waiting. "That's the new defense teacher," Ron whispered. "He looks like he's been through a war." "Maybe he has," Harry said quietly. Something about the man tugged at his memory. Something familiar in the set of his shoulders, the way he held himself, the sadness in his eyes. The sorting began. New students were called forward one by one, the hats shouting houses, the tables erupting in cheers. Harry watched absently, his mind still on the new teacher. Then, halfway through the feast, the doors of the great hall burst open. A man stood there, tall and dark, his robes swirling around him. His face was haggard, his hair wild, his eyes desperate. He scanned the hall, searching, and when his gaze landed on Harry, something in his expression shifted. "Harry," he breathed. "Harry Potter." The hall fell silent. Teachers rose from their seats, wands drawn. Dumbledore's voice cut through the tension. "Sirius Black, you are not welcome here." Black's eyes never left Harry. "I need to speak with him. Just for a moment. Please." Harry stared at the man, at the desperation in his eyes, at the way his hands trembled. And suddenly, he knew. The voice in his dream. The pleading. The name. Sirius Black. His father's best friend. The man who had lent Hagrid the motorcycle. The man who, according to everything Harry had heard, had betrayed his parents to Voldemort and murdered 13 people with a single curse. "You," Harry said, his voice quiet but carrying in the silence. "You're the one who killed them." Black flinched as if struck. "No, Harry, no. I would never. I loved them. They were my family. 12 years in Azkaban says otherwise," Snape snarled, moving forward with his wand raised. Black's eyes blazed. "I didn't betray them, Snape. You know I didn't. You know who the real traitor is." "Enough." Dumbledore's voice was calm but absolute. "Sirius, you will leave now. We will discuss this at the appropriate time." Black looked at Harry, his eyes filled with a pain so deep it seemed to swallow him. "I'm innocent, Harry. I swear it on my life. On your parents' memory. I'm innocent. Then he was gone, disappearing into the darkness beyond the doors, leaving chaos in his wake. The next morning, the castle was buzzing. Sirius Black, the infamous mass murderer, had escaped from Azkaban and was apparently trying to get into Hogwarts. To kill Harry, everyone assumed. To finish what he'd started 12 years ago. Harry wasn't so sure. The dream haunted him. The voice, desperate and pleading. The name, spoken with such longing. And Black's eyes, those gray eyes that held no malice, no madness, only pain. You can't be serious, Ron said when Harry mentioned his doubts. He's Sirius Black, the most dangerous prisoner in Azkaban history. He killed 13 people with one curse. He betrayed your parents. I know what the papers say. Harry's voice was calm, but I also know what I saw. What I felt. That wasn't a killer's eyes. Hermione bit her lip. People can change. Or hide. Azkaban does terrible things to people. Or maybe he's telling the truth. Harry looked at them both. Maybe there's more to the story than we know. They were quiet for a moment. Then Ron shrugged. Okay. Say he's innocent. Then who did betray your parents? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But I'm going to find out. The weeks that followed were strange. Dementors patrolled the castle grounds, their cold presence seeping through the walls, affecting everyone's moods. Harry felt them more than most. Every time they drew near, he heard echoes of that night, his mother's screams, the green flash of the killing curse. It took all his occlumency training to keep from collapsing. The new defense teacher, Remus Lupin, proved to be the best they'd ever had. His classes were practical, engaging, and genuinely useful. He taught them about redcaps and kappas, about grindylows and hinky punks, and when they faced a boggart, he stood by ready to help. Harry's boggart became a Dementor. When it emerged from the wardrobe, cold and hooded and terrible, Harry felt the familiar darkness closing in. But before he could fall, Lupin stepped forward, casting a Patronus that drove the creature back. Ridiculous, Harry managed, and the Dementor transformed into a floating balloon, wobbling comically in the air. The class laughed. Harry didn't. He was too busy trying to steady his breathing. After class, Lupin called him aside. That was well done, Harry. Most people freeze when facing their worst fear. Harry shrugged. I've had practice. Lupin's eyes were kind. The Dementors affect you strongly. More than most. It's because of what you've been through, the trauma, the loss. They feed on happy memories, and yours are limited. Harry looked at him sharply. How do you know about my memories? Lupin smiled sadly. I knew your parents, Harry. I was at school with them. With your father and Sirius. He paused. I'm not here to push. But if you ever want to talk about them, about anything, my door is open. Harry nodded slowly. Thanks. He left the classroom with more questions than answers. Lupin knew his parents. Lupin knew Black. And Lupin was watching him with an expression that held secrets. Harry intended to find out what they were. The first Quidditch match of the season was against Hufflepuff. Harry had been training hard, grateful for the distraction from Dementors and dreams and the constant weight of suspicion. On the broom, in the air, he was free. Nothing could touch him there. The match was brutal. Rain poured from a gray sky, reducing visibility to almost nothing. Harry flew through the storm, scanning for the snitch, his robes plastered to his body, his hands numb with cold. He saw it near the end, a flash of gold near the Hufflepuff goal posts. He dove, the wind screaming past, the ground rushing up. His fingers closed around the tiny ball just as something else hit him. A Dementor. Right there on the pitch, its cold presence overwhelming, its hooded face inches from his. Harry fell. He heard his mother's scream, saw the green light, felt the despair closing in. The snitch slipped from his fingers. The ground rushed toward him. And then, a Patronus. Silver, brilliant, galloping across the pitch. It drove the Dementor back, caught Harry before he hit the ground, set him down gently on the grass. Harry lay there, gasping, as the world slowly came back into focus. Students crowded around, faces pale with fear. Madame Hooch was shouting. And through it all, Harry saw Lupin, standing at the edge of the pitch, his wand raised, his face drawn with exhaustion. The Patronus had been his. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. The Dementor's presence lingered, cold and terrible, in his memory. He could still hear the screams, see the green light, feel the despair. It was worse than the dreams. Worse than anything He got up, dressed quietly, and slipped out of the dormitory. The common room was empty, the fire reduced to embers. He sat in his usual chair, staring into the dying flames, trying to find calm. The portrait hole opened. Lupin stepped through, his expression gentle. "I thought I might find you here." Harry didn't respond. Lupin crossed the room and sat in the chair across from him, his tired eyes fixed on Harry's face. "I'm sorry about today," Lupin said quietly. "The Dementors should never have been allowed near the students. I've spoken with Dumbledore. They'll be kept to the entrances from now on. It's not your fault." Harry's voice was flat. "They're just doing their job." Lupin was quiet for a moment. Then he leaned forward. "Harry, there's something I need to tell you. About Sirius Black. About what really happened 12 years ago." Harry looked up sharply. "You know." "I know some of it. Not all. But enough to be sure that Sirius is innocent." Lupin paused. "The real traitor was someone else. Someone we all trusted. Peter Pettigrew." The name meant nothing to Harry. "Who's that?" "Another friend. From school. Your father, Sirius, Peter, and I, we were inseparable. The Marauders, we called ourselves." Lupin smiled sadly. "We were young, foolish, thought we could take on the world. And then Voldemort rose to power, and everything changed." He told Harry the story. How Peter had been the Potter's secret keeper, not Sirius. How Sirius had suspected, had tried to confront Peter, had found him surrounded by bodies and apparently dead. How Sirius had been arrested without trial, thrown into Azkaban, forgotten. "Sirius didn't betray your parents," Lupin finished. "Peter did. And Peter faked his death and has been hiding ever since. As a rat, most likely. He was an animagus, we all were. Your father, Sirius, and Peter could transform into animals. It was how he kept me company during my transformations." Harry's mind reeled. Animagi. Secret keepers. Betrayal and innocence. It was too much to process. "If Sirius is innocent," he said slowly, "why did he escape now? Why come here?" Lupin's eyes were sad. He heard that Peter was still alive. That he was here, at Hogwarts, hiding. He came to find him. To prove his innocence. He paused. "And to see you, Harry. You're his godson. The only family he has left." Godson. The word hit Harry like a physical blow. He had a godfather. Someone who had loved his parents, who had fought beside them, who had spent 12 years in hell for a crime he didn't commit. "Where is he?" Harry asked. "Where's Peter?" Lupin shook his head. "I don't know. But we're going to find out. Together." The days that followed were a blur of tension and anticipation. Harry told Ron and Hermione everything. They were shocked, confused, but ultimately convinced. The evidence was too strong, the story too consistent. Sirius Black was innocent, and Peter Pettigrew was somewhere in the castle. They searched, watched, waited, and finally, on the night of the full moon, they found him. Scabbers, Ron's pet rat, the one who had been with the family for 12 years. The one who was missing a toe. Peter Pettigrew. The confrontation happened in the Shrieking Shack, a haunted house in Hogsmeade where Lupin had once transformed. Sirius was there, ragged and desperate, his eyes fixed on the rat with murderous intensity. Lupin was there, pale and trembling with the effort of controlling his transformation. And Harry was there, wand raised, knife ready, watching as the truth finally emerged. Peter tried to run, tried to lie, tried to shift the blame. But the evidence was overwhelming. His missing finger, his animagus form, the confession that finally came. "Yes," he screamed, his voice high and terrified. "Yes, I betrayed them. I told the Dark Lord where they were. But I had no choice, he would have killed me." "You had a choice," Sirius growled, his voice thick with rage. "You always had a choice. And you chose them. You chose him." Harry stood between them, his wand steady. "He's going to Azkaban. He's going to face justice." Sirius looked at him, and the rage in his eyes softened. You're right, Harry. He will." But before anyone could move, the door burst open. Snape stood there, his wand raised, his face twisted with hatred. "I've got you now, Black. Murderer. Traitor. You'll pay for what you did." "Severus, no," Lupin began, but Snape wasn't listening. He cast. Sirius dodged. Chaos erupted. In the confusion, Peter transformed. Ran. Disappeared into the darkness. By the time they found him, it was too late. He was gone. The aftermath was brutal. Sirius was captured, taken back to the castle, facing the Dementor's kiss, the worst punishment the magical world could offer. Lupin was exposed as a werewolf, forced to resign. Harry was left with nothing but the memory of his godfather's desperate eyes and the weight of another failure. But that night, as Harry sat in the hospital wing, staring at nothing, Dumbledore came to him. "Harry," he said gently, "there is something you need to see." He led Harry through the castle, to his office, where a fire crackled and Fawkes perched on his stand. On the desk lay a piece of parchment, old and worn, covered in moving ink. "This belonged to your father," Dumbledore said. "And to Sirius, and Remus, and Peter. They created it during their school years. A map of Hogwarts that shows every secret passage, every hidden room, every person's location." Harry looked at the parchment. The Marauder's Map, it was called. Created by Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. His father had made this. "It's yours now," Dumbledore said. "A gift from Sirius. He wanted you to have it. To help you navigate the dangers that lie ahead." Harry took the map, feeling its warmth, its magic. His father's hands had touched this. His father's magic had created it. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he whispered. The map came alive. Ink spread across the surface, revealing corridors and classrooms, staircases and secret passages. And dots, hundreds of dots, labeled with names, moving through the castle. Harry found Ron in Gryffindor Tower. Hermione in the library. Dumbledore standing right beside him. And in the shadows near the Whomping Willow, a single dot. Labeled with a name he never thought he'd see again. Sirius Black. Alive. Free. Watching over him. Harry smiled, tears in his eyes. The map was more than a tool. It was a connection. A link to the father he'd never known, to the godfather who loved him, to the family he was building one piece at a time. "I'll find you," he whispered to the dot. "I'll prove you're innocent. I'll bring you home." The map seemed to pulse in agreement. Outside, the moon rose over Hogwarts, full and silver and beautiful. Somewhere in the darkness, Peter Pettigrew ran, carrying secrets that could destroy everything. And somewhere, waiting and watching, Voldemort gathered his strength for the final battle to come. But tonight, Harry didn't think about any of that. Tonight, he held a piece of his father's magic in his hands, and for the first time in a long time, he felt truly connected to the family he'd lost. The war continued, but Harry had won something precious. A map, a connection, a godfather who loved him. The train ride home was the quietest Harry had ever experienced. Ron slept most of the way, exhausted from the term's events and the emotional whirlwind of the past weeks. Hermione read, though her eyes kept drifting to Harry, checking on him, making sure he was okay. Harry stared out the window, watching the countryside blur past, his mind churning with everything that had happened. Sirius was free. Not officially, the Ministry still believed him guilty, still wanted him captured. But he was out there, somewhere, watching over Harry from the shadows. The thought was strange and wonderful and terrifying all at once. The Marauder's Map was tucked safely in his trunk, along with the knife Wick had given him and the wand that shared its core with Voldemort's. 3 talismans. 3 connections to a past he was only beginning to understand. Hermione closed her book. "What are you thinking about?" Harry turned from the window. "Sirius. My parents. Everything." She nodded, understanding. "It's a lot to process. Finding out you have family, real family, after all this time." Family. Harry tested the word. It felt strange on his tongue. "He's my godfather. He knew my parents. He loved them." He paused. "He loved me, even before I was born. He was supposed to raise me if something happened to them. But instead, he went to Azkaban." Hermione's voice was gentle. 12 years, Harry. For a crime he didn't commit. Harry thought about that. 12 years in a place so terrible it drained all happiness, all hope, all reason. 12 years surrounded by Dementors, reliving his worst memories, knowing he was innocent and unable to prove it. How did he survive? Harry whispered. How did he stay sane? Hermione shook her head slowly. The books say it's impossible. No one lasts that long in Azkaban without losing their mind. But Sirius did. He held onto himself. Held onto the hope of proving his innocence. She paused. Held onto you. Harry felt something hot behind his eyes and blinked it away. He didn't cry. He'd learned not to. But the emotion was there, pressing against his walls, demanding release. I'm going to clear his name, Harry said quietly. I don't know how yet. But I will. I'm going to prove he's innocent, and I'm going to bring him home. Ron stirred beside them, blinking sleepily. What did I miss? Harry smiled, a real smile. Nothing. Just planning the future. Ron grinned. Good. Count me in. The burrow was warm and golden in the summer light. Harry stepped through the door and was immediately enveloped in Mrs. Weasley's embrace, her arms tight around him, her voice thick with emotion. Oh, Harry dear, we heard what happened. That terrible man, Sirius Black, coming after you like that. Are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley. Harry hugged her back, grateful for her warmth. Really? I'm okay. She pulled back, studying his face with sharp eyes. You look thin. Aren't they feeding you at that school? Never mind. I'll fix that. Come, sit. I've got lunch ready. The kitchen was chaos in the best way. Fred and George were arguing about something, their voices overlapping in rapid-fire debate. Ginny was setting the table, stealing glances at Harry that she thought he didn't notice. Mr. Weasley was reading the Daily Prophet, his expression troubled. Harry, my boy. He looked up, forcing a smile. Good to have you back. Ignore the paper, you know how they exaggerate. Harry glanced at the front page. Sirius Black still at large, the headline screamed. Ministry fears for boy WHO lived safety. They don't know the truth, Harry said quietly. They don't know he's innocent. Mr. Weasley's eyes sharpened. What do you mean? Harry hesitated. Dumbledore had advised caution. The Ministry wasn't ready to hear the truth about Peter Pettigrew, not without proof. But the Weasleys were family. They deserved to know. Sit down, Harry said. There's something I need to tell you all. He told them everything. The Shrieking Shack, Peter Pettigrew's confession, Sirius's innocence and 12 years of wrongful imprisonment, Lupin's werewolf secret and forced resignation, the truth about the night his parents died. When he finished, the kitchen was silent. Even Fred and George had stopped arguing, their faces uncharacteristically serious. Mr. Weasley spoke first. Peter Pettigrew. Alive. As a rat, all these years. He shook his head slowly. I remember him. Quiet boy. Hung around with your father and Sirius and Remus. Never seemed the type for. He stopped, his jaw tightening. But then, the type never does. Mrs. Weasley had tears in her eyes. Oh, Harry. All this time, thinking Sirius was the one who betrayed them. And he was innocent. He's been innocent all along. He's my godfather, Harry said. He's the closest thing to family I have left. And I'm going to prove it. I'm going to clear his name. Ron nodded firmly. We'll help. Hermione, who had arrived with Harry, was already thinking ahead. The problem is proof. Peter confessed, but it was only us who heard it. We need something concrete, something that proves he's alive and that he was the secret keeper. His finger, Harry said slowly. When he faked his death, he left his finger behind. Sirius said they found it at the scene. If we could prove it was cut off, not blown off. Then the whole story falls apart, Hermione finished, her eyes bright. Yes, that's brilliant, Harry. If we could examine the finger, test it for evidence of self-amputation. But it's evidence, Ron pointed out. Ministry evidence. Locked away somewhere. We can't just walk in and ask to see it. Harry shook his head. We don't need to see it. We just need to prove it was cut. And there might be another way. He looked at Hermione. Peter's been living as Scabbers for 12 years. If we could prove that Scabbers was an animagus, that he was Peter Pettigrew all along. Hermione's face lit up. The records. Animagi are registered with the Ministry. If Peter never registered, that's proof of a legal transformation. And if we could find witnesses who saw him transform. Lupin, Harry said. He saw it. In the Shrieking Shack. And Sirius. They both saw. Mrs. Weasley held up her hands. Slow down, all of you. This is Ministry business. Dangerous business. You children can't go poking into things like this. We're not children, Harry said quietly. Not anymore. She looked at him, really looked, and something in her expression shifted. She saw the truth in his eyes, the weight he carried, the battles he'd already fought and won. No, she said softly. I suppose you're not. The summer passed in a blur of research and planning. Harry wrote to Lupin, who was living in a small cottage in the countryside, struggling with his werewolf condition and the loss of his teaching position. Lupin wrote back with details about the night Peter transformed, about the evidence he'd seen, about his willingness to testify if it came to that. Harry wrote to Sirius too, using coded messages sent through trusted owls. Sirius was in hiding, moving from place to place, but his letters were warm and frequent, filled with stories about Harry's parents and promises of a future together. "I missed so much," Sirius wrote in one letter. 12 years. You grew up without me. But I'm here now, Harry. I'll always be here now. We're going to be a family. Harry read that letter every night before bed. The firebolt arrived on Harry's birthday. It was a magnificent broom, sleek and black and impossibly fast. The note with it was short, written in a hand Harry didn't recognize, "From your godfather. Fly fast. Fly free." Harry stared at it, overwhelmed. A firebolt. The best broom in the world. And Sirius had sent it. Ron was practically vibrating with excitement. A firebolt. Harry, that's, I don't even have words. Can we fly it? Can we fly it now? After breakfast, Mrs. Weasley said firmly. And not too high. And not too fast. And with protective enchantments, just in case. But her eyes were soft as she looked at Harry, understanding what this gift meant. Not just a broom, a connection. A promise. A father's love, expressed in the only way Sirius could. Harry flew that afternoon, the firebolt responding to his slightest movement, cutting through the air like it was born to fly. He soared over the burrow, over the fields, over the forest, feeling free in a way he rarely felt. For a few precious minutes, he forgot about Voldemort and Pettigrew and the Ministry and everything else. It was just him and the sky and the wind. When he landed, Ron and Ginny were waiting, their faces bright with excitement. Hermione stood nearby, smiling despite her usual caution about dangerous activities. "How fast does it go?" Ron demanded. "Really fast," Harry grinned. "Want a ride?" Ron's face lit up. "Yes. Absolutely yes. Let's go." They flew until the sun set, until Mrs. Weasley called them in for dinner, until Harry's face hurt from smiling. It was the best birthday he'd ever had. The night before fourth year began, Harry dreamed of graveyards. He stood in a dark place, surrounded by headstones, the air cold and still. A figure moved in the shadows, tall, hooded, carrying something in its arms. A bundle. A body. The figure knelt before a massive tomb, placing the bundle on the stone. Words were spoken, hissing and terrible. And from the bundle, something rose. Something formless. Something that laughed with Voldemort's voice. "Soon," the voice whispered. "Soon, Harry Potter. Soon we will meet again." Harry woke gasping, his heart pounding, his sheets soaked with sweat. The dream was fading, but the echo remained. Voldemort was planning something. Something involving graveyards and bodies in a return. He lay still, breathing slowly, letting his occlumency walls rebuild. The connection was stronger now, had been growing stronger all summer. Voldemort was near, not in body, but in spirit. Gathering strength, making plans. Harry reached for the knife under his pillow, feeling its familiar weight. He thought of Sirius, free and watching. Of Ron and Hermione, loyal and true. Of Wick, distant but always present. Of all the people who would stand with him when the darkness finally came. He wasn't afraid. He was ready. King's Cross was chaos as usual. Harry pushed through the barrier with Ron and Hermione, emerging onto platform 9 3/4 in a cloud of steam. The Hogwarts Express waited, scarlet and magnificent, students streaming aboard. They found a compartment near the back, stowed their trunks, and settled in for the journey. Ron immediately began complaining about the upcoming Quidditch season. He'd made the team as keeper, which was exciting but also terrifying. Hermione was already reading ahead in her textbooks, her brow furrowed in concentration. Harry watched out the window, his mind on the dream. "You're thinking about it again," Hermione said quietly, not looking up from her book. "The dream." Harry nodded. It was different this time. Stronger. More real. Voldemort's planning something. Something big. Ron's face paled. "You think he's getting ready to come back?" "I think he never left." Harry's voice was calm. "He's been waiting. Building strength. And now," he shook his head. "I don't know. But something's coming. I can feel it." The train began to move. The platform slid away, replaced by London suburbs, then countryside, then hills and moors stretching into the distance. "We'll be ready," Ron said firmly. Whatever comes, we'll face it together. Harry smiled. Together. The feast that night was different. Something was in the air, a tension, an excitement, a sense of anticipation that went beyond the usual start of term buzz. Students whispered in the corridors, glanced at the staff table with curious eyes, speculated about the year ahead. Dumbledore rose as the last plates cleared, his arms spread wide. Welcome, welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few announcements to make before we begin our feast. The hall fell silent. As some of you may have heard, the Ministry of Magic has been in discussions with the heads of Europe's other magical schools. After much deliberation, it has been decided that this year, Hogwarts will host a very special event, one that has not occurred for over a century. Murmurs rippled through the hall. Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. I am pleased to announce, Dumbledore continued, that Hogwarts will be hosting the Triwizard Tournament. The hall erupted. Harry barely heard the rest. Something about age restrictions, something about champions from 3 schools, something about the prize. His mind was elsewhere, on the dream, on the connection, on the darkness gathering in the shadows. A tournament, a competition, a chance for glory, or a perfect opportunity for Voldemort to strike. Harry looked at the staff table, at the new faces among the teachers. A woman from Beauxbatons, tall and graceful. A man from Durmstrang, broad and fierce. And between them, a familiar figure, Mad-Eye Moody, the famous Auror, his magical eye spinning wildly, his face scarred and weathered. Moody's eye stopped, fixed on Harry, held him in its gaze for a long, uncomfortable moment. Then it moved on, and Harry was left with the certainty that something was very, very wrong. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the canopy, listening to Ron's steady breathing. The Marauder's map was spread beside him, showing the castle in all its hidden glory. Dots moved through corridors, clustered in common rooms, slept in dormitories. His eye caught on a name. Barty Crouch. In the staff room. Alone. Barty Crouch. The ministry official who had sentenced Sirius without trial. Who had risen through the ranks on the backs of convicted Death Eaters. Who was now, apparently, at Hogwarts. Harry sat up slowly, studying the dot. It wasn't moving, just sitting there, in the staff room, at 2 in the morning. Strange. He reached for his wand, then stopped. There was no reason to investigate. No reason to suspect. But Wick had taught him to trust his instincts, and his instincts were screaming that something was wrong. He got up, dressed quietly, and slipped out of the dormitory. The common room was empty, the fire reduced to embers. He tapped the map with his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The map came alive. He found the dot again, Barty Crouch, still in the staff room. But now there was another dot with him. Smaller. Moving erratically. Barty Crouch Jr. Harry stared at the name, his blood running cold. Barty Crouch Jr. was a Death Eater. A convicted Death Eater. He was supposed to be dead. But there he was, on the map, in the staff room, with his father. Harry moved. He ran through the castle, silent as shadow, his knife in his hand, his wand ready. The corridors passed in a blur. The stairs shifted beneath him and he shifted with them, never slowing, never stopping. He reached the staff room and pressed his ear to the door. Voices. Low, urgent, arguing. Can't keep this up, father. The potion is wearing off. I need more. You'll get more when the task is done. When Potter is in the tournament. When he touches the cup. And then, when the Dark Lord returns, what then? Will you finally acknowledge me as your son? Silence. Then a voice so cold it made Harry's skin crawl. I have no son. I have only the mission. Harry backed away from the door, his mind reeling. The tournament. The cup. Voldemort's return. It was all connected, a plot, a trap, a way to get Harry alone and vulnerable. He had to warn Dumbledore. Had to tell someone. Had to. The door opened. Mad-Eye Moody stood there, his magical eye spinning, his normal eye fixed on Harry. But it wasn't Moody. Not really. The face was Moody's, but the expression, the cold, calculating expression, belonged to someone else. Harry Potter, the thing said, its voice a mockery of Moody's growl. Out after curfew. Tut tut. 50 points from Gryffindor. Harry didn't run. Running would be stupid. Instead, he stood his ground, knife ready, wand raised. Who are you? He demanded. What have you done with the real Moody? The thing laughed. Sharp as always. The boy who lived, living up to his reputation. It stepped closer, and Harry saw the shimmer, the illusion flickering, revealing someone else beneath. Someone younger. Someone with empty eyes and a cruel smile. I am Barty Crouch Jr., it said. And I am here to deliver you to the Dark Lord. It raised its wand. Harry moved. The fight was short and brutal. Harry was fast, faster than Crouch expected, but Crouch was older, more experienced, powered by dark magic and desperate loyalty. Spells flew. Furniture shattered. The corridor echoed with the sounds of battle. Harry landed a hit, a cutting curse that sliced across Crouch's wand hand, but it wasn't enough. Crouch's next spell caught him in the chest, lifting him off his feet, slamming him against the wall. You're good, Crouch admitted, breathing hard. Better than they said, but not good enough. He raised his wand for the killing blow. And then, a roar. A blur of fur and teeth. Marcus, crashing into Crouch, sending him sprawling, his wand spinning away. Harry stared, disbelieving. Marcus was here. Marcus was, how? Wick stepped from the shadows, his face hard, his gun raised. Get up, Harry. Harry scrambled to his feet, grabbing his wand. Crouch was struggling with Marcus, trying to free himself, but the dog was relentless, teeth clamped on his arm. Don't kill him, Harry said. We need him alive. He knows things. Wick nodded, lowering his gun. Your call. They bound Crouch with magic and rope, then stood over him, waiting. Marcus sat beside Harry, his tail thumping, as if nothing unusual had happened. How? Harry asked. How are you here? Wick's expression didn't change. I've been watching. Ever since the dreams started getting worse. I knew something was coming. He paused. I won't let anyone hurt you again, Harry. Not while I'm breathing. Harry felt tears prick his eyes and blinked them away. Thank you. Wick nodded. Always. Dumbledore arrived minutes later, drawn by the noise. He took in the scene, the bound Crouch, the unconscious Moody found hidden in a trunk in the staff room, the damage to the corridor, and his face grew grave. A clever plot, he said quietly. Crouch impersonating Moody, entering your name in the tournament, ensuring you'd be alone with the cup. The cup is a portkey, you see. Designed to take you directly to Voldemort. Harry nodded. I know. I heard them talking. Dumbledore looked at him with something like wonder. You are remarkable, Harry. Time and again, you survive what should kill you. Time and again, you find the truth when others are blinded. I had help. Harry looked at Wick, at Marcus. I always have help. Dumbledore smiled. Yes, that is your greatest gift, I think. Not magic, not power, not fame. The ability to inspire loyalty. To build a family from those who love you. He turned to Crouch, who was now conscious and glaring. Barty Crouch Jr., you are under arrest. You will be returned to Azkaban, where you will spend the rest of your life. And this time, there will be no escape. Crouch laughed, a horrible sound. It doesn't matter. The Dark Lord will rise. He will return, and when he does, he will destroy you all. Harry stepped forward, looking down at the man who had tried to deliver him to death. Maybe, but not today, and not because of you. He turned away, walking toward Wick and Marcus, toward the friends who were even now rushing down the corridor, Ron and Hermione, pajama-clad and terrified. Toward the family he'd built, one person at a time. The war continued. Voldemort's plot had failed, this time. But there would be other plots, other traps, other chances. Harry knew that, accepted it, prepared for it, but tonight, he let himself be surrounded by the people who loved him. Let himself feel their warmth, their concern, their fierce determination to keep him safe. Tonight, he was just Harry. Not the boy who lived. Not the chosen one, just Harry. And for now, that was enough. The days following Crouch's capture were a blur of ministry inquiries and whispered rumors. Harry spent hours in Dumbledore's office, recounting every detail of what he'd heard, what he'd seen, what he'd done. The Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was present for some of these sessions, his face alternating between disbelief and barely concealed panic. The idea that a Death Eater had infiltrated Hogwarts, impersonated a famous Auror, and nearly delivered Harry Potter to Voldemort was more than his carefully constructed reality could handle. But the boy must be mistaken, Fudge insisted for the third time, mopping his brow with a handkerchief. You know who is gone. Finished. The Ministry has proof. The Ministry has nothing, Dumbledore said calmly, but denial. Barty Crouch Jr. confessed under Veritaserum. He spoke of the Dark Lord's plans, of his return, of the Death Eaters who await his call. This is not a mistake, Cornelius. This is a warning. Fudge's face went purple. A warning. Of what? That a few lunatics still cling to old fantasies. The magical world is at peace, Dumbledore. The people believe that. I believe that. Then you are a fool. The words hung in the air, sharp and cold. Fudge stared at Dumbledore, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. Then, without another word, he swept from the office, his robes billowing behind him. Harry watched him go, then turned to Dumbledore. He won't listen, will he? Even when Voldemort returns, he won't believe it. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. Fear makes people blind, Harry. Cornelius fears what your survival represents, a war he cannot control, a truth he cannot shape. He will cling to denial until the darkness is at his door. And then he will act. But by then, it may be too late. Wick stayed at Hogwarts for a week, a silent presence in the shadows. He didn't attend classes, didn't interact with students, didn't draw attention to himself. But Harry knew he was there, watching, waiting, ensuring that no further threats emerged. Marcus was always with him, the dog's calm presence a comfort in the tense days after Crouch's capture. They trained together in the early mornings, in empty classrooms and hidden corridors. Wick pushed Harry harder than ever, drilling him in combat, in awareness, in the endless preparation that meant the difference between life and death. The connection is getting stronger, Wick observed one morning, after Harry had successfully anticipated his attack 3 times in a row. You're using it, sensing me before I move. Harry nodded slowly. It's like, I can feel intentions. Not thoughts, exactly. More like pressure changes before a storm. I know when something's coming. Wick's expression was unreadable. That's dangerous. And useful. Voldemort will feel the same from you. He'll know when you're afraid, when you're angry, when you're planning. I know. Harry had thought about this endlessly. But it works both ways. If I can learn to control it, to feed him false emotions, to hide my real intentions. Then you turn his weapon into yours. Wick almost smiled. Good. That's the right way to think. They trained in silence after that, moving through forms and counters, strikes and blocks. Marcus watched from the corner, his tail thumping occasionally when Harry executed a particularly difficult maneuver. On the last night before Wick left, they sat on the roof of the astronomy tower, looking out over the darkened grounds. The stars were bright above them, cold and distant and beautiful. I won't be far, Wick said quietly. I've found a place nearby. A cottage in Hogsmeade. I'll be there if you need me. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. You're staying. Someone needs to watch your back. Wick's voice was dry. Your friends are loyal, but they're children. Dumbledore is powerful, but he's old and distracted. The ministry is useless. That leaves me. Harry smiled. I'm glad. They sat in silence for a long moment, watching the stars wheel overhead. Then Wick spoke again, his voice even quieter than before. I never had children. Never wanted them. The life I lived, it wasn't meant for families. He paused. But if I had, I'd want them to be like you. Harry didn't know what to say. The words were too big, too heavy, too precious. He blinked rapidly, staring at the stars, and after a moment, Wick's hand came to rest on his shoulder. Get some sleep, Wick said. You have a tournament to win. The Triwizard Tournament proceeded despite the revelations about Crouch. Dumbledore argued against it, but the Ministry, still in denial, still clinging to normalcy, insisted. The other schools had arrived, the champions had been chosen, the tasks were prepared. Canceling now would cause international incidents, diplomatic disasters, political chaos. So the tournament continued. Harry watched from the stands as the champions competed in the first task, snatching golden eggs from nesting dragons. Cedric Diggory, the Hogwarts champion, performed admirably, though he was slightly burned for his trouble. Fleur Delacour used a clever charm to put her dragon into a trance. Victor Crumb injured his dragon but got the egg. Harry felt a strange detachment from it all. The tournament was a sideshow, a distraction from the real battle. Voldemort was out there, planning, gathering strength. And here they were, cheering for teenagers playing with dragons. But he watched. He learned. He prepared. Because somewhere in the back of his mind, the connection hummed with growing intensity. Voldemort was getting closer. His plans were advancing. And Harry knew, with a certainty that went beyond logic, that the tournament would be the stage for the next act of the war. The second task came in February. Harry watched from the stands as the champions dove into the frozen lake, searching for what they'd lost. He saw Cedric surface with Cho Chang, Fleur with her sister, Krum with Hermione, though Hermione looked furious about being used as a hostage. When it was over, when the champions had been scored and the crowd dispersed, Harry found Hermione wrapped in blankets, still shivering despite warming charms. "I can't believe they did that," she fumed. "Used us as hostages. Without asking. Without warning. It's barbaric." Ron, who had been hovering nearby, grinned. "At least you got to be a mermaid for a while. That's got to be worth something." Hermione threw a blanket at him. Harry smiled, but his mind was elsewhere. The connection was pulsing, throbbing, demanding attention. Voldemort was close. Very close. That night, the dream came again. He stood in a vast chamber, lit by flickering torches. Before him, a cauldron bubbled, emitting thick steam that smelled of blood and magic. Figures surrounded it, hooded, masked, waiting. And in the center, a creature. Small, twisted, barely human. Its red eyes found Harry, and it smiled. "Soon," Voldemort hissed. "Soon, Harry Potter. The ritual is prepared. The blood is gathered. All that remains is you." Harry tried to move, to speak, to fight. But his body was frozen, his voice silent. "You will come to me," Voldemort continued. "The tournament will bring you. The cup will carry you. And when you arrive, you will give me what I need." The creature raised a thin, pale hand. In it was a dagger, black and gleaming. "Your blood, Harry Potter. To restore my body. To make me whole again." And then, the dagger plunged toward him. Harry woke screaming. Ron was there instantly, his wand lit, his face pale. Harry, what happened?" The dream was fading, but the terror remained. Harry gasped for breath, his heart pounding, his skin slick with sweat. "He's coming," Harry managed. "Voldemort. He's planning something. The tournament, the cup, it's a trap. He's going to use it to bring me to him." Ron's face went white. "The cup. But that's the final task. The champions touch the cup, and it brings them back to the start." "It won't bring me back." Harry's voice was steady now, the training taking over. "It'll bring me to him." They sat in silence for a long moment, the weight of the revelation pressing down on them. Then Ron spoke, his voice quiet but firm. "Then we stop it. We warn Dumbledore. We find a way." Harry nodded slowly. "We try. But Voldemort's been planning this for a year. Maybe longer. He won't give up easily." "Then we don't give up either." Ron's eyes met his. "Together, remember." Harry smiled despite everything. "Together." Dumbledore listened to Harry's account with growing gravity. When Harry finished, the old man sat silently for a long moment, his blue eyes distant, his fingers steepled before him. Fox trilled softly from his perch, the sound mournful. "The cup," Dumbledore said finally. "You're certain?" "No," Harry admitted. "But the dreams have never been wrong before. Voldemort shows me things, his plans, his intentions. He wants me to know. He wants me to be afraid. And are you?" Harry thought about it. The fear was there, always, a constant companion. But it was manageable now. Controllable. "Fuel. I'm ready," he said. "Whatever comes." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "You have grown, Harry. More than I ever anticipated. The training you received, from Mr. Wick, from your own experiences, has shaped you into something remarkable." He paused. "But even the strongest warrior can fall. Promise me you will be careful. Promise me you will not face this alone." Harry nodded. "I promise." The final task arrived on a warm June evening. The maze loomed before the champions, its hedges towering and dark, its passages twisting and treacherous. The crowd cheered from the stands, oblivious to the danger that lurked within. Harry stood with Ron and Hermione, watching as the champions prepared. "Something's wrong," Hermione murmured. "I can feel it." Harry nodded. The connection was screaming now, a constant pressure behind his eyes. Voldemort was near, waiting. The trap was set. Cedric entered the maze first, his wand raised. Fleur followed, then Krum. The crowd watched the giant hourglass, tracking their progress, cheering when lights flashed indicating obstacles overcome. Then the sky darkened. It happened suddenly, a rush of cold, a sense of wrongness that swept through the stands. Students gasped. Teachers rose from their seats, wands drawn. And from the maze, a scream. Harry moved before he thought. His feet carried him toward the maze, toward the danger, toward whatever waited. Ron and Hermione ran after him, but he was faster, driven by something deeper than reason. He plunged into the maze. The hedges loomed around him, dark and claustrophobic. He ran blindly, following the connection, following the screaming in his mind. Spells flashed ahead, green light, red light, the sounds of battle. He burst into a clearing and stopped. Cedric lay on the ground, motionless. The Triwizard Cup hovered beside him, glowing faintly. And above them both, a figure stood, hooded, masked, waiting. "You came," the figure said, and the voice was Voldemort's. "I knew you would." Harry raised his wand. "Let him go. This is between us." The figure laughed. "Oh, but he's part of it now. They're all part of it. The ritual requires sacrifice, Harry Potter. Blood to restore the body. Flesh to give it form. And bone," the figure gestured, and Harry saw, for the first time, the grave beside them. The name on the headstone, Tom Riddle. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, will restore your son." "No." Harry's voice was ice. "You won't touch him." He moved forward, wand raised, but the figure was faster. A spell caught Cedric, lifting him, throwing him toward the grave. Harry dove, catching Cedric's arm, pulling him back. The cup touched them both. And the world dissolved. They landed hard on cold ground. Harry pushed himself up, disoriented, his wand still clutched in his hand. Cedric lay beside him, groaning, alive. Around them, headstones stretched into darkness. A cemetery, ancient and forgotten. And at the far end, a figure waited. Not the hooded figure from the maze. Something else. Something small and twisted and terrible. A cauldron bubbled beside it, and around it, hooded figures knelt in worship. "Harry," Cedric whispered, his voice shaking. "Where are we? What's happening?" Harry helped him up, his eyes never leaving the figure. "We're in a graveyard. And that," he pointed. "That's Voldemort." Cedric's face went white. The figure raised its arms, and the hooded figures rose. Wands were pointed. Spells were cast. Harry tried to move, to fight, but he was held, bound by magic stronger than his own. "Bind them," the creature hissed. "Bind them both." Ropes wrapped around Harry and Cedric, pinning their arms to their sides. They were dragged forward, forced to their knees before the cauldron. "The boy," the creature said, pointing at Harry. "The Potter boy. He will serve." A hooded figure approached, carrying a dagger. Harry recognized it, the same dagger from his dreams. Black and gleaming. "Hungry." "No," Cedric gasped. "Take me instead. Please." The creature laughed. "How noble. But no. The ritual requires specific blood. The blood of my enemy. The blood that carries my mark." The dagger descended. Harry felt the bite of cold steel, the hot rush of blood from his arm. It fell into the cauldron, and the potion hissed and steamed. And then, bone. A figure moved to the grave, reaching into the earth, pulling forth a fragment of skeleton. It too fell into the cauldron. And flesh. The creature raised its own arm, and with a gesture, its hands separated, not bleeding, not screaming, just falling. Into the cauldron. The potion boiled. The steam rose. And from the cauldron, something emerged. A body. Tall, pale, powerful. The creature stepped into it, merged with it, became it. And when it turned to face them, Harry saw eyes he knew too well. Red, slit-pupiled, hungry. Voldemort had returned. The Death Eaters cheered. They threw off their hoods, revealing faces Harry didn't know, except one. Lucius Malfoy, pale and smiling. Others, men and women with the mark burned into their arms, celebrating their master's return. Voldemort raised a hand, and they fell silent. "Harry Potter," he said, his voice soft and terrible. "We meet at last. Not as dreams, not as shadows. Face to face." Harry said nothing. He was assessing, calculating, looking for any weakness, any opportunity. "You have been a thorn in my side for 14 years, Voldemort continued. "The boy who lived. The boy who defeated me. The boy who has thwarted my plans time and again." He stepped closer, his red eyes burning. "But now, here, tonight, that ends." He raised his wand. Cedric lunged forward, throwing himself in front of Harry. "No. Kill me instead." Voldemort laughed. "Brave. Foolish. But brave." He gestured, and Cedric flew aside, slamming into a headstone, crumpling to the ground. Harry felt something break inside him. Not fear, something else. Rage. Pure, burning rage. Don't touch him, Harry snarled. Don't you dare touch him. Voldemort's eyes widened slightly, then narrowed. Ah, there it is. The fire I've heard about. The famous Potter temper. He smiled. Good. Use it. Hate me. Fight me. It will make your death all the sweeter. He raised his wand again. The Death Eaters circled, forming a ring, trapping Harry in the center. Avada Kedavra. Green light shot toward Harry. And Harry moved. Not away, toward. He dove under the curse, rolled, came up with his knife in his hand. The Death Eaters shouted, spells flying, but Harry was already among them, too close for magic, too fast for aim. He cut, slashed, stabbed, not to kill, to wound, to disable, to create chaos. A Death Eater fell, clutching his arm. Another stumbled back, blood streaming from his leg. The circle broke. Voldemort screamed with rage. Cowards! Fools! Hold him! But Harry was already running, toward Cedric, toward the edge of the cemetery, toward anything that might be an escape. He grabbed Cedric's arm, hauled him up, and ran. The cup. If the cup brought them here, it could take them back. He saw it, lying near the cauldron, still glowing. He ran for it, dragging Cedric, ignoring the spells that whizzed past, ignoring the screaming, ignoring everything but that single point of light. His hand closed on the cup. The world dissolved. They landed hard on Hogwarts grounds. The maze was gone. The stands were empty. The sky was dark, but lights were moving toward them, torches, wands, running figures. Harry lay on the grass, gasping, his arm bleeding, his body screaming. Cedric was beside him, alive, breathing. And above them, Dumbledore's face appeared, ancient and terrible and fierce. Harry, he breathed. What happened? Harry looked up at him, and for the first time in his life, he let the tears fall. He's back, he whispered. Voldemort's back. The words fell like stones into still water. Around him, teachers gasped, students screamed, chaos erupted. But Harry didn't hear any of it. He was too busy thinking about the red eyes, the cold voice, the moment when death had reached for him and he'd refused to take its hand. Voldemort was back. The war had begun. And Harry Potter was ready. The hospital wing was white and cold and silent. Harry lay in the bed, staring at the ceiling, his arm bandaged where the dagger had cut. The physical pain was nothing, a dull ache easily ignored. It was the other pain that consumed him. The memory of red eyes. The sound of Cedric's body hitting the ground. The moment when Voldemort had returned. Cedric was in the bed beside him, alive but unconscious, his face pale against the pillows. Madame Pomfrey had worked on him for hours, repairing broken bones, healing internal injuries, bringing him back from the edge of death. He would recover. The physical wounds, at least. The emotional wounds, those would take longer. Ron and Hermione sat on either side of Harry's bed, their faces drawn and exhausted. They hadn't left since he'd been brought in, refusing all attempts to send them away. Mrs. Weasley had arrived at some point, her arms wrapped around both of them, her eyes red from crying. Mr. Weasley was with Dumbledore, dealing with the Ministry, trying to make them understand what had happened. They didn't understand. They didn't want to understand. The minister's here, Ron said quietly, breaking the long silence. Dad just told me. He's in Dumbledore's office, arguing. Harry didn't respond. He'd known this would happen. Fudge would deny, deflect, dismiss. The truth was too terrible to accept, so he would reject it. Harry. Hermione's voice was gentle. You need to eat something. You haven't eaten since. I'm not hungry. You need to rest, then. Sleep. I can't. She didn't push. None of them did. They just sat with him, their presence a warm barrier against the cold that had settled in his chest. The door opened. Dumbledore entered, his face grave, his eyes tired. Behind him came Fudge, red-faced and agitated, and a woman Harry didn't recognize, thin, severe, with glasses and a hat that made her look like a particularly angry bird. Harry. Dumbledore moved to his bedside, his voice gentle. I'm sorry to disturb you. The minister needs to speak with you. Fudge stepped forward, his expression a mix of concern and something else, skepticism, maybe. Doubt. Harry, my boy. Terrible ordeal you've been through. Absolutely terrible. But we need to hear your account. Need to understand exactly what happened out there. Harry sat up slowly, his body protesting. Ron and Hermione moved closer, their presence protective. I told you what happened, Harry said quietly. Voldemort is back. He used my blood to restore his body. He has Death Eaters with him, Lucius Malfoy, others I didn't recognize. They're gathering, preparing. He'll move against us. Fudge's face tightened. Yes, well, that's quite an accusation. Quite an accusation indeed. You see, Harry, the problem is, he glanced at the woman beside him. Perhaps you should explain, Amelia. The woman stepped forward. I'm Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I'm here to investigate your claims. Her voice was crisp, professional, but her eyes held something softer. Concern, perhaps. Belief. Harry, I need you to tell me everything. From the moment you entered the maze. Every detail, no matter how small. Harry nodded slowly. And he told them. He told them about the darkness descending, the scream, the cup transporting him and Cedric. He told them about the graveyard, the Death Eaters, the ritual. He told them about Voldemort's return, about the duel, about the escape. He left nothing out, not the pain of the blood-taking, not the terror of facing Voldemort alone, not the moment when he'd thought they would both die. When he finished, the room was silent. Amelia Bones's face was pale but composed. She made notes with a quick quotes quill, her expression unreadable. Fudge, however, looked like he was about to burst. This is preposterous, he sputtered. You expect me to believe that you know who has returned. That he performed some dark ritual and came back to life. That his Death Eaters are gathering even now. I expect you to believe the truth, Harry said quietly. I was there. I saw it. I fought him. You're a child, Fudge snapped. A traumatized child who's been through an ordeal. It's understandable that your mind might. My mind is fine. Harry's voice hardened. I know what I saw. I know what happened. And if you won't believe me, then you're condemning countless people to die. Fudge's face went purple. How dare you, Cornelius? Dumbledore's voice was calm but carried an edge that silenced the minister instantly. Harry has told you the truth. The evidence supports his account. The dark mark appeared over the maze tonight. Barty Crouch Jr. confessed to his role in the plot. The cup was a portkey, keyed to a location outside our jurisdiction. These are facts, not fantasies. Fudge turned on him. Facts. You call the ramblings of a convicted Death Eater facts. You call a boy's nightmare evidence. I call it a convenient story, Dumbledore. A story that serves your purposes. And what purposes would those be? Power. Fudge's voice dripped accusation. You've wanted it for years. The chief warlock. The headmaster. The leader of the light. Now you want to be minister too, or at least, to control the one who sits in the chair. This story of you-know-who's return, it's perfect. Panic. Fear. A cry for strong leadership. And who better to provide that leadership than Albus Dumbledore? The accusation hung in the air, ugly and poisonous. Dumbledore regarded Fudge with something like pity. You believe what you must, Cornelius. But history will judge us both by our actions in the days to come. I intend to be on the right side of that judgment. He turned away, dismissing the minister. Fudge sputtered, then stormed from the room, Amelia Bones following with a last, sympathetic glance at Harry. The door closed. Silence returned. The days that followed were a nightmare. The Daily Prophet ran headlines denying Voldemort's return, dismissing Harry's account, suggesting that Dumbledore was senile and Harry was unstable. Letters poured into Hogwarts, some supportive, some hateful, some threatening. Students whispered behind Harry's back, their eyes filled with doubt and fear. Even some of the teachers seemed uncertain. Sprout was kind but distant. Flitwick was buried in research. Snape was the same as always, his black eyes unreadable, his presence a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked in the world. Only Ron and Hermione stood firm. They sat with Harry at meals, walked with him between classes, defended him against the whispers and the stares. They didn't question, didn't doubt, didn't waver. They believed. You were there, Ron said simply when Harry tried to thank them. We believe you. End of story. Hermione nodded. The prophet is rubbish. Everyone knows that. Fudge is panicking. It'll come out eventually, the truth always does. Harry wished he shared their confidence. Wick came to him on the third night. He appeared in the common room after curfew, silent as shadow, Marcus at his side. Ron and Hermione were asleep upstairs, the fire had burned low, the castle was quiet. I heard, Wick said without preamble. The magical world is buzzing with it. Denial, mostly. But some believe. Harry looked up from the fire. You believe me. I don't need to believe. I know. Wick sat in the chair across from him. The connection you share, it's real. You've been feeling it for years. If you say he's back, he's back. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Thank you. Wick shook his head slightly. Don't thank me. Thank your training. Thank your instincts. They've kept you alive. He paused. What happens now? Harry thought about it. The question was simple, but the answer was vast. He'll gather his followers, build his strength, move against the ministry, against the order, against anyone who opposes him. Harry's voice was calm, analytical. And he'll come for me. Eventually. The connection won't let him forget. And you. I'll be ready. Harry met Wick's eyes. I've been ready for years. I just didn't know it. Wick nodded slowly. Good. Because the training isn't over. It's never over. You'll need to be faster, stronger, smarter than ever before. Voldemort won't make the same mistakes twice. Neither can you. They sat in silence for a long moment, the fire crackling between them. Marcus had settled at Harry's feet, his warmth a comfort against the cold of the night. There's something else, Wick said quietly. The ministry, they're watching you. Fudge has spies in the castle. They're looking for any excuse to discredit you, to silence you. I know. You need to be careful. Trust no one you haven't tested. Watch your back. And keep training. Wick stood. I'll be nearby. Always. If you need me, I'll come. Harry stood too, facing him. Thank you. For everything. Wick's hand came up, rested on his shoulder. You're worth it, Harry. Never doubt that. Then he was gone, melting into the shadows, leaving Harry alone with the fire and the dog and the weight of the world on his shoulders. The funeral for Cedric Diggory was held on a gray, drizzling day. The whole school attended, dressed in black, their faces somber. Cedric's parents stood by the grave, their grief a palpable thing that reached out and touched everyone present. His father sobbed openly. His mother stood silent and still, her face a mask of frozen pain. Harry stood with Ron and Hermione, watching as the coffin was lowered into the ground. He felt hollow, empty, as if something had been scooped out of him and replaced with cold ash. Cedric had died because of him. Because Voldemort wanted Harry. Because Cedric had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Because Harry hadn't been fast enough, smart enough, strong enough to save him. The guilt was a weight he would carry forever. After the funeral, Dumbledore spoke. His words were beautiful, moving, a tribute to Cedric's bravery and goodness. But they couldn't bring him back. Nothing could. When it was over, Harry stood alone by the lake, watching the rain dimple the surface. The gray sky reflected his mood perfectly. Footsteps approached. He didn't turn. Harry. It was Cho Chang, Cedric's girlfriend. Her eyes were red, her face swollen. I just wanted to say, I know it wasn't your fault. Cedric wouldn't want you to blame yourself. Harry said nothing. What could he say? That it was his fault, actually. That Voldemort had done this because of him. Cho stood beside him for a moment, then turned and walked away. Harry watched her go, feeling the distance between them, between him and everyone, grow wider. That night, the dream returned. He stood in the graveyard again, but it was empty now. No Death Eaters. No cauldron. Just headstones stretching into darkness, and at the far end, a figure waiting. Voldemort. He looked different now, more solid, more real. His red eyes glowed in the darkness, and his smile was the most terrible thing Harry had ever seen. Harry Potter, he hissed. I've been waiting. Harry didn't run, didn't hide. He walked forward, his steps steady, his hand on his knife. You're brave. I'll give you that. Voldemort's voice was almost admiring. But bravery won't save you. Nothing will. I have returned, and the world will burn until you are mine. You won't win. Harry's voice was calm. I've faced you before. I'll face you again. And I'll keep facing you until one of us is dead. Voldemort laughed. Such confidence. Such fire. It will make your defeat all the sweeter. He raised his wand. Harry raised his knife. And then, nothing. The dream dissolved, and Harry woke in his bed, his heart pounding, his hand clutching the blade. The connection was stronger now. Voldemort was closer. The war had begun. Harry lay still, breathing slowly, letting his heart calm. Then he got up, dressed in the dark, and went to find Ron and Hermione. They needed to plan. The common room was empty at this hour, the fire reduced to embers. Harry sat in his usual chair, waiting, and within minutes Ron and Hermione appeared, summoned by some unspoken signal. What happened? Hermione asked immediately. Another dream. Harry nodded. He's getting stronger. The connection is getting stronger. He showed me the graveyard again, like he's reminding me, taunting me. Ron's face was pale. What do? We prepare. Harry's voice was steady. We learn everything we can about him, about his followers, about his weaknesses. We train harder. We watch for signs. And when the time comes, we fight. Hermione nodded slowly. I've been researching. There's an organization, the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore founded it during the last war. They fought against Voldemort, gathered intelligence, protected people. If he's really back, Dumbledore will reform it. Then we need to be part of it, Harry said. Not as children, as soldiers. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. They were 14 years old. They should be worrying about exams and Quidditch and who liked whom. Instead, they were planning for war. We're with you, Ron said quietly. Always. Hermione nodded. Whatever it takes. Harry looked at them, his friends, his family, the people who had stood by him through everything. He felt the weight of their trust, their loyalty, their love. It was a weight he would carry forever, a weight that made him stronger. Then let's get started, he said. The weeks that followed were a blur of preparation. Harry trained harder than ever, rising before dawn to practice with Wick in the hidden spaces of the castle. He learned new techniques, new strategies, new ways to fight and survive. His body grew stronger, his reflexes sharper, his mind more focused. He studied too, ancient magic, dark magic, the history of Voldemort's rise and fall. Hermione found books in the restricted section, sources that most students never saw. Ron provided commentary and context, his family's history giving him insights that books couldn't provide. They watched the other students too, noting who seemed sympathetic, who seemed hostile, who might be useful allies in the days to come. The magical world was dividing, as it always did in times of crisis. People were choosing sides. Harry chose his. Gryffindor. The Order. The Light. But he also chose something else. Himself. His own path. Wick had taught him that loyalty was important, but survival was essential. He would fight for his friends, for his family, for the world that had accepted him. But he would also fight for himself, for the boy who had crawled out of a cupboard and refused to stay down. The summer arrived, and with it, the end of term. Harry said goodbye to Ron and Hermione at King's Cross, promising to write, promising to stay safe, promising to be ready when the time came. Then he walked through the barrier into the Muggle world, where Wick was waiting. The car ride to the mill was quiet, but comfortable. Marcus sat in the back with Harry, his head on Harry's knee, his tail thumping occasionally. Wick drove in silence, his eyes on the road, his presence a steady anchor. When they reached the mill, Harry stood in the courtyard, looking at the familiar walls, the ivy. The ruins in the distance. Home. This was home. You did well this year, Wick said quietly. Better than well. You survived. You grew. You prepared. Harry nodded slowly. It's not enough. It'll never be enough. Not until he's gone. Wick looked at him for a long moment. No, it won't. But that's not the point. The point is that you keep fighting. Keep surviving. Keep growing. Every day you live is a victory. Every breath you take is a defeat for him. Harry thought about that. Every breath, every day, every moment of life was an act of defiance against the darkness that wanted him dead. Then I'll keep breathing, he said. I'll keep fighting. I'll keep surviving. Wick almost smiled. Good. They walked into the mill together, Marcus bounding ahead, the door closing behind them. Outside, the sun set over the valley, painting the ruins in gold and amber. Somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort gathered his forces, plotting his next move. But Harry Potter was home. He was safe. He was preparing. And when the time came, he would be ready. The summer at the mill was the quietest Harry had ever known. Not peaceful, quiet. The silence of waiting, of watching, of knowing that somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort was gathering his forces. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing himself until his body screamed and his mind went blank with exhaustion. He ran through the forms Wick had taught him 1,000 times, until they were instinct, until he could fight in his sleep. Marcus stayed close, the dog's presence a warm comfort against the cold that had settled in Harry's chest. They ran together through the valley, explored the ruins of the other mills, sat on the roof at night watching the stars. Marcus didn't ask questions, didn't offer advice, didn't try to fix anything. He just was there, solid and loyal and true. Wick trained him in new things too. Not just combat, strategy. Tactics. The art of war. Voldemort has advantages, Wick said one evening, as they studied a map of the magical world spread across the kitchen table. Numbers. Experience. Fear. He's been building his forces for decades. He knows how to use them. Harry nodded, absorbing the information. What are our advantages? Wick's voice was flat. Dumbledore. The element of surprise, he thinks you're a child, unprepared. And the connection. Use it. Feel him. Know when he's planning, when he's vulnerable, when he's distracted. It's a weapon, Harry. The only one he can't defend against. Harry thought about that. The dreams, the feelings, the constant hum at the edge of his consciousness. He'd been trying to block it, to build walls against it. But Wick was right, it was a weapon. He needed to learn to use it. That night, for the first time, he didn't fight the connection. He opened himself to it. The darkness rushed in. He stood in a vast hall, torchlit and ancient. Death Eaters knelt in rows, their masked faces turned toward a throne at the far end. And on that throne, Voldemort sat, his red eyes gleaming, his serpentine face twisted in satisfaction. My lord, Lucius Malfoy's voice rose from the kneeling crowd. The Ministry continues to deny your return. Fudge calls Dumbledore a fool and Potter a liar. They do nothing to prepare. Voldemort smiled. Good. Let them wallow in their denial. Let them tear themselves apart with fear and doubt. When we strike, they will be weak. Divided. Ready to fall. Another Death Eater spoke, a woman Harry didn't recognize. And the boy, my lord. Harry Potter. The boy is mine. Voldemort's voice hardened. He carries my mark. He sees what I see, feels what I feel. He thinks he can hide from me, but he cannot. He is already mine, he just doesn't know it yet. The Death Eaters laughed, a horrible sound. Harry pulled back, breaking the connection, gasping in the darkness of his room. The vision faded, but the words remained. He is already mine. No, Harry thought fiercely. I'm not yours. I'll never be yours. But the doubt lingered, cold and persistent. The letter came in mid-July. Harry recognized the handwriting immediately, Dumbledore's elegant script, curling across the parchment. He broke the seal with trembling fingers and read. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well and that your summer has been productive. I write with important news, the Order of the Phoenix has been reformed. We are gathering at headquarters, a location I cannot disclose in writing, but which Sirius will reveal to you when he comes. Sirius will collect you on the last day of July. Be ready. Bring your belongings. You will be staying with us for the remainder of the summer. There is much to discuss, and little time. Voldemort moves faster than we anticipated. We must move faster still. Yours in trust, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times, then folded it carefully and tucked it into his pocket. The Order. Sirius. A chance to fight back. He found Wick in the training room, working through forms with a wooden knife. Marcus lay in the corner, watching with half-closed eyes. I'm leaving, Harry said. End of the month. Sirius is coming for me. Wick didn't pause in his movements. I know. You knew. I know everything that happens in this valley. Wick's voice was calm. Dumbledore's owl couldn't enter without my permission. I gave it. Harry stared at him. You've been in contact with Dumbledore. For months. Since before the 3rd task. Wick stopped moving, turning to face Harry. He asked me to watch you. To train you. To prepare you for what's coming. I agreed. Harry felt a swirl of emotions, surprise, betrayal, understanding. Why didn't you tell me? Would it have changed anything? Harry thought about it. Would it? The training, the bond, the trust, none of that depended on who had asked Wick to be there. Wick was there. That was what mattered. No, he said slowly. I guess not. Wick nodded. Good. Then we continue as we have. I'll be nearby, closer than before. If you need me, I'll come. And if I need to find you. Wick almost smiled. You won't need to find me. I'll find you. Sirius arrived on July 31st, exactly as promised. Harry was waiting in the courtyard, his trunk packed, Marcus at his side. The sun was setting, painting the valley in shades of gold and amber, when a large black dog bounded out of the forest. Harry stared. The dog, it was Sirius. His animagus form. The same one from the Shrieking Shack, from the pictures in the Marauder's map. The dog transformed, rising on 2 legs, and suddenly Sirius was there, tall and gaunt and grinning, his gray eyes bright with joy. "Happy birthday, Harry," he said. Harry didn't know what to do. Stand there, shake his hand, hug him. He'd never had a godfather before. Never had anyone who looked at him like that, with love, with pride, with joy. Sirius solved the problem by pulling him into a tight embrace. "I've waited so long for this," he whispered. "So long." Harry hugged him back, feeling the warmth, the reality, the miracle of this moment. His godfather. Free. "Here. Thank you," he whispered. "For coming." Sirius pulled back, his eyes bright. "I'd cross oceans for you, Harry. You know that." Wick appeared in the doorway, watching the reunion with his usual stillness. Marcus trotted over to investigate the newcomer, tail wagging. "This is John Wick," Harry said. "He's the one who saved you, trained you, protected you." Sirius extended his hand. "I know. Dumbledore told me. Thank you for everything." Wick shook his hand, his expression unreadable. "He's worth it." Sirius nodded. "He is." They stood in the courtyard as the last light faded, 3 men connected by love for a boy who had survived against all odds. Then Sirius gestured toward the forest. "We should go. The order's waiting, and there's much to discuss." Harry picked up his trunk, hugged Marcus one last time, and looked at Wick. "I'll see you. Always." He walked into the forest with Sirius, leaving the mill behind. The trees closed around them, dark and ancient, and Harry felt the weight of the moment settle on his shoulders. He was leaving home. Leaving the only real home he'd ever known. But he was also walking towards something new: family, purpose, war. The path ahead was dark. But for the first time, Harry didn't walk it alone. Number 12, Grimmauld Place was the strangest house Harry had ever seen. It materialized from between 2 ordinary London houses, squeezed into a space that shouldn't exist. Sirius led him through the front door, and Harry stepped into a world of darkness and dust and old magic. The house was narrow and tall, with a gas-lit chandelier that creaked ominously and portraits on the walls whose occupants snored or glared or muttered darkly. The air smelled of damp and decay and something else, something old and terrible. "Welcome to my childhood home," Sirius said dryly. "Charming, isn't it?" Harry didn't know what to say. The house felt wrong, tainted, somehow. As if the darkness that had lived here still lingered in the walls. They climbed stairs past more portraits, more dark mutterings, until they reached a door on the 2nd floor. Sirius pushed it open, revealing a room that was surprisingly warm and bright. "Your room," he said. "Creatures not allowed in here. Mrs. Weasley made sure of it." Harry stepped inside. A bed with soft blankets, a desk by the window, a wardrobe for his clothes. It was small but comfortable, a refuge in the heart of darkness. "Thank you," he said. Sirius smiled. "It's not much, but it's perfect." They stood for a moment, awkward and happy, 2 people learning to be family. Then a voice echoed from downstairs. "Sirius Black. Harry Potter. Dinner." Sirius grinned. "That's Molly. We'd better go before she sends the twins after us." The kitchen was chaos. People filled every chair, every corner, every available space. Harry recognized some of them: Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Ron, Hermione, Fred and George, Ginny. Others were strangers: a witch with bright pink hair, a wizard with a patch over his eye, a man who looked like he'd been carved from old wood. "Harry." Ron pushed through the crowd, pulling him into a rough hug. "You're here. Finally." Hermione appeared beside him, her smile bright. "We've been waiting for weeks. How was your summer? Did you train? Did you let the boy breathe?" Hermione. Mrs. Weasley appeared, her arms outstretched. "Oh, Harry dear, come here." She hugged him fiercely, then pulled back to study his face. "You look thin. Are they feeding you at that mill?" "Never mind. I'll fix that. Sit, eat." Harry was pushed into a chair, a plate appeared before him, and the chaos resumed. He ate, watching the people around him. The witch with pink hair was Tonks, an Auror and Metamorphagus. The man with the eye was Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, not the imposter. The wooden man was Kingsley Shacklebolt, also an Auror, tall and calm and watchful. And at the head of the table, Dumbledore sat, his blue eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. "Harry," he said, his voice warm. "Welcome. We have much to discuss." The meeting began after dinner. They gathered in the drawing room, a space that had been cleaned and charmed for the occasion. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione on a dusty sofa, watching as the adults arranged themselves around the room. Dumbledore stood by the fire, his presence commanding attention. "Thank you all for coming. As you know, Voldemort has returned. The Ministry denies it, but we know the truth. We must prepare." Moody's magical eye spun wildly. "What's the Ministry doing, besides sticking their heads in the sand?" "Fudge is in denial," Dumbledore said. "He's convinced that I'm plotting against him, that Harry is unstable, that the threat is exaggerated. He's pulling Ministry resources away from defense, focusing instead on discrediting us." "Then we're on our own," Kingsley said quietly. "Not entirely." Dumbledore's eyes swept the room. "We have each other. We have the Order, reformed and ready. And we have time, not much, but some. Voldemort is rebuilding his forces, gathering his Death Eaters, consolidating power. He won't strike openly until he's ready." "How long?" Sirius asked. "How long do we have?" Dumbledore's expression was grave. "A year. Perhaps less." The room fell silent. A year. 12 months until war erupted openly. Harry felt the weight of it pressing down on him. A year to prepare. A year to train. A year to become strong enough to face the darkness. "We'll be ready," he said quietly. All eyes turned to him. He met them steadily. "We'll be ready," he repeated. "Because we have to be." The weeks that followed were a blur of training and planning. Harry trained with the Order members, learning new spells, new techniques, new ways to fight. Moody drilled him on defensive magic, on resistance to the Imperious Curse, on recognizing and countering dark arts. Tonks taught him stealth and disguise, how to move unseen, how to change his appearance at will. Kingsley showed him advanced dueling, the kind of combat that happened when spells flew fast and death was a heartbeat away. He trained with Sirius too, in quieter moments. They talked about Harry's parents, about their school days, about the Marauders and their adventures. Sirius told stories that made Harry laugh and cry, stories that brought his parents to life in ways he'd never experienced. "They loved you so much," Sirius said one night, sitting on the roof of Grimmauld Place, looking at the stars. "Your mum used to sing to you. Your dad would make faces to make you laugh. They were so happy, Harry. So full of life." Harry listened, storing every word, every memory. These were treasures, more precious than gold. "The night they died," he said slowly. Do you know what happened?" Sirius's face tightened. "I know some. Peter betrayed them. Voldemort went to your house. Your mum, she stood in front of you. Refused to move. He killed her, then went for you." He paused, his voice rough. "And then, nothing. The curse rebounded. Voldemort was destroyed. You survived." Harry touched his scar, the lightning bolt that marked him. "Because of her. Because she loved me. Yes." Sirius's eyes were bright. "Love is the one thing he doesn't understand. The one thing he can't defeat. Remember that, Harry. Always remember that." The dream came again on the last night of summer. Harry stood in a vast chamber, filled with Death Eaters. Voldemort sat on his throne, a map of the magical world spread before him. His finger traced lines, Hogwarts, the Ministry, Diagon Alley, as he spoke in that cold, hissing voice. "The boy will return to school. He will be protected there, but not forever. The old fool Dumbledore cannot watch him always. And when he slips, when he makes a mistake, we will be ready." A Death Eater spoke. "The prophecy, my lord. Should we not seek it? In time." Voldemort's eyes gleamed. "The prophecy is important, but the boy is more so. He is the key. He always has been." Harry pulled back, breaking the connection. The room was dark, the house quiet. He lay still, breathing slowly, letting his heart calm. Prophecy. There was a prophecy about him and Voldemort. He'd heard whispers, rumors, but never confirmation. Now he knew, it was real. And Voldemort wanted it. He needed to tell Dumbledore. The next morning, Harry found Dumbledore in the kitchen, drinking tea alone. The old man looked tired, older than his years, but his eyes were sharp as always. "Harry," he said, "you're up early. I had a dream." Harry sat across from him. "Voldemort. He mentioned a prophecy. About me. About him." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes shifted. "Yes. There is a prophecy, Harry. Made shortly before your birth, by a seer named Sybil Trelawney. It speaks of you and Voldemort, of your connection, of the final battle between you. What does it say? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he spoke, his voice heavy with the weight of years. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The words hung in the air, cold and final. Harry felt them sink into his bones, settle in his heart. Either must die at the hand of the other. Neither can live while the other survives. It meant that one of them would kill the other. That there could be no peace, no compromise, no surrender. Only death. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. This is not a sentence. It is a warning. Prophecies can be misunderstood, misinterpreted, even avoided. The future is not fixed. It feels fixed. Harry's voice was quiet. It feels like I've been heading toward this my whole life. The cupboard, the mill, Hogwarts, Voldemort, it's all been leading here. To this. Perhaps. Dumbledore leaned forward. But how you get there, how you face it, that is your choice. The prophecy does not compel you to fight. It does not force you to kill. It simply says that if you fight, if you face him, one of you will die. That is true of any battle, Harry. That is the nature of war. Harry thought about that. About choice, about destiny, about the difference between them. I choose to fight, he said. I choose to face him. Not because of a prophecy, because of what he did. To my parents. To Cedric. To all the people he's hurt. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then that is your path. And I will walk it with you, as far as I can. They sat in silence as the sun rose over London, painting the kitchen in gold. Outside, the city woke, oblivious to the darkness gathering in its midst. Harry thought about the year ahead. About Hogwarts, about his friends, about the war that waited. He thought about Voldemort's red eyes, his cold voice, his absolute certainty that he would win. He thought about the knife in his trunk, the wand in his pocket, the training in his bones. Let him be certain, Harry thought. Let him be confident. Let him underestimate. When the time came, Harry would be ready. He would always be ready. The train to Hogwarts left at 11. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, surrounded by the chaos of returning students. Ron and Hermione were beside him, their faces bright with excitement despite everything they knew. The Weasleys were nearby, Mrs. Weasley fussing, Mr. Weasley beaming, the twins causing their usual chaos. Sirius stood apart, in his animagus form, a large black dog watching from the shadows. Harry caught his eye and nodded. Sirius nodded back, then melted into the crowd. Ready? Ron asked. Harry looked at the train, at the castle waiting at the end of the line, at the year ahead with all its dangers and possibilities. Yeah, he said. I'm ready. They boarded the train together, finding an empty compartment near the back. The train began to move, pulling away from the platform, carrying them toward Hogwarts, toward the future, toward whatever waited. Harry watched London disappear, replaced by countryside, by hills and moors and the distant mountains of Scotland. The connection hummed in the back of his mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that waited. But for now, in this moment, he was with his friends. He was safe. He was home. The war would come. Voldemort would strike. The prophecy would demand its price. But today, Harry Potter was just a boy on a train, going back to school. And that was enough. The train ride to Hogwarts was different this year. There was none of the usual excitement, none of the carefree chatter about summer adventures or Quidditch prospects. The students who passed through the corridors wore haunted expressions, their voices lowered to whispers. Everyone knew about Cedric. Everyone knew about Voldemort's return. Even if the ministry denied it, even if the prophet printed lies, the truth had a way of seeping through the cracks. Harry sat by the window, watching the countryside blur past, his reflection ghostly in the glass. Ron and Hermione were quiet too, lost in their own thoughts. The compartment felt smaller than usual, the silence heavier. I've been thinking, Hermione said finally, her voice tentative. About this year. About what we're going to face. Ron looked up. And we need to be smart. The ministry's going to make things difficult. Fudge is terrified of Dumbledore, terrified of the truth. He'll try to discredit anyone who speaks out. That means, she looked at Harry. That means you, Harry. You're the main witness. The one who actually saw Voldemort return. Harry nodded slowly. I know. The profits already started. Those articles over the summer, they made me look unstable. Delusional. Exactly. Hermione leaned forward. So we need to be careful. We need to watch what we say, who we say it to. The Ministry might have spies at Hogwarts. Umbridge. Who? Dolores Umbridge. Ron's voice was heavy with disgust. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. She's the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Dad says she's Fudge's eyes and ears at Hogwarts. She'll be trouble. Harry filed the name away. Another enemy to watch. The train began to slow, signaling their approach to Hogsmeade Station. Students rose, gathering belongings, the usual chaos muted by the weight of the year ahead. Harry stood, reaching for his trunk, when the compartment door slid open. A girl stood there, small, mousy, with dirty blonde hair and anxious eyes. Harry recognized her from somewhere but couldn't place it. Luna, Hermione said warmly. Luna Lovegood. Come in. Luna stepped inside, her gaze drifting to Harry with an unnerving directness. I'm sorry about Cedric. He was always kind to me. Harry felt the familiar twist of guilt. Thank you. Luna nodded, seemingly satisfied. My daddy says the Nargles are agitated this year. They sense something coming. Something dark. Ron raised an eyebrow. Nargles. They're invisible. Usually harmless. But when they're agitated, they cause confusion. Misdirection. Luna's eyes fixed on Harry again. You should be careful. The Nargles are very interested in you. Before anyone could respond, the train lurched to a stop. Luna drifted away as suddenly as she'd appeared, leaving confusion in her wake. Strange girl, Ron muttered. Brilliant, actually, Hermione corrected. Just, different. Harry watched Luna disappear into the crowd, her words echoing in his mind. Something dark. As if he needed warning. Hogwarts looked the same as always, magnificent, ancient, impossibly magical. But as Harry walked through the gates, he felt the difference. The air was heavier. The shadows deeper. Students moved with less laughter, more purpose. The sorting passed in a blur of new faces and old traditions. Harry watched as first years were sorted into houses, remembering his own ceremony, the hat's whispered warnings, the choice he'd made. Then Dumbledore rose. The hall fell silent. His face was grave, his eyes sweeping the room with an expression Harry had never seen before, not quite sadness, not quite resolve. Something in between. Welcome, he said, his voice carrying to every corner. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few words to say before we begin our feast. He paused, and the silence deepened. As many of you know, we suffered a great loss at the end of last term. Cedric Diggory was a kind, brave, and loyal young man. He embodied the very best of Gryffindor House. His death was a tragedy, not just for his family and friends, but for all of us. A murmur rippled through the hall. Cedric's name, spoken aloud. Acknowledged. What many of you do not know, Dumbledore continued, is how Cedric died. He was murdered by Lord Voldemort. The hall erupted. Students gasped, shouted, cried out. Teachers rose from their seats, their faces pale. In the chaos, Harry saw a woman he didn't recognize, short, toad-like, dressed in pink, watching Dumbledore with an expression of cold satisfaction. The woman stood, raised her wand. A loud, high-pitched cough cut through the noise, silencing the hall. Headmaster Dumbledore, she said, her voice sweet and girlish and utterly wrong. I must remind you that the Ministry does not support these allegations. You are causing undue distress. Dumbledore regarded her calmly. I am stating facts, Dolores. Facts that the Ministry chooses to ignore. The Ministry does not ignore facts. The Ministry investigates them thoroughly. And the Ministry has found no evidence to support these claims. She smiled, a grotesque expression. Perhaps the headmaster would do well to remember that. The hall watched in stunned silence as the confrontation unfolded. Dumbledore's eyes never left Umbridge's face. I remember many things, he said quietly. Including my duty to tell my students the truth. Now, he turned back to the hall. Let us eat. And let us remember Cedric Diggory, who deserved better than he received. The food appeared, but no one ate. The hall buzzed with whispered conversation, with fear and confusion and doubt. Harry sat motionless, feeling the weight of 1,000 eyes on his back. Umbridge was watching him too. Her smile was wide and sweet and absolutely terrible. The first week of term was a lesson in frustration. Umbridge's defense against the dark arts classes were a joke. She taught from a ministry-approved textbook, insisted on theory over practice, and refused to acknowledge that Voldemort had returned. When students asked questions, when Harry asked questions, she smiled that horrible smile and changed the subject. "I don't understand," Hermione fumed in the common room one evening. "How can she ignore the truth? How can the ministry pretend nothing's happened?" "Fear," Harry said quietly. "They're afraid. If they admit Voldemort's back, they have to do something. They have to prepare, to fight, to risk everything. It's easier to pretend." "Easier for whom?" Ron demanded. "Not for the people who'll die when he attacks." Harry shook his head. "They don't think about that. They think about themselves. Their careers. Their comfortable lives." He paused. "Wick taught me that most people will choose comfort over truth. It's easier to believe a lie than face a hard reality." Hermione's face set in determination. "Then we need to make the truth impossible to ignore." The idea came to her a few days later. "We need to learn real defense," she announced, bursting into the common room where Harry and Ron were playing chess. "Not that rubbish Umbridge is teaching. Real spells. Real combat. The kind that might actually save our lives." Ron looked up. "And how do we do that?" "She's the teacher. She controls the curriculum. Then we learn outside the curriculum." Hermione's eyes were bright. "We form a study group. A secret one. We meet somewhere Umbridge doesn't know about, and we practice, really practice. Spells, dueling, defensive tactics." Harry considered this. It was risky. If they were caught, Umbridge would have an excuse to expel them. But the alternative, going through the year unprepared, was worse. "I know a place," he said slowly. "The Room of Requirement. It's on the 7th floor. It becomes whatever you need it to be." Hermione's face lit up. "Perfect. We'll call it, I don't know, the Defense Association. Something innocent sounding." "The DA," Ron suggested. "Short and simple." Harry nodded. "We'll need members. People we trust. People who want to learn." Hermione was already making notes. "I'll start a list. But we have to be careful. No one who might tell Umbridge. No one who might break under pressure." Harry thought about the year ahead, about the battles to come. Training. Preparing. Building an army of students who could fight when the time came. It wasn't much, but it was something. The first meeting of the DA was held on a Tuesday night. 20 students gathered in the Room of Requirement, which had transformed itself into a perfect training space. Mats on the floor, targets on the walls, bookshelves filled with defensive texts. Harry stood at the front, looking at the faces of the people who had trusted him enough to come. Neville, determined despite his nerves. Luna, dreamy but alert. The Weasley twins, grinning with anticipation. Cho, her eyes still sad but focused. Others, Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, even a few Gryffindors Harry barely knew. "Thank you for coming," Harry began. "You all know why we're here. The Ministry won't teach us real defense. Umbridge won't prepare us for what's coming. So we have to prepare ourselves." Neville raised his hand. "Is it true? About you-know-who? About Cedric?" The room went still. Harry met Neville's eyes. "Yes," he said quietly. "It's true. I was there. I saw him return. I fought him. And I barely escaped with my life." Murmurs rippled through the group. Some faces paled. Others hardened. "That's why we're here," Harry continued. "Because he's coming. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. And when he does, we need to be ready. All of us." Ron stepped forward. "So let's get started." The training sessions became the highlight of Harry's week. He taught them what Wick had taught him, not just spells, but awareness. Movement. The importance of knowing your surroundings, reading your opponent, staying calm under pressure. Hermione contributed her encyclopedic knowledge of defensive theory. Ron provided practical advice on dueling tactics. They learned Patronuses, shield charms, disarming spells. They practiced non-verbal casting, wandless magic, the kind of combat that happened when words weren't enough. They pushed each other, challenged each other, grew together. Harry watched them improve and felt something he hadn't expected: pride. These were his soldiers, his army, his family. They trusted him, believed in him, would follow him into battle when the time came. He only hoped he was worthy of that trust. Umbridge, meanwhile, grew more powerful. She issued educational decrees one after another, each one tightening her control over the school. No unauthorized student organizations. No gatherings of more than 3 students without teacher supervision. No discussion of topics deemed inappropriate by the High Inquisitor. The DA met in secret, always moving, always watching. The room of requirement protected them, but Harry knew it was only a matter of time before someone slipped. Before Umbridge found them, the dreams continued too. Every night, Harry saw Voldemort. Saw his plans, his followers, his cold satisfaction as his power grew. Saw glimpses of the Ministry, of Diagon Alley, of places Harry had never been but somehow recognized. The connection was stronger than ever, impossible to block, impossible to ignore. He used it, as Wick had taught him. Learned from it. Gathered intelligence that he passed to Dumbledore through Sirius. But the cost was high. Each vision left him exhausted, drained, haunted by the darkness that lived in Voldemort's mind. "You need rest," Hermione said one night, finding him in the common room at 3 in the morning, staring at the fire. "You're pushing yourself too hard." "I can't rest." Harry's voice was hollow. "Every time I close my eyes, I see him. Feel him. He's planning something, Hermione. Something big. Something involving the Ministry." Hermione sat beside him. "Then we'll be ready. We'll warn Dumbledore. We'll prepare." Harry shook his head slowly. "It's not enough. It's never enough." She took his hand, her grip warm and steady. "It's all we have. We'll make it enough." The attack came in October. Harry was in the middle of a DA session, teaching the Patronus charm, when the connection screamed. He stumbled, clutching his head, visions flooding his mind, the Ministry, dark corridors, a massive black door. And Voldemort's voice, cold and triumphant. "Soon, Harry Potter. Soon, Harry." Hermione's voice was distant. "Harry, what's wrong?" He straightened, forcing the vision back. "Something's happening. At the Ministry. Voldemort, he's planning something." The room went silent. 20 faces stared at him, frightened and determined. "We have to warn Dumbledore," Ron said. Harry nodded. "Now. Before it's too late." They found Dumbledore in his office, as if he'd been expecting them. His face was grave, his eyes filled with a sadness that made Harry's heart clench. "I know," Dumbledore said before Harry could speak. "The attack on the Ministry. Arthur Weasley was injured. He's alive, but..." He paused. "Voldemort is moving faster than we anticipated." Harry felt the world tilt. "Mr. Weasley, Ron's dad, hurt because of Voldemort. Because of him. Is he?" Ron's voice cracked. "Is he going to be okay? He's in St. Mungo's. Molly is with him. He'll recover." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. "This was a test, Harry. A probe. Voldemort is gathering information, testing defenses, looking for weaknesses. He'll strike again, soon." Harry nodded slowly. "What do we do?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he spoke, his voice heavy with the weight of centuries. "We prepare. We watch. We wait. And when the moment comes," he looked at Harry, at Ron, at Hermione. "We fight. Together." The weeks that followed were the hardest Harry had ever endured. Mr. Weasley recovered, but the attack had shaken everyone. The Order increased its vigilance. Umbridge tightened her grip on Hogwarts. And the connection grew stronger, more intrusive, more impossible to ignore. Harry saw Voldemort's plans unfold in his dreams. Saw the Death Eaters gathering, the strategy sessions, the cold satisfaction as each piece fell into place. He saw himself, too, seen through Voldemort's eyes, marked for death, the focus of all that darkness. He learned to live with it. To use it. To find the small advantages that might make a difference. And through it all, the DA trained. Grew. Prepared. December arrived, bringing snow and the promise of Christmas halls. Harry stood on the astronomy tower, looking out over the frozen grounds, thinking about the year ahead. Footsteps approached. Sirius, in his dog form, bounding through the snow. He transformed beside Harry, his breath misting in the cold air. "You should be inside," Harry said. "It's freezing. So should you." Sirius grinned, but his eyes were serious. "Dumbledore sent me. There's something you need to know." Harry waited. "The prophecy," Sirius said quietly. "Voldemort's after it. He thinks it holds the key to defeating you. And he's getting close to finding it." Harry felt the familiar chill. "Where is it?" "The Department of Mysteries. Ministry of Magic. Guarded by enchantments," but Sirius shook his head. "Nothing's impenetrable. Not forever." Harry thought about that. The prophecy. The words that might determine his fate. If he gets it, Harry said slowly, if he hears the whole thing. Then he'll have information he can use. Information about you, about your connection, about how to defeat you. Sirius's voice was tight. We can't let that happen. Harry nodded. Then we stop him. Sirius looked at him, this boy he'd watched grow from afar, this child who had become a warrior. You're not alone in this, Harry. Remember that. Harry smiled, a real smile. I know. I've got you. I've got Ron and Hermione. I've got the Order. I've got Wick. He paused. I've got a family. Sirius pulled him into a rough hug. Yeah, you do. They stood on the tower as the first snow began to fall, two people bound by blood and love in the fight ahead. The darkness was gathering. The war was coming. But Harry Potter was ready. He'd always been ready. Christmas at Grimmauld Place was nothing like the Burrow. Where the Burrow was warm and chaotic and bursting with life, Grimmauld Place was dark and cramped and filled with the lingering echoes of old hatreds. Mrs. Weasley did her best to brighten it, stringing enchanted lights, cooking enormous meals, filling the rooms with her fierce maternal warmth, but the house resisted. The portraits muttered. Creature lurked in shadows. The very walls seemed to breathe disapproval. Harry didn't mind. He was used to darkness. And for the first time, he was spending Christmas with his godfather. Sirius threw himself into the holiday with an enthusiasm that was almost childlike. He'd missed so many Christmases, 12 of them, locked in Azkaban, cut off from everything he loved. Now he made up for it, decorating Harry's room with enchanted stars, sneaking him extra portions of dessert, staying up late to talk about nothing and everything. You remind me so much of your father, Sirius said one night, sitting by the fire in Harry's room. The rest of the house was asleep, only the two of them remained awake, watching the flames dance. The way you move, the way you think. But you've got your mother's eyes. Her heart. Harry felt the familiar ache. I wish I could remember them. Really remember, not just pictures and stories. Sirius was quiet for a moment. I can help with that. If you want. What do you mean? I mean, Sirius hesitated, then reached into his pocket. He pulled out a small glass vial, filled with a silvery substance that swirled and shimmered in the firelight. Memories. I've been collecting them for months. Every time I remember something about your parents, something small, something I'd forgotten, I put it in here. I thought maybe someday you'd want to see. Harry stared at the vial. Memories. Real memories of his mother and father, not just stories but moments captured and preserved. It was more than he'd ever hoped for. Yes, he whispered. Yes, please. Sirius smiled, a sad and beautiful thing. Then let's begin. He poured the memories into a shallow basin, a pensieve, he called it, and Harry leaned forward, touching the surface. With his fingertip, the world dissolved. He was in a field, green and golden under a summer sun. 3 figures ran toward him, laughing, young and wild and free. One was Sirius, not the gaunt, haunted man Harry knew, but a boy of 16, handsome and arrogant and full of life. Another was a boy with messy black hair and glasses, his grin wide and infectious. His father, James Potter. And the third, a girl with red hair and green eyes, her face bright with joy, her laugh like music. His mother, Lily. Harry watched them run, feeling tears prick his eyes. They were so young, so alive, so full of the future that would never come. Padfoot, you get, James shouted, tackling Sirius to the ground. They wrestled in the grass, laughing, while Lily stood over them, shaking her head with mock severity. Boys, she said, but her eyes were soft. Honestly, you're worse than children. Sirius pinned James, grinning up at Lily. And you love us for it. I tolerate you, she corrected. There's a difference. James flipped Sirius off with a burst of strength, then scrambled to his feet, pulling Lily into his arms. She loves me, he said, kissing her forehead. She just won't admit it. Lily's cheeks flushed, but she was smiling. Maybe I do. A little. Harry watched them, his heart swelling with a joy so intense it hurt. This was his family. This was where he came from. Not the cupboard, not the Dursleys, not the darkness that had marked him. This. The memory faded. Another took its place. They came one after another, moments of laughter and love, of friendship and family. Harry saw his parents' wedding, small and intimate, with Sirius as best man and a young Remus Lupin looking on with quiet happiness. He saw the day Harry was born, James weeping with joy, Lily holding their son with exhausted wonder. He saw first steps, first words, first birthdays. And then, darkness. A house, half hidden in a valley. His parents' faces, suddenly serious, suddenly afraid. You have to go, James was saying to Sirius. You're the only one we trust. If something happens, nothing's going to happen. Sirius's voice was fierce. I won't let it. Lily stepped forward, taking Sirius's hands. If something happens, take care of him. Our Harry. Promise me. Sirius's eyes were bright with unshed tears. I promise. On my life. I'll take care of him. The memory ended. Harry surfaced from the pensieve, gasping, tears streaming down his face. Sirius sat beside him, his own eyes wet. They loved you, Harry. So much. Never doubt that. Harry couldn't speak. He just nodded, gripping Sirius's hand, holding on to the only family he had left. The days after Christmas were quieter. Harry spent hours with the pensieve, absorbing every memory Sirius had collected. He learned about his father's mischief, his mother's kindness, the way they balanced each other, James impulsive and bold, Lily thoughtful and fierce. He saw them argue and make up, struggle and grow, build a life together in the shadow of war. It was beautiful. It was heartbreaking. It was everything. But the dreams continued. Every night, Voldemort's voice crept into his sleep. Every night, he saw the Department of Mysteries, the Black Door, the prophecy sphere glowing in the darkness. Voldemort wanted it, needed it, and he was getting closer. Harry told Dumbledore, told Sirius, told Ron and Hermione. They listened, they planned, they prepared. But the dreams kept coming, more vivid each time, more urgent. Come to me, Harry Potter. Come to the ministry. Bring me the prophecy. He woke each night with the words echoing in his mind, the compulsion growing stronger, harder to resist. The term resumed in January, bringing snow and tension and Umbridge's ever-tightening grip. She'd formed the Inquisitorial Squad, a group of students, mostly Slytherins, empowered to dock points and report rule breakers. They patrolled the corridors with smug satisfaction, looking for any excuse to punish. The DA went deeper underground, meeting at irregular hours, using the Room of Requirements protections to stay hidden. But Harry knew it was only a matter of time. Someone would slip, someone would talk, and when they did, Umbridge would pounce. The connection grew stronger too. Voldemort was patient, but his patience had limits. Harry could feel his frustration, his hunger, his determination to possess the prophecy. It pulsed through their bond like a second heartbeat, impossible to ignore. One night in February, the dream changed. He stood in the Department of Mysteries, but this time he wasn't alone. Sirius was there, bound and kneeling, his face bruised and bloody. Death Eaters surrounded him, their wands raised, their laughter echoing in the vast space. Come, Harry Potter, Voldemort's voice whispered. Come save your godfather. Or watch him die. Harry woke screaming. It's a trap. Hermione's voice was firm, her face pale but determined. It has to be. Voldemort wants you to come to the ministry. He's using Sirius to lure you. But what if it's real? Harry's voice was ragged. What if Sirius is really there? What if he's not? Ron's voice was steady. Sirius is at Grimmauld Place. We saw him yesterday. He's fine. Harry shook his head. Voldemort could have taken him. Could have. Hermione's right. Ron gripped Harry's shoulder. It's a trap. Voldemort wants you to walk into the ministry so he can get the prophecy. He's using your fear against you. Harry knew they were right. Logically, he knew. But the image of Sirius, bound and bleeding, burned in his mind. The fear was real, even if the vision wasn't. I have to check, he said. I have to make sure. They tried the Flow network first. Umbridge had all the fireplaces under surveillance. They tried owls, too slow, too easily intercepted. They tried everything, and everything failed. Harry's desperation grew. The vision came again 2 nights later. Sirius was in the Department of Mysteries, but now he was worse. His face was swollen, his eyes barely open. The Death Eaters stood over him, waiting. He doesn't have long, Harry Potter. Come now, or lose him forever. Harry woke with the word, now, echoing in his mind. He dressed in the dark, his movements mechanical, driven by something beyond reason. Ron and Hermione were asleep, he didn't wake them. This was his fight, his responsibility. If Sirius died because he waited, He was halfway to the common room door when Hermione's voice stopped him. "Harry, what are you doing?" He turned. She stood in her nightgown, her face pale, her eyes sharp with fear and understanding. "I have to go," he said. "He's going to kill him. He's not there." Hermione moved closer. "It's a vision, Harry. Voldemort's showing you what he wants you to see. Sirius is fine. You don't know that. I know Voldemort." Her voice was quiet but fierce. "I know he lies. I know he manipulates. And I know that if you go to the Ministry, you'll be walking into a trap." Harry felt the truth of her words, but the image wouldn't leave. Sirius's broken face. The Death Eater's laughter. The countdown to death. "I can't take that chance," he whispered. Hermione's eyes filled with tears. "Then we go together. All of us. The DA. We'll face whatever's there, together." Harry stared at her. "You'd do that. You'd come with me into a trap. You're my friend." Her voice broke. "I'd follow you anywhere." They woke the DA in ones and twos, whispering the message through the castle's hidden passages. By 3 in the morning, 20 students gathered in the room of requirement, their faces frightened but determined. Harry stood before them, his heart pounding. "You don't have to do this. This isn't your fight." "Yes it is." Neville's voice was steady. "You taught us to fight. You taught us to stand up to darkness. We're not going to let you face this alone." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. Luna nodded dreamily. The Weasley twins grinned with fierce anticipation. Even Cho, still grieving Cedric, stood ready. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you all." They moved through the castle in silence, using the passages Harry had mapped years ago. Thestrals waited at the edge of the forbidden forest, their winged bodies barely visible in the darkness. Harry mounted one, gripping its hide, and the others followed. They flew toward London, toward the Ministry, toward whatever waited. The Ministry atrium was empty at this hour. Golden statues gleamed in the dim light, the fountain of magical brethren, celebrating the unity of magical beings. Harry led the DA across the marble floor, toward the lifts that would take them to the Department of Mysteries. The lifts descended in silence. The corridors beyond were dark, lined with doors that seemed to breathe. Harry followed the pull of the connection, the vision burned into his mind, until they reached a black door. The Department of Mysteries. They pushed through and entered a vast circular room with multiple doors. Candles flickered on the walls, casting dancing shadows. Harry didn't hesitate, he knew which door to take, which path to follow. The connection guided him like a leash. Through door after door, room after room. A hall of floating planets. A chamber filled with swirling time. A tank of floating brains. And finally, the Hall of Prophecy. Rows and rows of shelves stretched into darkness, each holding thousands of tiny glass spheres. Harry walked forward, pulled by an invisible force, until he stood before a particular shelf. A particular sphere. Number 97. Row 3. The Prophecy. He reached for it. "Harry, no." Hermione's voice cut through the trance. "It's a trap, can't you feel it?" He could feel it. The wrongness, the emptiness, the absence of any threat. No Death Eaters. No Sirius. Nothing but the sphere and the silence. "They're not here," he whispered. "They were never here." The connection pulsed with satisfaction. Voldemort's laughter echoed in his mind. "Thank you, Harry Potter, for leading me to it." And then, the doors burst open. Death Eaters poured into the hall, their wands raised, their masks gleaming. Lucius Malfoy led them, his smile cold and triumphant. "Well done, Potter," he said. "You've delivered the prophecy to us. Now," he raised his wand, "give it here, and perhaps we'll let your friends live." The DA formed a circle around Harry, wands raised, faces set. 20 children against a dozen Death Eaters. The odds were impossible. But Harry had faced impossible odds before. "No," he said quietly. "You want it. Come and take it." The battle began. Spells flew in every direction. Red and green light filled the hall. Harry fought with everything Wick had taught him, moving, dodging, striking with precision and fury. He saw Neville take down a Death Eater with a stunning spell. Saw Luna trip another with a well-placed hex. Saw the twins fighting back to back, their laughter ringing through the chaos. But they were outnumbered, outmatched. One by one, the DA fell, stunned, bound, captured. Harry fought on, the prophecy clutched in one hand, his wand in the other, refusing to surrender. Then Lucius Malfoy was before him, his wand raised, his eyes gleaming. "It's over, Potter. Give me the prophecy." Harry met his gaze. "Never." He raised his wand, but before he could cast, a spell hit him from behind. His body seized, the prophecy slipped from his fingers, and he fell. The sphere hit the floor and shattered. A figure rose from the mist, ethereal, silver, speaking words that echoed through the hall. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." The prophecy spoke itself, its words hanging in the air like a judgment. Harry heard it, understood it, felt its weight settle on his soul. Then the voice faded, and the mist dissolved, and the Death Eaters stood in stunned silence. They had what they came for. The prophecy was heard. Voldemort had won. But as Harry lay on the floor, surrounded by enemies, waiting for death, something else happened. The doors burst open again. Order members flooded the hall: Sirius, Lupin, Moody, Tonks, Kingsley. Their spells flew, driving the Death Eaters back. The battle turned, chaos erupting anew. Harry pushed himself up, searching for his wand, searching for his friends. He saw Sirius, fighting with desperate fury, his eyes scanning for Harry. He saw Ron and Hermione, still standing, still fighting. He saw green light, aimed at Sirius, coming from behind. Harry moved without thinking. He threw himself forward, between Sirius and the curse, and the world went white. He woke in the hospital wing, surrounded by faces he loved. Sirius was there, his eyes red-rimmed, his hand gripping Harry's. Ron and Hermione sat on the other side, pale and exhausted but alive. Mrs. Weasley hovered nearby, her face wet with tears. "Harry," Sirius breathed. "You're awake. Thank Merlin." Harry tried to speak, but his throat was dry, his body weak. "What happened?" "The curse hit you." Sirius's voice shook. "It should have killed you. But you moved. You took it for me." Harry remembered. The green light. The impact. The white nothing. "I'm okay," he whispered. "I'm here." Sirius's grip tightened. "Don't ever do that again. Promise me." Harry smiled weakly. "No promises." Laughter rippled through the room, relieved, tearful, grateful. Harry closed his eyes, letting the sound wash over him. He was alive. His friends were alive. Sirius was alive. But Voldemort had heard the prophecy. He knew now what Harry had always known, that one of them would kill the other. That neither could live while the other survived. The war had just entered a new phase. And Harry Potter, 15 years old, trained by an assassin, marked by a Dark Lord, would face whatever came next. He always did. The days after the battle were the longest of Harry's life. He lay in the hospital wing, his body healing, his mind trapped in an endless loop of green light and shattering glass. Madame Pomfrey fussed over him, applying potions and checking his vitals, but she couldn't heal what was broken inside. That would take longer. Much longer. Visitors came and went. Ron and Hermione hardly left his side, taking turns sitting with him through the long hours. Mrs. Weasley brought food he couldn't eat and hugs he couldn't feel. Dumbledore visited once, his face grave, his words measured, but Harry barely heard them. The prophecy echoed too loudly in his ears. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. It meant he had to kill Voldemort. Or Voldemort would kill him. There was no other option. No escape. No future beyond that final confrontation. He'd known it, on some level, for years. But hearing it spoken aloud, confirmed by prophecy, made it real in a way it hadn't been before. His life had a destination now. A single, terrible, destination. Sirius came on the third night. The hospital wing was quiet, the other beds empty. Harry lay staring at the ceiling, the words still circling, when a large black dog padded through the door. Sirius transformed beside the bed, his face drawn and tired. "You're awake. Can't sleep." Harry's voice was flat. "Every time I close my eyes, I see it. The prophecy. The battle. You." He stopped. "Me. The curse. It was aimed at you. I saw it coming and Harry's voice cracked. "I couldn't let you die. Not you. Not after everything." Sirius sat on the edge of the bed, his hand finding Harry's. "You saved my life. Threw yourself in front of a killing curse for me. Do you have any idea what that means? It means I'm an idiot. It means you're your parents' son. Sirius's voice was rough, brave, selfless, willing to die for the people you love. He paused. But Harry, I can't lose you. You're all I have left. Harry looked at him, this man who had spent 12 years in hell for a crime he didn't commit, who had escaped to protect him, who loved him with a fierceness that matched anything Harry had ever known. You won't lose me, Harry whispered. I promise. Sirius's grip tightened. Don't make promises you can't keep. They sat in silence after that, watching the moon rise over the castle grounds. Two survivors, holding onto each other in the darkness. The funeral for those lost in the battle was held on a gray, drizzling day. They'd lost 3 members of the Order, experienced fighters who had stood against Voldemort for years. They'd lost 2 students from the DA, a Ravenclaw named Michael and a Hufflepuff named Sarah, both 17, both brave, both dead. Harry stood with the survivors, watching as the coffins were lowered into the ground. Rain mixed with tears on his face. Beside him, Hermione sobbed quietly. Ron stood rigid, his jaw tight, his eyes fixed on some distant point. Luna was there too, her expression dreamy but her eyes sharp. She drifted closer to Harry, her voice soft. They're not really gone, you know. The ones we love, they live on in us. In our memories. In the choices we make because of them. Harry looked at her. You really believe that? She nodded serenely. I've seen them. With my other eyes. They're always there, watching, waiting. Proud of us when we're brave. Sad when we're scared. They want us to keep fighting. Harry thought about his parents. About Cedric. About Michael and Sarah. About all the people Voldemort had taken. Then I'll keep fighting, he said quietly. For all of them. Luna smiled. I know you will. The Ministry's response to the battle was predictably useless. Fudge appeared on the front page of every newspaper, declaring victory against a renegade Death Eater attack, and praising the Aurors for their swift and decisive action. There was no mention of Voldemort. No mention of the prophecy. No mention of the students who had fought and died. He's still denying it, Hermione said furiously, throwing the prophet across the common room. Even after everything. Even after people died. Fear, Harry said quietly. He's terrified. If he admits Voldemort's back, he admits he was wrong. He admits he failed. It's easier to lie. Easier for whom? Ron demanded. Not for Michael's parents. Not for Sarah's. Harry shook his head. They don't care about them. They care about themselves. Their power. Their reputations. He paused. That's why we have to fight. Because no one else will. The common room fell silent. Other students had gathered, drawn by the conversation. Neville stood near the fire, his face set. Ginny was beside him, her expression fierce. Even Luna had drifted in, her dreamy eyes fixed on Harry. The DA, Neville said quietly. Is it over? Harry looked at them, his soldiers, his friends, his family. They had followed him into battle. They had fought and bled and nearly died. And they were still here, still ready, still willing to stand. No, he said. It's not over. It's just beginning. The training intensified. They met in the room of requirement every night, pushing themselves harder than ever. Harry taught them everything Wick had taught him. Combat techniques, survival strategies, the mental discipline needed to face darkness without breaking. Hermione drilled them on defensive spells until they could cast them in their sleep. Ron developed tactics, formations, ways to fight as a unit. They were no longer children playing at war. They were soldiers preparing for battle. Umbridge continued her reign of terror, issuing decrees, docking points, expelling students for minor infractions. But she couldn't touch the DA, couldn't find them, couldn't stop them. The room of requirement protected them, and Harry's knowledge of the castle kept them one step ahead. But Harry knew it couldn't last. Umbridge was patient. She would find them eventually. And when she did, he pushed the thought away. There was no point in worrying about what he couldn't control. Wick had taught him that. Focus on what you can control. Prepare for what you can't. Survive either way. The dreams continued, but they changed. Now, when Harry slept, he didn't just see Voldemort's plans, he felt his emotions. The cold satisfaction of victory. The burning rage at setbacks. The hunger for power that never quite faded. And underneath it all, something Harry hadn't expected. Fear. Voldemort was afraid. Afraid of the prophecy. Afraid of Harry. Afraid that somehow, impossibly, this boy he'd marked as his equal would actually defeat him. The realization was a revelation. He's afraid of me, Harry thought. After everything, after all his power, all his followers, all his dark magic, he's afraid of me. The fear didn't make Voldemort less dangerous. If anything, it made him more so. A frightened predator was unpredictable, reckless, willing to take chances he shouldn't. But it also gave Harry hope. Voldemort could be beaten, not just fought, beaten. Because he was human, underneath all the darkness. He felt fear like anyone else. And fear could be used. Wick came to him in mid-March. Harry was alone in the room of requirement, practicing forms, when the door opened and Wick stepped through. Marcus followed, his tail wagging, his presence a warm comfort. "You're getting better," Wick said, watching Harry complete a complex series of movements. Faster, smoother, more controlled. Harry lowered his knife. "I've had good teachers." Wick almost smiled. "You've had good training. There's a difference." They sat on the mats, Marcus settling between them. For a while, neither spoke. The silence was comfortable, familiar, the silence of two people who didn't need words. "I heard about the battle," Wick said finally. "The ministry. The prophecy. All of it." Harry nodded. "I figured you would. You did well. Survived. Protected your people." Wick paused. "But you also made a mistake." Harry looked at him. "What mistake?" "You threw yourself in front of a killing curse." Wick's voice was flat. "Without thinking. Without planning. Without any guarantee it would work. It saved Sirius. It could have killed you." Wick's dark eyes fixed on Harry. "Bravery is good. Self-sacrifice is noble. But dead heroes don't win wars. Live soldiers do." Harry felt the truth of the words settle in his chest. He'd been lucky. The curse had hit him, but it hadn't killed, because of his mother's protection, because of the blood bond, because of something he still didn't fully understand. Next time, he might not be so lucky. "I know," he said quietly. "I'll be more careful." Wick nodded. "Good. Because you're going to need to be. Voldemort knows the prophecy now. He knows you're the one who can defeat him. He'll come at you with everything he has. I'm ready. You're not." Wick's voice was gentle but firm. "Not yet. But you will be. That's why I'm here." They trained for hours, pushing Harry past limits he hadn't known he had. Wick taught him new techniques, new strategies, new ways to use his body and mind as weapons. He drilled him on situational awareness, on reading opponents, on the thousand small details that could mean the difference between life and death. By the time they finished, Harry was exhausted but exhilarated. He felt stronger, sharper, more alive than he had in weeks. "Same time tomorrow," Wick said, heading for the door. "Bring your friends. They need to learn too." Harry nodded. "I will." Wick paused at the door. "Harry, one more thing. Yes, you're not just fighting for yourself anymore. You're fighting for all of them, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, everyone who believes in you. That's a heavy weight, but it's also a gift. They'll make you stronger, if you let them." Harry thought about his friends, his family, the people who had followed him into battle. "I know." Wick nodded. "Good." He left, Marcus padding after him, and Harry was alone in the training room. He looked at his reflection in the mirrored wall, a boy of 15, scarred and tired and determined. A boy who had faced death and refused to yield. The war wasn't over. It might never be over. But Harry Potter was still fighting. And he would keep fighting until the very end. April brought rain and hope and the first signs of change. The ministry's denial began to crack. Too many witnesses. Too much evidence. Too many people who had seen the truth with their own eyes. Fudge was forced to acknowledge that Voldemort had returned, though he did so grudgingly, blaming everyone but himself. Umbridge was removed from Hogwarts, dragged away by Aurors after her crimes came to light. The inquisitorial squad disbanded. The educational decrees were repealed. And for the first time in months, the castle felt like home again. Harry watched it all from a distance, feeling strangely detached. The victory was welcome, but it changed nothing. Voldemort was still out there. The war was still coming. And the prophecy still hung over him like a sword. But there were moments of peace too. Laughing with Ron and Hermione in the common room. Flying on the Quidditch pitch, the wind in his hair. Sitting with Sirius in the shadow of the Whomping Willow, talking about nothing and everything. These moments were precious because they were fleeting. Harry knew that. He treasured them anyway. The end of term arrived with a rush of exams and goodbyes. Harry stood on the Hogwarts Express, watching the castle recede into the distance. Another year over. Another year survived. Another year closer to the final confrontation. Ron and Hermione were beside him, their faces reflecting his own mix of emotions. They'd been through so much together, friendships forged in fire, battles fought side by side, losses that would never fully heal. Next year, Ron said quietly. 7th year. Can you believe it? Harry shook his head. Feels like yesterday we were first years, scared of everything. You were never scared, Hermione pointed out. You just dealt with things. I was scared. Harry's voice was soft. I'm still scared. I just don't let it stop me. They stood in silence as the train carried them toward London, toward summer, toward whatever the future held. The connection hummed in the back of Harry's mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that waited. But for now, in this moment, he was with his friends. He was safe. He was alive. That was enough. The mill welcomed him home with open arms. Wick was waiting in the courtyard, Marcus bounding forward to greet him. The old building stood solid and warm against the summer evening, its windows glowing with golden light. Harry walked through the doors and felt something loosen in his chest. Home. This was home. Not a building, not a place, a feeling. Safety. Belonging. Love. Wick had dinner ready, steak and potatoes, simple and perfect. They ate in the kitchen, Marcus at their feet, the silence comfortable and warm. You did well this year, Wick said finally. Better than well. You grew. You led. You survived. Harry nodded slowly. It's not enough. It'll never be enough until he's gone. No. But that's not the point. Wick set down his fork. The point is that you keep going. Keep fighting. Keep living. Every day you survive is a victory. Harry thought about that. Every day. Every breath. Every moment of life in the face of death. Then I'll keep going, he said. I'll keep fighting. I'll keep living. Wick almost smiled. Good. They sat in silence as the sun set over the valley, painting the ruins in gold and amber. Somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort plotted and planned and prepared for war. But Harry Potter was home. He was safe. He was loved. And when the time came, he would be ready. Summer at the mill was different this year. The valley seemed quieter, the ruins more distant, the shadows deeper. Harry felt it in his bones, the weight of the prophecy, the knowledge of what was coming. He trained harder than ever, pushing himself past exhaustion, past pain, past every limit he'd ever known. Wick pushed him too, relentless and demanding, preparing him for battles yet to come. But there were moments of peace too. Long evenings on the roof, watching the stars wheel overhead. Early mornings running through the valley with Marcus, the dog's joy infectious despite everything. Quiet conversations with Wick about nothing and everything, the silence between them comfortable and warm. You're different, Wick observed one night. They sat by the fire in the library, Marcus curled at their feet. Calmer. More focused. Harry considered this. I know what's coming now. The prophecy made it real. I can't pretend anymore, can't hope it'll go away. This is my fight. My responsibility. It's not your responsibility alone. Wick's voice was quiet but firm. You have people who will stand with you. I know. But in the end, Harry paused. In the end, it's just me and him. The prophecy says so. Either must die at the hand of the other. Wick was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was rough. Prophecies aren't always right. They're possibilities, not certainties. Don't let it trap you. Harry looked at him, this man who had saved him, trained him, become something like a father. You really believe that? I believe in you. Wick's dark eyes met his. I've seen what you can do. What you're willing to do. That matters more than any prophecy. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. Thank you. Wick nodded. Always. The dream came on the last night of July. Harry stood in a dark place, a cave, vast and ancient, filled with the sound of dripping water. A lake stretched before him, black and still, and in its center, an island. On the island, a pedestal. On the pedestal, a locket. He knew it was important. Knew Voldemort wanted it. Knew he had to reach it before. The dream shifted. Voldemort stood beside him, his red eyes gleaming in the darkness. You see it, Harry Potter. My soul. My secret. Hidden where no one can find it. What is it? Harry's voice echoed in the vast space. A piece of me. A guarantee. So that even if my body falls, I cannot truly die. Voldemort smiled, cold and terrible. I have made more than one, scattered across the world, protected by magic and darkness. You will never find them all. You will never destroy me. The dream dissolved. Harry woke gasping, the image burned into his mind. Pieces of soul, hidden across the world. Voldemort had made himself immortal. He told Dumbledore immediately. The old man listened in silence, his face growing graver with each word. When Harry finished, Dumbledore sat motionless for a long moment, his blue eyes distant. Horcruxes, he said quietly. Dark magic of the darkest kind. A wizard splits his soul and hides a piece in an object. As long as the Horcrux remains, he cannot be killed. Harry's blood ran cold. How many? How many has he made? Dumbledore shook his head slowly. I don't know, but we must find out. We must find them all and destroy them. Otherwise, he met Harry's eyes. Otherwise, even if you face him, even if you strike him down, he will return. Again and again, the weight of the task settled on Harry's shoulders. Find and destroy pieces of Voldemort's soul, scattered across the world, hidden by dark magic. It seemed impossible, but impossible had never stopped him before. The rest of the summer was spent in preparation. Dumbledore shared everything he knew about Horcruxes, their creation, their hiding places, their destruction. Harry learned about the dark rituals involved, the murders required, the toll it took on a wizard's soul. Voldemort had done this multiple times. Had murdered repeatedly to achieve immortality. The thought made Harry's stomach turn. There are two we know of, Dumbledore said during one of their meetings. Tom Riddle's diary, which you destroyed in your second year. And Marvolo Gaunt's ring, which I have recently located and destroyed. He held up his hand, the hand that was blackened and withered, the hand Harry had noticed but never asked about. The ring, Harry breathed. That's what happened to your hand. Dumbledore nodded. The curse was fierce. I was fortunate to survive. He paused. But there are others. I suspect he made more. The question is how many, and where they are hidden. Harry thought about the cave. The locket. The one in my dream, it was a locket. In a cave by a lake. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. A locket. Yes, I believe I know the one. It belonged to Salazar Slytherin himself, a family heirloom that Voldemort transformed into a Horcrux. He paused. We must retrieve it. Destroy it. When? Now. Dumbledore rose. Tonight. Are you ready? Harry stood without hesitation. I'm ready. They apparated to a rocky coastline, the sea crashing against cliffs below. The night was dark, the moon hidden behind clouds. Dumbledore led Harry along a path until they reached a cave entrance, a dark opening in the rock, barely visible in the gloom. This is it, Dumbledore said quietly. The place from your dreams. They entered. The cave opened into a vast chamber, just as Harry had seen. A lake stretched before them, black and still, and in its center, an island. On the island, a pedestal. On the pedestal, a locket. But between them and the island lay the lake, and something in its depths. We'll need a boat, Dumbledore said. He raised his wand, summoning a small craft from the darkness. It glided toward them, ancient and eerie. They climbed in and crossed the lake in silence. The water stirred beneath them, shapes moving in the depths, bodies, perhaps, or something worse. Harry kept his wand raised, ready for anything. They reached the island. The pedestal stood before them, and on it, the locket, exactly as Harry had seen. But between them and the locket lay a basin. A basin filled with a glowing liquid, pale, luminous, terrible. The potion, Dumbledore said quietly. To reach the Horcrux, one must drink. Harry stared at him. Drink that. It looks deadly. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes were calm. But I will drink it. You will ensure I don't stop before it's done. Professor. There is no other way, Harry. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. The magic requires sacrifice. I will make it. He knelt before the basin, raised a goblet to his lips, and drank. The effect was immediate and horrifying. Dumbledore's face contorted in agony. He screamed, a sound Harry had never heard from him, never imagined possible. His body shook, his hands clawed at the stone, his eyes rolled back in his head. Please, he begged. Please, no more. Make it stop. Harry's heart clenched. Professor. Don't stop me. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. Whatever happens, don't stop me. I must finish. He drank again. And again. Each draft brought fresh agony, fresh screams, fresh pleas for mercy. Harry watched, helpless, tears streaming down his face, as the greatest wizard in the world was reduced to a trembling wreck. Finally, the basin was empty. Dumbledore collapsed, gasping, his face ashen, his body shaking. Harry caught him, held him, felt the terrible toll the potion had taken. The locket, Dumbledore whispered. Get the locket. Harry reached for it, and as his fingers touched the cold gold, the Inferi rose. They surged from the lake, hundreds of them, drowned bodies, preserved by dark magic, animated by Voldemort's will. They reached for the island, for the boat, for Harry and Dumbledore with dead hands and empty eyes. Harry fought. Spells flew from his wand, driving them back, but more came, endless, relentless. He was overwhelmed, dragged toward the water, toward death. And then, fire. Blue fire, hot and fierce, erupting from Dumbledore's wand. It formed a ring around them, driving the Inferi back, buying them precious seconds. The boat, Dumbledore gasped. Go. They fled across the lake, the Inferi screaming behind them, the fire dying as they reached the shore. They stumbled out of the cave, into the night air, collapsing on the rocky ground. Harry lay there, gasping, his body spent, his mind reeling. Beside him, Dumbledore stirred weakly. The locket, he whispered. Do you have it? Harry held it up, the golden locket, warm in his palm. I have it. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Good, good. They lay in silence as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. The Horcrux was theirs. One more piece of Voldemort's soul, waiting to be destroyed. But as Harry looked at the locket, he felt no triumph. Only exhaustion. Only the weight of the battle still to come. Destroying the locket proved almost as difficult as retrieving it. They tried everything, ordinary magic, dark magic, fire, curses. Nothing worked. The locket resisted, its protections ancient and powerful. It requires something special, Dumbledore said finally. Basilisk venom, perhaps. Or fiendfire. Something dark enough to counter the dark magic within. Harry thought about the Chamber of Secrets. About the basilisk fang that had killed the monster. I know where we can get basilisk venom. They returned to Hogwarts, to the chamber, to the skeleton of the great serpent. Harry pulled a fang from its jaw, carried it to where Dumbledore waited. One strike. That was all it took. The locket split open, black liquid oozing from within. A scream echoed through the chamber, Voldemort's scream, full of rage and pain. Then silence. The Horcrux was destroyed. Harry stared at the remains, feeling nothing. One down. How many more to go? The summer ended, as summers always did. Harry returned to the mill for his final days of peace. Wick was there, Marcus was there, the valley was there, unchanged, unchanging, a refuge from the storm. They trained together one last time, moving through forms in the golden evening light. Wick pushed him hard, harder than ever, until Harry's body screamed and his mind went blank with exhaustion. You're ready, Wick said finally, lowering his weapon. As ready as anyone can be. Harry nodded, breathing hard. Thank you. For everything. Wick's dark eyes held his. You're welcome. For everything. They stood in silence as the sun set over the valley, painting the ruins in shades of gold and amber. Marcus sat between them, his tail thumping softly. One more year, Harry said quietly. One more year, and then you face him. Wick's voice was steady. And you win. Harry wished he had Wick's confidence. The Hogwarts Express carried him north through the gathering dusk. Ron and Hermione were beside him, their faces bright with the excitement of a new term. They talked about Quidditch and classes and the ordinary concerns of students. Harry listened, smiled, contributed when he could. But his mind was elsewhere. On Horcruxes. On prophecies. On the final battle that waited at the end of the year. He felt the connection humming in the back of his mind, stronger than ever. Voldemort was planning something, gathering strength, preparing for the final confrontation. Harry was preparing too. The train rounded a bend, and through the window, he saw it, Hogwarts, rising from the darkness, its towers golden in the last light. Home. Battlefield. Destiny. Harry Potter was coming home. And he was ready for war. The train carried Harry toward Hogwarts through a landscape of deepening shadows. He sat with Ron and Hermione in their usual compartment, watching the countryside darken beyond the window. The mood was subdued, not sad, exactly, but weighted. This was their 6th year. The year everything would come to a head. Everyone felt it, even if no one said it aloud. The prophet's still pushing the ministry line, Hermione said, lowering the newspaper she'd been reading. They're calling Dumbledore senile, saying his claims about Voldemort are exaggerated. She paused. They're calling you unstable, Harry. A boy obsessed with attention. Ron snorted. Because making up stories about a murderous Dark Lord is such a great way to get attention. Harry shook his head slowly. It doesn't matter what they say. We know the truth. That's what counts. But it did matter. The whispers followed him everywhere, in the corridors, in the Great Hall, even in Gryffindor Common Room. Students looked at him with doubt in their eyes, unsure whether to believe the boy who claimed the darkest wizard in history had returned. Some were supportive. Most were confused. A few were openly hostile. You know who can't be back, Zacharias Smith had said loudly in herbology. The ministry would know. They'd tell us. Harry had bitten back the obvious response. They're too busy covering their own backsides. The feast that night was strange. Dumbledore welcomed them back with his usual warmth, but his eyes were tired, his movements slower. The withered hand, damaged by the Horcrux curse, rested on the table like a dead thing. Harry watched him and felt a chill. Snape sat in his usual place, black eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Something had shifted between them over the summer. Harry couldn't name it, but he felt it. Attention. A recognition. As if Snape was seeing him differently now. And at the staff table, a new face, a plump, cheerful woman with gray hair and a motherly smile. Professor Slughorn, the new potions master. He beamed at the students, raised his glass in toast, and somehow managed to look both kind and calculating at the same time. Slughorn's an old friend of Dumbledore's, Hermione whispered. He used to teach here decades ago. Retired, but Dumbledore convinced him to come back. Why? Ron asked. Because he knows things. About Voldemort. About the old days. Hermione's voice dropped lower. He was head of Slytherin House when Tom Riddle was a student. Harry's attention sharpened. Slughorn had known Voldemort. Had taught him. Might know things, secrets, weaknesses, anything that could help. I need to talk to him, Harry said quietly. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Carefully, Hermione warned. Slughorn collects people like prizes. Favorite students, talented witches and wizards. He'll want you in his collection. Harry nodded. I can handle that. The next day, potions class revealed Slughorn's true nature. He swept into the dungeon classroom with an energy that belied his age, beaming at the students as if they were long-lost relatives. His eyes landed on Harry immediately, lighting up with something like avarice. Ah, yes, yes. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. He bustled over, shaking Harry's hand with enthusiasm. I've heard so much about you. Your mother was one of my favorite students, you know. Lily Evans. Brilliant witch. Absolutely brilliant. Harry felt the familiar ache at the mention of his mother. Thank you, sir. Slughorn patted his shoulder. We'll have to talk later. I'm having a little gathering, nothing formal, just some of my favorite students. You simply must come. Harry forced a smile. I'd like that, sir. Slughorn beamed and moved on, greeting other students, cataloging talents, building his network. Harry watched him go, feeling the weight of expectations. He's going to be trouble, Ron muttered. He's going to be useful, Harry corrected quietly. If I play this right. The first potions lesson was a revelation. Slughorn had them brewing a complex draft of living death, and Harry found himself working from an old textbook, a battered copy with handwritten notes in the margins. The notes were brilliant, offering shortcuts and improvements that made the instructions in the book look clumsy by comparison. Harry followed them and produced a potion that was almost perfect. Slughorn examined it with delight. Excellently done, my boy, excellently done. Your mother would be proud. He beamed at the class. 5 points to Gryffindor for Mr. Potter's exceptional work. Ron stared at Harry's cauldron. How did you do that? The instructions are impossible. Harry shrugged, showing him the book. Someone wrote notes in here. They're really helpful. Ron flipped through the pages, his eyes widening. This is incredible. Who wrote all this? The front cover held only 2 words, written in cramped, looping script, property of the Half-Blood Prince. Harry didn't know who the Half-Blood Prince was. But he was grateful for the help. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm. Classes occupied the days, filling Harry's mind with newt-level magic that challenged even his abilities. He excelled in defense, as always, and in potions, thanks to the prince's notes. Transfiguration was difficult but manageable. Charms was enjoyable. Herbology was herbology. But the nights were different. Every night, Harry dreamed of Voldemort. Saw through his eyes, felt through his senses, experienced his plans and pleasures and rages. The connection was stronger than ever, impossible to block, impossible to ignore. Harry used it, as Wick had taught him, gathering intelligence, learning Voldemort's secrets. He learned about the Horcruxes. Saw Voldemort visiting their hiding places, checking on them, ensuring they remained safe. Saw his satisfaction at the destruction of the diary and the ring, and his rage at the loss of the locket. "They are destroying them," Voldemort hissed in one dream. "They are destroying my precious things. But they will not find them all. They will not stop me." Harry woke from that dream with the knowledge that time was running out. Dumbledore summoned him in October. The headmaster's office was warm and cluttered as always, Fox trilling softly on his perch. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him, tired, drawn, weighed down by years and secrets. "Harry," he said quietly. "Thank you for coming." Harry sat across from him. "What is it, sir?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was heavy. "I have located another Horcrux. But retrieving it will be difficult." "Where is it?" "In a place I cannot go alone." Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. "I need you to come with me. When the time is right." Harry nodded without hesitation. "I'll be there." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "I knew you would." He paused. "But there is something else. Something I must tell you about the prophecy. About what it really means." Harry waited. "The prophecy states that you have power the Dark Lord knows not. I believe I understand what that power is." Dumbledore leaned forward. "It is love, Harry. The one thing Voldemort has never understood, never valued, never sought. Your mother's love protected you. Your friends' love sustains you. And your love for them, your willingness to sacrifice for them, that is your greatest weapon." Harry thought about that. Love. It seemed so simple, so ordinary. But he remembered the way his mother's protection had saved him, the way his friends' loyalty had kept him going, the way Sirius's love had given him a family. "Will it be enough?" he asked quietly. "When I face him, will love be enough to defeat him?" Dumbledore's eyes were sad. "I don't know, Harry. I wish I did. But I know this, without love, you cannot win. With it, you have a chance. A real chance." Harry nodded slowly. "Then I'll hold on to it. No matter what." The Half-Blood Prince's book became his secret obsession. He studied the notes obsessively, learning new spells, new techniques, new ways to understand magic. The prince was brilliant, frustrated and arrogant, perhaps, but brilliant. His handwriting grew more frantic toward the back of the book, the notes more desperate, as if he were racing against time. "For the greater good," one note read, scrawled beside a particularly dark spell. "Sometimes we must do wrong to make things right." Harry wondered who the prince was. What he'd done. What he'd become. He also wondered about the spells the prince had invented. Sectum Sempra, written in the margin with the notation, "for enemies." Harry hadn't tried it, something about it felt wrong, dangerous. But he memorized it anyway. Knowledge was power, and power meant survival. Ginny found him in the common room late one night. She sat across from him, her red hair catching the firelight, her brown eyes fixed on his face. They'd grown closer over the years, friends, then something more, though neither had spoken the words. "You're thinking about it again," she said quietly. "The war. Him. All of it." Harry nodded. "Always." She reached across and took his hand. Her grip was warm, steady. "You don't have to carry it alone, you know. We're all here. We all want to help." Harry looked at her, at this girl who had grown from a shy first year into a fierce, capable witch. He remembered the way she'd fought in the Department of Mysteries, the way she'd stood by him through everything. "I know," he said. "That's what keeps me going." Ginny smiled, a little sadly. "When this is over, when you've faced him and won, what then?" Harry thought about it. A future. He'd never let himself imagine one. It felt dangerous, like tempting fate. "I don't know," he admitted. "I've never thought that far ahead. Maybe you should start." Ginny squeezed his hand. "Give yourself something to fight for. Something beyond survival." Harry met her eyes and saw something there, hope, maybe. Possibility. Maybe I will, he said softly. They sat together as the fire burned down, hands clasped, hearts beating in the darkness. It wasn't a promise. It wasn't a declaration. But it was something. Something real. Something worth protecting. The nightmares grew worse as winter approached. Harry saw Voldemort's plans unfold in vivid detail: Death Eater meetings, strategy sessions, the slow corruption of the Ministry from within. He saw faces he recognized: Lucius Malfoy, smug and confident; Bellatrix Lestrange, mad and eager; others whose names he didn't know but whose eyes burned with fanaticism. He saw something else too. A tower, high and cold, surrounded by darkness. And in the tower, a figure, old, tired, waiting. Dumbledore. Voldemort was planning to attack Hogwarts. To kill Dumbledore. To break the Order's heart. Harry woke from that dream with the certainty that time was running out. He told Dumbledore the next day. The headmaster listened in silence, his blue eyes distant. When Harry finished, Dumbledore nodded slowly. I suspected as much, he said quietly. Voldemort knows that I am the greatest obstacle to his victory. He will move against me. Soon. Then we stop him. Harry's voice was fierce. We prepare. We fight. Dumbledore smiled faintly. We will. But not in the way you think. He paused. Harry, I must ask you something. Something difficult. Anything. If something happens to me, if I fall, you must continue the hunt for Horcruxes. You must find them all and destroy them. It is the only way to defeat Voldemort permanently. Harry felt ice creep into his veins. Nothing's going to happen to you. Perhaps not. But we must prepare for every possibility. Dumbledore's eyes were gentle. Will you promise me, Harry? Will you carry on this work if I cannot? Harry wanted to refuse. Wanted to shout that Dumbledore couldn't die, wouldn't die, that they would face this together. But the old man's eyes held no room for denial. I promise, Harry whispered. Dumbledore nodded. Good. Then we have work to do. They met in Dumbledore's office every week after that. The headmaster shared everything he knew about Horcruxes, their creation, their hiding places, their destruction. He taught Harry about the magic that bound them, the rituals that created them, the terrible cost of splitting a soul. He made at least 6, Dumbledore said one evening. Perhaps 7. The diary, the ring, the locket, something belonging to each of his houses: Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor. And Nagini, his snake. Nagini is a Horcrux. Harry stared. But she's alive. Alive, yes. But carrying a piece of his soul. It makes her more than a snake, more dangerous, more connected to him. Killing her will be like killing a part of him. Harry filed the information away. Nagini. Voldemort's snake. Another target. We have destroyed 3, Dumbledore continued. The diary, the ring, the locket. 4 remain, Nagini, and 3 others. We must find them. Destroy them. Harry nodded. Where do we start? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. There is someone who may know. Someone who was close to Voldemort in his youth. Someone who may have information about the remaining Horcruxes. Who? Horace Slughorn. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. He possesses a memory, a crucial memory, of a conversation with young Tom Riddle. A conversation about Horcruxes. If we can obtain that memory, we may learn how many Voldemort intended to make. Harry remembered Slughorn's cheerful face, his collecting of favorite students, his obvious delight in being important. He won't just give it to us. No. He guards it closely, for reasons of his own. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. That is why I need you, Harry. Slughorn likes you, trusts you, perhaps. You may be able to persuade him where I cannot. Harry thought about it. Playing politics. Manipulating an old man for information. It felt wrong, but so did letting Voldemort win. I'll try, he said. Christmas brought a brief respite from the tension. Harry spent it at the Burrow, surrounded by Weasleys and warmth and the kind of chaos that made him feel almost normal. Mrs. Weasley fed him until he couldn't move. Mr. Weasley showed him his latest Muggle contraptions. The twins plotted and schemed and made everyone laugh. Ginny was there too, and something had shifted between them. They sat together by the fire, talked late into the night, shared small touches that spoke of growing closeness. It wasn't declared, wasn't defined, but it was real. Ron noticed, of course. He made gagging noises whenever they got too close, but his eyes were warm. Hermione smiled knowingly and said nothing. For a few precious days, Harry forgot about Horcruxes and prophecies and war. He was just a boy, spending Christmas with people who loved him. It wouldn't last, he knew that. But for now, he let himself enjoy it. The new year brought fresh horrors. In January, a Death Eater attack on Diagon Alley killed 17 people. In February, the Ministry fell further under Voldemort's influence, passing laws that targeted Muggle-borns and restricted magical rights. In March, a raid on the Order's safe house injured Tonks and killed 2 other members. Harry felt each loss like a physical blow. The connection showed him Voldemort's satisfaction, his growing confidence, his certainty that victory was inevitable. But it also showed him something else. Fear. Underneath the confidence, underneath the triumph, Voldemort was afraid. Afraid of the prophecy. Afraid of Harry. Afraid that somehow, impossibly, he might lose. That fear was Harry's weapon. He nurtured it, fed it, used it to fuel his own determination. The memory came in April. Harry had been working on Slughorn for months, attending his parties, listening to his stories, playing the role of the admiring student. It felt dishonest, manipulative, but Dumbledore insisted it was necessary. Finally, after a particularly successful party where Harry had charmed everyone with tales of his adventures, Slughorn relented. "You really want to know, don't you?" he said quietly, pulling Harry aside. "About Tom Riddle. About what he asked me." Harry met his eyes. "I need to know, Professor. To defeat him. To stop him." Slughorn's face crumpled. "I've carried this guilt for 50 years. If I'd known, if I'd realized what he would become." He shook his head. "Very well. I'll give you the memory." He drew his wand, placed it to his temple, and withdrew a glistening strand of silver. It fell into a waiting vial, shimmering with terrible knowledge. "Take it," Slughorn whispered. "Tell Dumbledore, tell him I'm sorry." Harry took the vial, feeling its weight. "Thank you, Professor." He left Slughorn's office and walked through the dark corridors toward Dumbledore's tower. The memory pulsed in his pocket, warm and alive. The truth was finally within reach. Dumbledore viewed the memory that night. Harry watched as young Tom Riddle charmed his professor, asked his questions, learned the secrets of Horcruxes. Watched as Slughorn's face grew troubled, as he realized what he was being asked, as he gave the answers that would doom so many. 7. Harry breathed when it was over. "He wants to make 7. Dumbledore nodded slowly. 7 pieces of soul. 6 Horcruxes, with the 7th residing in his body. That makes him 7 parts, a powerfully magical number. We've destroyed 3. 3 left, Nagini and 2 others. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. And we must find them before he does. Before he can create more. Harry thought about the task ahead. Hunting Horcruxes across the magical world, facing unknown dangers, racing against time. It seemed impossible. But impossible had never stopped him before. The final months of term passed in a blur of preparation and fear. Harry trained with the DA, drilled with Ron and Hermione, studied with Dumbledore. He watched the news, tracked Voldemort's movements through the connection, reported everything to the Order. The dreams grew worse. The connection grew stronger. And Harry felt, with growing certainty, that the end was approaching. In June, Dumbledore summoned him. "It's time," the headmaster said quietly. "We must retrieve the next Horcrux. Tonight." Harry nodded, his heart pounding. "I'm ready." They left Hogwarts together, walking into the night, toward whatever waited. Harry didn't know what they would find. Didn't know if they would return. But he knew one thing for certain. He would fight. He would survive. He would win. Because he had to. Because the alternative was unthinkable. Because Harry Potter was done running from darkness. He was walking straight into it. The night was black and starless. Harry walked beside Dumbledore through the deserted streets of Hogsmeade, their footsteps echoing off shuttered shop fronts. The village was silent, its residents tucked safely behind locked doors, unaware of the 2 figures moving through their midst like ghosts. They stopped before the Hog's Head Inn, a seedy pub Harry had visited once before, years ago. Dumbledore pushed open the door, and they stepped into the dim, smoky interior. A barmaid looked up, surprised. "We're closed. We're not here for drinks," Dumbledore said calmly. He moved to a back corner, where a small door stood hidden in the shadows. "This way, Harry." They descended a narrow staircase, the air growing colder, damper. At the bottom, a tunnel stretched into darkness, ancient, rough-hewn, smelling of earth and magic. The passage leads to the cave, Dumbledore explained. It will take some time. Stay close. They walked in silence for what felt like hours. Harry's mind churned with questions, fears, possibilities. What would they find in the cave? What horrors had Voldemort left to guard his precious soul peace? The connection hummed in the back of his mind, a constant reminder of the darkness they were walking toward. The cave opened before them suddenly, a vast chamber carved from black rock, dominated by a lake of still, dark water. Green light filtered from somewhere unseen, casting eerie shadows on the walls. Harry's breath caught. This was the place from his dreams. The exact place. The Horcruxes on that island, Dumbledore said quietly, pointing toward a dark shape in the center of the lake. But between us and it lies, he gestured at the water. Something. Voldemort would not leave his treasure unguarded. Harry stared at the lake. It was absolutely still, absolutely black, absolutely wrong. Shapes moved in its depths, pale, fluid, terrible. In fury, he breathed. Drowned bodies. Preserved by dark magic. Dumbledore nodded. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. Voldemort has been busy. They found a boat hidden among the rocks, small, eerie, waiting. They climbed in and crossed the lake in silence, the water stirring beneath them, the Inferi pressing against some invisible barrier, hungry and patient. The island was bare except for a stone pedestal. On the pedestal sat a basin filled with glowing liquid, pale, luminous, terrible. And in the basin, just visible beneath the surface, lay a locket. The potion, Dumbledore said quietly. To reach the Horcrux, one must drink. Harry stared at him. Drink that. It looks deadly. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes were calm. But I will drink it. You will ensure I don't stop before it's done. Professor. There is no other way, Harry. The magic requires sacrifice. I will make it. He knelt before the basin, raised a goblet to his lips, and drank. The next minutes were the worst of Harry's life. Dumbledore drank, and with each swallow, he suffered. His face contorted in agony. He screamed in ways that made Harry's blood run cold. He begged, pleaded, wept, cried out for mercy. He saw things, terrible things, reliving memories so awful they broke something inside him. Harry watched, helpless, tears streaming down his face, his hands gripping Dumbledore's shoulders, forcing him to continue. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. Please, Dumbledore whispered, his voice cracked and broken. Please, no more. Make it stop. Make it stop. Almost there, Harry choked out. Just a little more. Please, Professor. Just a little more. Dumbledore drank the last of the potion and collapsed, gasping, his body shaking uncontrollably. Harry caught him, held him, felt the terrible toll the magic had taken. The locket, Dumbledore whispered. Get the locket. Harry reached into the basin, his fingers closing around cold gold. He pulled it out, a simple locket, unadorned, unremarkable. But as he held it, he felt it. The darkness within, the peace of Voldemort's soul, pulsing with malevolent life. I have it, he said. And then the Inferi rose. They surged from the lake in waves, hundreds, thousands of dead bodies, animated by dark magic, reaching for the island with rotting hands. Harry raised his wand, casting spell after spell, but there were too many. They kept coming, endless, relentless. Dumbledore struggled to his feet, his wand raised, but he was weak, too weak to fight. Harry stood over him, protecting him, buying time. Then, fire. Blue fire erupted from Dumbledore's wand, forming a ring around them, driving the Inferi back. It wouldn't last long, but it was enough. The boat, Dumbledore gasped. Go. They fled across the lake, the Inferi screaming behind them, the fire dying as they reached the shore. They stumbled out of the cave, into the night air, collapsing on the rocky ground. Harry lay there, gasping, his body spent, his mind reeling. Beside him, Dumbledore stirred weakly. The locket, he whispered. Do you have it? Harry held it up. I have it. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Good, good. They lay in silence as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. The Horcrux was theirs, another piece of Voldemort's soul, waiting to be destroyed. But as Harry looked at the locket, he felt no triumph. Only exhaustion. Only the weight of the battle still to come. They apparated back to Hogsmeade as the sun rose. The village was waking, shopkeepers opening their doors, early risers heading to breakfast. No one noticed the two figures stumbling through the streets, exhausted and broken. Dumbledore leaned heavily on Harry, his strength nearly gone. The potion had taken everything from him, his energy, his will, his health. He looked 100 years old. "We need to get you to the hospital wing," Harry said. Dumbledore shook his head weakly. "No time. The mark," he pointed. Harry looked up. Above the school, the dark mark blazed green and terrible. Voldemort was at Hogwarts. They ran. Harry half-carried Dumbledore through the castle, following the sounds of battle. Spells flashed in the corridors. Screams echoed from every direction. Death Eaters swarmed the halls, fighting students and teachers alike. The order had arrived. Harry saw Sirius, dueling two Death Eaters at once, saw Lupin, his face fierce, protecting a group of students, saw Tonks, Moody, Kingsley, fighting with desperate fury. But they were losing. The Death Eaters had numbers. Surprise, the advantage of darkness. Harry fought his way through, Dumbledore at his side, heading for the tower where the mark blazed brightest. He knew, with the certainty of the connection, that Voldemort was there. Waiting. They reached the astronomy tower. The door stood open, darkness beyond. "Stay behind me," Dumbledore whispered, his voice stronger now. "No matter what happens, stay behind me." They climbed. The top of the tower was bathed in moonlight. Dumbledore stood at the center, his wand raised, facing the figure that waited in the shadows. Harry pressed himself against the wall, watching, waiting. "Good evening, Professor." Voldemort's voice was soft, almost pleasant. "I've been expecting you, Tom." Dumbledore's voice was calm. "You always did have a flair for the dramatic." Voldemort stepped into the light. His red eyes gleamed, his snake-like face twisted in a smile. "Dramatic, perhaps, but effective." He gestured, and Death Eaters emerged from the shadows, Bellatrix Lestrange, Lucius Malfoy, others Harry didn't recognize. "You're surrounded, Dumbledore. Your order is scattered. Your students are dying. It's over." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "You've thought that before, Tom. You've been wrong before. Not this time." Voldemort raised his wand. "This time, I win." The duel began. Harry had never seen magic like this. Spells flew so fast they were almost invisible. The air crackled with power. Dumbledore and Voldemort moved like dancers, their wands extensions of their will, their magic colliding in explosions of light and sound. Harry watched, transfixed, as the two greatest wizards alive fought for everything. He wanted to help, to join, to fight, but he knew he'd be useless. This was beyond him, beyond anyone. Then he saw it, a figure moving in the shadows behind Dumbledore. A Death Eater, sneaking closer, wand raised. Aiming for Dumbledore's back. Harry opened his mouth to shout a warning. And Snape stepped forward. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. Snape's face was unreadable. Then he raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light hit Dumbledore square in the chest. The old man flew backward, over the parapet, falling into the darkness below. Harry screamed, a sound of pure, primal agony, and ran to the edge, staring down. Dumbledore lay on the ground far below, motionless. Dead. The greatest wizard in the world was gone. Harry didn't remember the rest. He remembered screaming, fighting, being pulled away by Sirius, by Lupin, by hands that held him back from throwing himself after Dumbledore. He remembered the Death Eaters fleeing, Voldemort's laughter echoing in the night. He remembered the order gathering, the wounded being tended, the dead being counted. He remembered standing over Dumbledore's body, looking down at the face that had guided him, protected him, believed in him. The face was peaceful now. The pain was gone. Harry fell to his knees and wept. The days that followed were a blur of grief and fury. Dumbledore's funeral was held on a gray, drizzling day. The whole magical world came, wizards and witches from every nation, creatures from every corner of the land, students and teachers and friends and enemies. They gathered around the white tomb, listened to eulogies, wept and remembered. Harry stood apart, Ron and Hermione beside him, their presence the only comfort in a world that had turned to ash. He didn't cry. He had no tears left. He just stood there, hollow and empty, watching them lower Dumbledore into the ground. "He was the best of us," someone said. Harry didn't know who. Didn't care. When it was over, when the crowd dispersed and the tomb stood silent, Harry remained. He stood alone in the rain, staring at the marble, thinking about everything Dumbledore had been. Everything. He'd lost. He knew, Harry whispered. He knew he was going to die. He planned for it. The connection pulsed, Voldemort's satisfaction, his triumph, his certainty that he'd won. But underneath it, something else. A whisper of fear. Because Voldemort hadn't killed Dumbledore. Snape had. And Snape was a mystery. A variable. A potential threat. Harry clung to that whisper. Held onto it like a lifeline. The war wasn't over. It had barely begun. Wick found him that night. He appeared at the edge of the grounds, Marcus at his side, his face hard and sad. Harry looked up as he approached, too exhausted to be surprised. I heard, Wick said quietly. I'm sorry. Harry nodded. He knew. He knew he was going to die. He planned for it. Wick sat beside him on the cold grass. Then he died as he lived, on his own terms. Protecting the people he loved. Harry thought about that. About sacrifice. About choice. About the difference between dying for something and living for nothing. He gave me a mission, Harry said slowly. The Horcruxes. I have to find them. Destroy them. All of them. Wick nodded. Then that's what you'll do. How? I'm just me. I'm not Dumbledore. I'm not strong enough, smart enough, good enough. You're enough. Wick's voice was firm. You've always been enough. Dumbledore knew that. That's why he trusted you. Harry looked at him, this man who had saved him, trained him, become something like a father. What if I fail? Wick met his eyes. Then you fail. But you get up. You try again. You keep fighting until you can't fight anymore. That's what survivors do. That's what you do. Harry felt something shift inside him. Not hope, he wasn't sure he'd ever feel hope again. But determination, purpose, the will to keep going. I'll find them, he said quietly. I'll destroy them all. For Dumbledore. For my parents. For everyone he's hurt. Wick placed a hand on his shoulder. I know you will. They sat in silence as the night deepened, two survivors holding onto each other in the darkness. The next morning, Harry made a decision. He found Ron and Hermione in the common room, their faces pale and exhausted. They looked up as he entered, waiting. I'm not going back next year, he said. I can't. Dumbledore's gone, and the Horcruxes are out there, and Voldemort's winning. I have to find them. Destroy them. Now. Ron stared. You're leaving Hogwarts. But, 7th year doesn't matter. Newts don't matter. Nothing matters except stopping him. Harry's voice was steady. I need to know, are you with me? Hermione rose slowly. You're asking us to leave school. To hunt Horcruxes across the magical world. To risk everything. Yes. She met his eyes. Then I'm with you. Always. Ron stood too. Same. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I'm there. Harry felt warmth spread through his chest. Thank you. They stood together in the empty common room, three friends bound by love and loyalty in the fight ahead. The road before them was dark and dangerous. They might not survive, but they would face it together. That night, Harry dreamed of Voldemort for the last time. He stood in a vast chamber, surrounded by Death Eaters. Voldemort sat on his throne, triumphant, certain of victory. But underneath the triumph, the fear remained, small but persistent, impossible to ignore. The boy lives, Voldemort mused. Dumbledore is dead, but the boy lives. And as long as he lives, the prophecy remains. A Death Eater spoke. Shall we hunt him, my lord? No. Voldemort's eyes gleamed. He will come to me. They always do. And when he comes, when he tries to play the hero, I will be ready. The dream dissolved. Harry woke in the darkness, the words echoing in his mind. He will come to me. They always do. Harry smiled grimly. Voldemort was right about one thing, he would come. But not as a victim. Not as prey. As a hunter. The war was far from over. It was just beginning. The days after Dumbledore's funeral were the longest of Harry's life. He moved through them in a haze, speaking when spoken to, eating when food appeared before him, sleeping when exhaustion finally claimed him. But inside, he was planning. Thinking. Preparing. The Horcruxes waited. Voldemort grew stronger. And Harry had made a promise. Ron and Hermione stayed close, their presence a lifeline in the darkness. They didn't push, didn't question, didn't try to fix anything. They just were there, solid and steady, waiting for him to be ready. The wedding, Bill Weasley and Fleur Delacour's wedding, was supposed to be a bright spot. A celebration. A moment of joy in the midst of despair. Harry had agreed to attend, partly because Mrs. Weasley had begged him, partly because he couldn't bear to disappoint her. But as he stood in his dress robes, watching the guests arrive, he felt nothing. The joy was distant, muffled, like sound through water. He smiled when expected, spoke when addressed, played the role of the grieving hero. Inside, he was already gone. The wedding was beautiful. Flowers everywhere. Music floating on the summer air. Guests in bright robes, laughing and dancing and celebrating. Harry watched from the edges, Ron and Hermione beside him, trying to lose himself in the moment. It didn't work. His eyes kept drifting to the sky, watching for owls, for signs, for the darkness he knew was coming. The connection hummed in the back of his mind, stronger than ever. Voldemort was pleased, triumphant, even. Dumbledore's death had opened doors, removed obstacles, cleared the path to victory. But underneath the triumph, the fear remained. Small but persistent. Voldemort was afraid of Harry. Afraid of the prophecy. Afraid that somehow, impossibly, he might still lose. Harry held onto that fear like a talisman. The Patronus arrived during the speeches. A silver otter burst through the crowd, landing before Hermione, speaking in Kingsley Shacklebolt's urgent voice, "The Ministry has fallen. Scrimgeour is dead. They are coming." Chaos erupted. Guests screamed, disapparated, fled in every direction. Harry grabbed Ron and Hermione, pulling them through the panicking crowd, heading for the edge of the property. They had to get away. Had to hide. Had to. The locket, Hermione gasped. "Harry, the locket, we left it. It's in my pocket." Harry patted his chest, felt the cold weight. Safe. For now. They ran. The forest closed around them, dark and ancient. They ran until their lungs burned, until their legs gave out, until they collapsed in a clearing miles from the wedding. Harry lay on his back, gasping, staring up at the canopy of leaves. "We need a plan," Hermione panted. "Somewhere to go. Somewhere safe." "Grimmauld Place," Ron suggested. "Sirius's house. It's still protected." Harry shook his head. "Snape knows about it. He was in the Order. He'll tell them." "Then where?" Ron's voice was desperate. "Where do we go?" Harry thought about it. About all the places he'd been, all the people he knew. The burrow was too obvious. The mill, Wick's mill, was secret, hidden, but if Voldemort had ways of finding him. "The mill," he said finally. "It's the only place. Wick protected it for years. It might still be safe." They disapparated into the unknown. The mill looked exactly the same. Same stone walls. Same arched windows. Same peaceful valley stretching into the distance. Harry stood in the courtyard, breathing in the familiar air, feeling the tension of the past days begin to ease. Wick was waiting at the door, Marcus at his side. His face was hard, but his eyes held something warm. "I heard," he said quietly. "The Ministry. Dumbledore. All of it." Harry nodded. "We need somewhere to hide. To plan. Too. I know." Wick stepped aside. "Come in." They settled in the library, the fire crackling, Marcus curled at their feet. For a while, no one spoke. The silence was heavy, weighted with everything that had happened, everything that was still to come. "The Horcruxes," Hermione said finally. "That's what matters now. Finding them. Destroying them." Harry pulled the locket from his pocket, held it up. The gold gleamed in the firelight, beautiful and terrible. "This is one. We need to destroy it." "Basilisk venom," Ron said. "Worked before." Harry nodded. "We'll need to go back to Hogwarts. To the chamber." "That's insane." Ron's voice was sharp. "Hogwarts will be crawling with Death Eaters. Snape is headmaster now. They'll be watching for you." "I know." Harry's voice was calm. "But we don't have a choice. The venom is there. We need it." Wick spoke for the first time. "I'll come with you." Harry looked at him. "This isn't your fight. It became my fight the day I pulled you out of that cupboard." Wick's dark eyes were steady. "I'm with you. To the end." Harry felt something loosen in his chest. "Thank you." They planned for 3 days. Hermione researched every detail about Hogwarts, about the chamber, about the safest ways in and out. Ron mapped potential escape routes, safe houses, places to hide if things went wrong. Harry trained with Wick, honing his skills, preparing for battle. The locket sat on the mantelpiece, watching them with its cold, golden eye. Harry felt its presence constantly, a weight, a pull, a whisper of darkness. It wanted to be worn. Wanted to be used. Wanted to corrupt. He ignored it. Focused on the mission. On the 4th day, they were ready. They apparated to Hogsmeade at dusk. The village was dark, shuttered, abandoned. Death Eater patrols moved through the streets, their masked faces gleaming in the fading light. Harry led his group through the shadows, using every trick Wick had taught him, until they reached the tunnel beneath the Hog's Head. The passage was dark and cold, just as Harry remembered. They moved through it in silence, their footsteps muffled by ancient stone. Marcus padded beside Harry, his presence a comfort. They emerged in the castle, a hidden corridor on the first floor. Hogwarts was quiet, but the silence was wrong. Heavy. Watching. "They know we're here," Hermione whispered. "They must." Harry nodded. "Then we move fast." They ran. The journey to the chamber was a nightmare. Death Eaters patrolled every corridor. Spells flew from every shadow. Harry fought with desperate fury, protecting his friends, cutting a path through the darkness. Wick moved beside him, silent and deadly, his gun and knife dealing death to anyone who got too close. They reached Myrtle's bathroom, the entrance to the chamber. Harry opened it with Parseltongue, and they slid down the pipe into darkness. The chamber was just as he remembered, vast and terrible, the skeleton of the basilisk still lying where it had fallen. Harry grabbed a fang, holding it like a weapon. "The locket," he said. "Give it to me." Hermione handed it over. Harry placed it on the stone floor, raised the fang, and struck. The locket screamed. It flew open, black liquid oozing from within, and a figure emerged, a shade, a memory, a piece of Voldemort's soul. It howled with rage and pain, reaching for Harry with shadowy hands. Harry struck again, and again, until the shade dissolved, until the screaming stopped, until nothing remained but shattered gold and silence. The Horcrux was destroyed. They emerged from the chamber to find the castle burning. Death Eaters had set fires throughout the corridors. Students screamed, ran, fought. Teachers tried to protect them, but there were too many enemies, too much chaos. Harry didn't hesitate. He ran toward the fighting, Wick and Marcus beside him, Ron and Hermione following. They found students pinned down, surrounded, and they fought. Spells flew. Screams echoed. Harry moved through the battle like a force of nature, his wand a blur, his knife dealing death to anyone who threatened his people. Wick covered him, silent and deadly, his gun speaking in sharp cracks that echoed off the stone. They saved who they could. Led students to safety. Fought until their arms gave out and their magic faded. When it was over, when the Death Eaters finally retreated, Harry stood in the Great Hall, surrounded by the wounded and the dead. His chest heaved. His body screamed. His heart was broken. But they had won. For now. The aftermath was brutal. Hogwarts was damaged, its walls scarred by fire and spellfire. Students were dead. Harry counted the faces, memorized the names, added them to the list of people Voldemort had taken. Teachers were wounded, some mortally. The hospital wing overflowed with the injured. Harry moved among them, helping where he could, speaking words of comfort he didn't feel. Ron and Hermione stayed close, their faces pale and drawn. Wick found him in the rubble of the courtyard, standing alone, staring at nothing. "You did well," Wick said quietly. "Saved a lot of lives." Harry shook his head slowly. "Not enough. Never enough. That's the nature of war." Wick's voice was rough. "You save who you can. You mourn who you can't. And you keep fighting." Harry looked at him, this man who had become so much more than a teacher. "When does it end? When do we get to stop?" Wick was quiet for a long moment. Then he spoke, his voice softer than Harry had ever heard it. "When he's dead. Or when you are. That's the only end." Harry nodded slowly. He'd known that, on some level. Had accepted it, even. But hearing it spoken aloud made it real in a new way. "Then I'll keep fighting," he said. "Until one of us is gone." Wick placed a hand on his shoulder. "That's all any of us can do." They left Hogwarts at dawn. The castle stood behind them, wounded but unbroken, its towers golden in the first light. Harry looked back once, memorizing the sight. He didn't know if he'd ever see it again. The Horcrux hunt continued. 3 destroyed. 4 to go. The road ahead was dark and dangerous. They would face horrors they couldn't imagine, lose people they couldn't replace, push themselves past every limit they'd ever known. But Harry Potter was done running. He was hunting now. And he wouldn't stop until Voldemort was dead. The weeks after Hogwarts were a blur of motion and fear. They moved constantly, from safe house to safe house, from forest to mountain to abandoned ruin. Wick knew places, hidden corners of the world that even Voldemort's followers hadn't found. They slept in shifts, ate when they could, trained when they weren't running. The locket was gone, destroyed by basilisk venom in the chamber. But 3 Horcruxes remained, Nagini, and 2 others hidden somewhere in the world. Harry felt their presence through the connection, faint pulses of darkness that guided him like a compass. "We need information," Hermione said one night, huddled around a small fire in an abandoned shepherd's hut in Wales. "We can't just wander around hoping to stumble across Voldemort's secrets." Ron nodded, his face gaunt in the firelight. Dumbledore knew things. He had sources, contacts, ways of finding out. "Dumbledore's dead." Harry's voice was flat. "We're on our own." Wick spoke from the shadows. "No one's ever truly on their own. You have each other. You have me. And you have something Voldemort doesn't." "What?" Desperation. Wick's dark eyes gleamed. "He's comfortable, powerful, surrounded by followers who tell him what he wants to hear. You're hungry, hunted, pushed to the edge. That makes you dangerous." Harry thought about that. About the difference between comfort and hunger, between power and desperation. Wick was right. Voldemort had everything, and nothing. Harry had nothing, and everything. "Then we use it," he said quietly. "We use the hunger. We use the edge. We find those Horcruxes and we destroy them, no matter what it takes." The first lead came from an unlikely source. Luna Lovegood's father published The Quibbler, a newspaper most wizards dismissed as nonsense. But Hermione, in her exhaustive research, had found an article from months ago, a rambling piece about strange magical objects being collected by Death Eaters, about a dark jewel that had once belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw. The diadem, Harry breathed, remembering Dumbledore's lessons. Ravenclaw's diadem. Voldemort wanted something from each founder. He had Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup. Ravenclaw's diadem would be next, Hermione finished. But where is it? Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the connection. The darkness pulsed, whispered, guided. He saw a forest, ancient and vast, and in its depths, a castle hidden by magic. "The Albanian forest," he said slowly. "He hid it there, years ago, before he lost his body. It's still there." Ron stared. "Albania. That's halfway across Europe. Then we go halfway across Europe." Harry stood. "We leave tonight." The journey was brutal. They traveled by portkey, by broom, by foot when magic failed. The Albanian forest was vast and dark, filled with creatures that had never seen human eyes. Harry led them through its depths, following the pull of the connection, the pulse of darkness that grew stronger with each step. Wick moved beside him, silent and deadly, his gun always ready. Marcus ranged ahead, his senses sharper than any human's, warning them of dangers before they struck. Ron and Hermione followed, exhausted but determined, their wands always raised. On the 3rd day, they found it. A castle, or what remained of one, half hidden in a clearing. Its walls were crumbling, its towers fallen, its halls filled with shadows and silence. But Harry felt it, the Horcrux, waiting. "It's in there," he whispered. They entered together. The castle was a labyrinth of collapsed passages and treacherous chambers. They moved carefully, testing each step, watching for traps. Harry knew Voldemort wouldn't leave his treasure unguarded. There would be protections, curses, creatures designed to kill. They found the first trap in the Great Hall. The floor gave way beneath them, dropping into a pit filled with spikes. Harry caught himself on the edge, hauling Ron up beside him. Hermione levitated herself to safety. Wick had somehow anticipated the trap, stepping around it before it triggered. "Clever," Wick muttered. "But not clever enough." They pressed on. The diadem waited in the highest tower. It sat on a pedestal, black and beautiful, its gems gleaming in the thin light. Harry approached slowly, feeling the darkness radiating from it, a piece of Voldemort's soul, preserved for decades, waiting for its master's return. "It's beautiful," Hermione whispered. "And terrible." Ron raised his wand. "How do we destroy it?" "Basilisk venom," Harry said. "Same as the others." He pulled the fang from his pack. They'd brought several from the chamber, knowing they'd need them. But as he raised it to strike, the diadem moved. It rose from the pedestal, spinning slowly, and a figure emerged from its depths, a shade, like the one from the locket, but older, stronger, more terrible. It wore the face of a young woman, beautiful and cruel, her eyes burning with hatred. "Thieves," it hissed. "Grave robbers. You dare touch what belongs to the Dark Lord." Harry didn't hesitate. He struck. The fang pierced the diadem, and the shade screamed, a sound that echoed through the castle, through the forest, through the connection itself. Black liquid oozed from the jewel, and the shade dissolved, cursing them as it faded. The diadem crumbled to dust. Harry stood over it, breathing hard, the fang still clutched in his hand. 4 Horcruxes destroyed, 3 to go. But the scream, Voldemort would have felt it. He would know they were coming. Move, Harry said. Now. They ran. Voldemort's rage hit Harry like a physical blow. They were halfway across Europe, flying through the night on stolen brooms, when the connection blazed with fury. Harry gasped, nearly falling, caught by Ron's steadying hand. He knows, Harry managed. He felt it. The diadem. He clutched his head, visions flooding his mind. Death Eaters gathering. Orders being given. A hunt for them. He's coming after us, Hermione whispered. Harry nodded, his face pale. We need to move faster. Hide better. Find the next Horcrux before he finds us. Wick spoke from the darkness. Where's the next one? Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the connection. The Horcruxes called to him, their darkness a beacon in the sea of Voldemort's mind. He felt Nagini, close, moving, alive. He felt something else, a pull, deep and ancient, from a place he didn't recognize. Gringotts, he breathed. The Lestrange's vault. Hufflepuff's cup. Ron stared. You want to break into Gringotts? That's insane. Probably. Harry's voice was steady. But we don't have a choice. Planning the Gringotts heist took weeks. They found refuge in a small cottage on the coast of Ireland, hidden from magical and muggle eyes alike. Hermione researched everything about Gringotts, its defenses, its guards, its layout. Ron studied the Lestranges, their habits, their connections. Harry trained with Wick, preparing for a fight unlike any he'd faced before. Marcus stayed close, his presence a comfort in the long, anxious days. He seemed to understand the weight of what they were planning, staying near Harry, offering silent support. The problem is the thief's downfall, Hermione said one evening, spreading notes across the table. It's a waterfall that washes away all enchantments. If we use Polyjuice Potion or any kind of disguise, it'll strip it away. We'll be ourselves when we reach the vault. Then we go in as ourselves, Harry said. Fight our way through. Gringotts has thousands of goblins. Hundreds of guards. Defenses that have held for centuries. Hermione shook her head. We can't fight our way through. We need another way. Wick spoke quietly. What about the dragon? They all stared at him. The what? The dragon. Wick's voice was calm. I've read your notes. There's a dragon guarding the high security vaults. If we could release it, cause chaos. Harry's eyes widened. The distraction. While everyone's focused on the dragon, we get to the vault. Hermione was already thinking ahead. But how do we control it? Dragons are. We don't control it. Wick's dark eyes gleamed. We just point it in the right direction. The plan came together piece by piece. They would enter Gringotts through the main entrance, using Polyjuice to disguise themselves as Bellatrix Lestrange and 2 of her Death Eater companions. Harry would be Bellatrix, the one person who could access the Lestrange's vault. Ron and Hermione would be the guards. The Polyjuice would last only an hour. They had to move fast. Wick would stay outside, ready to cause the distraction, releasing the dragon, creating chaos, drawing the guards away. Marcus would wait with him, a silent partner in the mayhem. If anything goes wrong, Wick said quietly, you run. Don't try to be heroes. Just run. Harry met his eyes. And if we can't run? Wick's hand rested on his shoulder. Then you fight. And you win. Because you have to. The day of the heist dawned gray and cold. They stood outside Gringotts, watching wizards and goblins stream past. Harry's heart pounded in his chest. This was insane. Impossible. They were going to die. But the alternative, letting Voldemort win, was worse. Ready, he whispered. Ron and Hermione nodded, their faces obscured by the Polyjuice disguise. Harry swallowed the potion, felt his body twist and change, and became Bellatrix Lestrange. They walked into the bank. The lobby was crowded with customers, but the goblins at the counters barely glanced at them. Bellatrix's face was known, feared, and the goblins knew better than to question a Death Eater. Harry approached the main counter, pitching his voice to Bellatrix's high, cruel tones. I need access to my vault. The goblin studied him with sharp eyes. The Lestrange's vault. It requires special authorization, my lady. Harry's heart lurched. I am authorization. Open it. The goblin hesitated, then nodded slowly. Very well. Follow me. They descended into the depths of Gringotts, past waterfalls of treasure, past caverns filled with gems, past doors that opened only to blood and magic. The cart rattled along tracks that plunged deeper and deeper into the earth. Finally, they stopped before a massive door. The Lestrange's vault. The key, the goblin said. Harry raised Bellatrix's wand, touched it to the door. It dissolved, revealing a cavern filled with gold and jewels and, there, on a pedestal in the center, a golden cup. Hufflepuff's cup. The Horcrux. Harry moved toward it, his heart pounding. So close. So. The thief's downfall hit them. Water cascaded from above, washing away enchantments, stripping polyjuice from their bodies. Harry felt himself change, felt Bellatrix's features melt away, leaving him standing in the vault as himself. The goblin screamed. Alarms blared. Get the cup, Harry shouted. Ron grabbed it, and they ran. The escape was chaos. Goblins swarmed from every passage. Spells flew. Harry fought with desperate fury, cutting a path through the horde, protecting Ron and Hermione as they ran. Behind them, alarms echoed, and somewhere above, they heard a roar, the dragon, released, rampaging through the bank. They burst into the lobby to find destruction. The dragon, a massive Ukrainian ironbelly, had broken free of its chains. It crashed through pillars, breathed fire at fleeing goblins, created chaos beyond anything they'd imagined. Wick stood at the entrance, firing into the crowd, drawing attention away from them. Go, he shouted. Go now. They ran. The dragon's tail swept toward them. Harry dove, pulling Hermione with him, feeling the wind of its passage. Ron stumbled, nearly fell, caught himself and kept running. They burst through the doors into Diagon Alley, which was also in chaos. The dragon had crashed through the roof, sending debris raining down on shoppers. People screamed, ran, fled in every direction. Portkey, Hermione shouted, holding up a torn book. Now. They grabbed it together, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Wick, Marcus, and the world dissolved. They landed hard in a field somewhere in the English countryside. Harry lay on his back, gasping, staring at the sky. His body screamed. His magic was nearly spent. But in his hand, he clutched the cup, Hufflepuff's cup, warm and terrible. They'd done it. They'd actually done it. Ron groaned beside him. Never again. Never, ever again. Hermione laughed, a hysterical, relieved sound. We're alive. We're actually alive. Wick sat up slowly, checking his wounds. Marcus licked his face, tail wagging. The dog seemed unharmed, unbothered by the chaos they'd just survived. Harry held up the cup. One more Horcrux. Ron stared at him. You want to go again? Now. No. Harry shook his head slowly. But soon. Nagini is still out there. And maybe, he paused, feeling the connection pulse. Maybe something else. Something I can't quite see. Wick met his eyes. Then we rest. We prepare. And we finish this. Harry nodded slowly. We finish this. The cup was destroyed that night. They used basilisk venom, as before, watching as the golden surface blackened and cracked. The shade that emerged was older than the others, more terrible, Helga Hufflepuff's face twisted by Voldemort's corruption. It screamed and dissolved, and another piece of Voldemort's soul was gone. 5 Horcruxes destroyed. 2 remained. Harry sat by the fire afterward, staring into the flames. Ron and Hermione had fallen asleep, exhausted beyond words. Wick kept watch in the shadows, Marcus at his feet. The connection pulsed, Voldemort's rage, his fear, his desperate need to find them. He knew what they were doing now. Knew they were destroying his immortality piece by piece. You cannot stop me, Harry Potter, his voice whispered in Harry's mind. I will find you. I will kill you. And I will live forever. Harry smiled grimly into the darkness. Come and try, he whispered back. The war was far from over. But for the first time, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in months. Hope. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.